Imagine standing in the desert as the sun begins to rise, the sky painted in fiery reds and deep purples, and before you, looming in silence, stands the Great Pyramid of Giza. For thousands of years, this structure has held its secrets, and for thousands of years humanity has asked the same question. Why was it built? Mainstream history tells us that it was nothing more than a tomb, a monument to the vanity of kings long gone. Yet the more one studies it, the more that explanation feels incomplete, even forced. Where are the mummies? Where are the inscriptions? Why does a so-called tomb resemble, not a decorated resting place, but an engineered masterpiece of precision unlike anything else on Earth? These questions open the door to a mystery that has haunted archaeologists, adventurers, and seekers of truth for centuries. Consider the sheer audacity of its presence. Constructed over 4,500 years ago, it remains the only surviving wonder of the ancient world, towering nearly 500 feet high and composed of more than 2 million stone blocks, some weighing as much as 80 tons. Each block was cut, transported, and set into place with a level of precision that modern construction equipment would struggle to replicate. How did a supposedly primitive society, armed only with copper chisels and ropes, achieve such a feat? And more importantly, why did they devote such colossal resources, generations of labor, and unthinkable ingenuity to a structure that, if we follow the orthodox explanation, was simply a glorified burial site? As one looks closer, strange details emerge. The Great Pyramid is aligned to true north with staggering accuracy, deviating by only a fraction of a degree. Its base is almost perfectly square, with corners that have barely shifted despite millennia of earthquakes and erosion. Inside, the chambers and passageways are devoid of decoration, completely unlike the ornate walls of tombs in the Valley of the Kings. Instead, they are cold, smooth, and geometric, as if designed for function, not ceremony. What kind of tomb is stripped of the language of death, stripped of prayers, stripped of hieroglyphs? What kind of tomb resonates when sound passes through it, creating vibrations that scientists today are only beginning to study? These anomalies have led some to propose a radical, even dangerous question. What if the pyramids were not tombs at all? What if they were machines? Machines designed not to house the dead but to generate, channel, or amplify energy on a scale that defies our modern imagination. At first, this idea may sound like pure fantasy. Yet when we peel back the layers of what we think we know, when we listen not to the textbooks but to the stones themselves, the fantasy begins to feel uncomfortably like truth. Mainstream archaeology dismisses these theories as pseudoscience, as fringe speculation unworthy of serious attention. But history has shown us that the most groundbreaking discoveries often begin at the edges of accepted thought. Once, the idea that the Earth revolved around the sun was heresy. Once, the notion that invisible microbes cause disease was madness. Could it be that the so-called pyramid power plant theory, mocked by experts today, will one day be recognized as a revelation that rewrote history? And what of the stories passed down through the ages? Ancient historians like Herodotus spoke of the pyramids in ways that suggest functions far beyond funerary rites. Later Arabic texts hinted that they stored knowledge, or even technology, from a forgotten age. Legends swirl around them, tales of hidden chambers, strange lights, and forces that cannot be explained. Even today, explorers whisper of restricted digs, of discoveries locked away from the public eye, fueling suspicion that something monumental is being hidden. All of this raises the stakes of our investigation. If the pyramids were not tombs, then what were they? Were they harnessing natural forces, Earth's magnetism, water pressure, or even cosmic energy? Were they designed as beacons, resonators, or transmitters? Were they monuments left behind by a civilization far older than Egypt itself, perhaps one that vanished in cataclysm, its secrets buried beneath sand and stone? Or, more controversially still, were they the work of intelligences not of this world, guiding humanity toward knowledge we were not meant to understand? This is the mystery we are about to explore. In the chapters ahead, we will sift through the evidence, the anomalies, the forbidden archaeology that rarely sees the light of day. We will travel from the riverbanks of the Nile to the halls of modern laboratories, from ancient myths to cutting-edge physics. We will examine experiments, confront skeptics, and challenge dogma. Every step will pull us deeper into the possibility that the Great Pyramid was never a tomb, but a power plant, an ancient machine whose echoes still vibrate in the sands of Egypt. By the end of this journey, you will be faced with a choice. You can accept the safe, conventional narrative, repeating what has been written in textbooks for a century. Or you can dare to look beyond, to entertain the possibility that our ancestors were not only more advanced than we realize, but that they were custodians of a science we have only just begun to rediscover. This is not just about stones in the desert. This is about humanity itself, our origins, our lost history, and our forgotten potential. And it all begins with a single question. What secret power sleeps within the pyramids, waiting to be awakened? The official story we are told in schools and museums is straightforward, almost deceptively so. The pyramids were built as tombs for the mighty pharaohs of ancient Egypt. This explanation has been repeated so often that it is taken as fact, engraved into textbooks and echoed by every tour guide who walks across the Giza Plateau. Yet when we strip away the repetition and look closely at the evidence, the certainty begins to crumble. The Great Pyramid of Giza, supposedly the tomb of Pharaoh Khufu, does not contain his body. It does not contain funerary texts, murals, offerings, or the elaborate treasures we find in other royal burials. What it does contain is a vast silence, chambers stripped of ornamentation, and architectural precision that feels more mechanical than ceremonial. Mainstream Egyptology argues that the pyramid's grandeur was meant to reflect the divine power of the king, projecting his authority into eternity. This idea fits neatly into the story of Egypt as a civilization obsessed with death and the afterlife. Yet if this is true, why does the Great Pyramid look so utterly unlike other tombs? In the Valley of the Kings, we see walls drenched in mythological imagery, hieroglyphic prayers to gods, depictions of the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. These elements are conspicuously absent in Khufu's monument. Instead, we find bare stone, sharp angles, and chambers that feel clinical, almost industrial. Even the so-called sarcophagus found in the king's chamber complicates the narrative. It is a massive, unadorned granite box, too large to have been maneuvered through the narrow corridors leading into the chamber. This suggests it was placed there during construction, not after. But its function remains mysterious. Was it truly meant to house a royal body? If so, where is the evidence of the burial? Looters are often blamed for the absence of remains and treasures, yet this explanation falters. Looters may take gold, jewels, or artifacts, but they do not make skeletons vanish. No trace of Khufu has ever been found inside. The very scale of the pyramid also challenges the tomb theory. Why would a pharaoh commission such an incomprehensibly massive structure simply to house his corpse, when far smaller, more accessible tombs had sufficed for centuries? Some argue it was to demonstrate power, a monument to ego and divine kingship. But would an ancient society really invest decades of labor, involving tens of thousands of workers, merely to build a tomb with no inscriptions, no obvious funerary function, and no preserved body? And then there are the internal features that make little sense in a funerary context. The so-called air shafts leading from the king's and queen's chambers are often explained as symbolic passageways for the pharaoh's soul. Yet their dimensions and alignments suggest astronomical significance, pointing to specific stars like Orion and Sirius. Some researchers have even proposed that these shafts were part of a larger mechanical system, ventilation, energy channels, or resonant pathways. Again, these features feel less like the work of mortuary architects and more like the design of engineers. Critics of the tomb theory often point out another glaring issue: the lack of funerary artifacts. The Valley of the Kings, despite looting, still yielded objects, inscriptions, and remains. Tutankhamun's tomb, though far smaller and hastily prepared, was crammed with ritual objects, golden treasures, and inscriptions to aid the young pharaoh in the afterlife. By contrast, the Great Pyramid is barren. If it was truly intended to shepherd Khufu into eternity, why does it lack every element traditionally associated with Egyptian beliefs about death? Some Egyptologists counter by suggesting the pyramid was never intended to be entered, that it was meant as a symbolic vessel for the pharaoh's spirit, not his physical body. Yet this explanation feels like a patch, an attempt to reconcile evidence that stubbornly refuses to fit. If the pyramid was sealed forever, why design intricate internal passages, hidden chambers, and shafts aligned to the stars? Why build complexity into something no one was ever meant to see? There are also historical contradictions. Later pyramids, such as those from the Middle Kingdom, are visibly inferior in construction, smaller, less precise, and often crumbling today into heaps of rubble. If pyramid building was an art perfected to house kings, why did the quality decline so drastically? Why did the Egyptians, who supposedly mastered the technique, abandon it altogether in favor of underground tombs? This regression suggests that the Great Pyramid was not part of a linear tradition of funerary architecture but something altogether unique, perhaps even anomalous. When we step back, we are left with a haunting possibility. What if the Great Pyramid was never meant to serve as a tomb at all? What if the story of Khufu's burial was a later invention, an attempt to impose a narrative on a structure whose true function had been forgotten? In many ways, this theory is not so radical. History is full of monuments repurposed, reinterpreted, or misattributed long after their builders vanished. Could it be that ancient Egyptians themselves inherited the pyramid, claiming it as their own without fully understanding its original purpose? The tomb or something more debate is the gateway into forbidden archaeology. The mainstream explanation is neat, convenient, and easy to digest. But the deeper we dig, the more the pieces fail to fit. The Great Pyramid does not behave like a tomb. It behaves like something else entirely, something far more advanced, deliberate, and functional. And if it was not built for death, then it must have been built for life, for power, for energy, for a purpose that challenges everything we think we know about the ancient world. When modern archaeology fails to explain the true purpose of the pyramids, perhaps the best place to look is not in the textbooks of the 20th century but in the words of those who lived closer to the mystery. Long before Egyptology became an academic discipline, ancient historians, philosophers, and travelers recorded what they believed about these structures. Their accounts are varied, sometimes contradictory, sometimes fantastical, but together they reveal a startling pattern. Many of these sources describe the pyramids not as tombs, but as repositories of knowledge, machines of cosmic power, or structures built to withstand cataclysm. Let us begin with the Greeks, who visited Egypt in antiquity and often marveled at its monuments. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, devoted entire passages of his histories to the pyramids. According to him, Khufu was a tyrant who forced countless Egyptians into labor for decades to build the Great Pyramid. Yet Herodotus does not describe funerary practices within the structure. Instead, he records curious details, like the supposed underground chambers connected to the Nile, that hint at hydraulic engineering rather than simple burial architecture. Whether or not Herodotus's account is accurate, it suggests that even in his day, local traditions preserved memories of functions that went beyond death rituals. Later Greek writers such as Diodorus Siculus echoed similar themes. He observed that Egyptians of his time did not universally claim the pyramids as tombs, but rather as monuments of enigmatic purpose. Some believed they preserved secret knowledge, others that they were markers of astronomical significance. These variations suggest that even in antiquity, the tomb narrative was not fixed. The monuments were mysterious, and interpretations differed widely. Arabic sources, written more than a millennium later, deepen the intrigue. After the Arab conquest of Egypt in the 7th century, scholars and chroniclers recorded tales that had circulated for centuries. Al-Makrizi, a 15th century historian, described the pyramids as treasure houses of antediluvian kings, structures built before the Great Flood to safeguard scientific knowledge, astronomical data, and sacred texts. In his accounts, the pyramids were described almost like colossal vaults of wisdom, designed to outlast disaster and preserve the achievements of a forgotten age. Other Arabic texts take the story further. The Akbar al-Zaman, Book of the Wonders of Time, claims that the pyramids were constructed under the guidance of Hermes Trismegistus, a legendary figure associated with profound knowledge and sometimes linked to the god Thoth. In this telling, the pyramids were machines, devices designed to store cosmic energy and encode the mathematics of the heavens. Whether these accounts are allegorical or literal, they demonstrate a persistent theme. The pyramids were seen not simply as tombs, but as keys to a higher science. Even within ancient Egyptian records themselves, the tomb theory grows shaky. The pyramid texts, among the oldest religious inscriptions known, do appear in some pyramids, but notably not in the Great Pyramid of Giza. Instead, they are found in smaller, later structures. This absence raises questions. If the largest and most important pyramid was intended as a tomb, why omit the very texts meant to ensure the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife? Some researchers argue that the Great Pyramid predated dynastic Egypt altogether, and that later pharaohs merely imitated its form while repurposing the design for their burials. These historical testimonies reveal a tug-of-war between narratives. On one side, mainstream archaeology insists on the simplicity of the tomb explanation. On the other, voices from the past whisper of hidden purposes, of lost sciences, cosmic alignments, and preparation for catastrophic floods. The Greeks, standing in or before the pyramids, admitted their ignorance. The Arabs, inheriting ancient traditions, wrote of technology and wisdom preserved against time. Even the Egyptians themselves, through their silence in the Great Pyramid, leave us with questions rather than answers. Skeptics might argue that such accounts are nothing more than myths, legends born from wonder. But what if these myths encode fragments of truth? Oral traditions often preserve memory in symbolic form. The story of a king safeguarding knowledge before a flood might be dismissed as allegory, but what if it reflects an actual historical event, an ancient civilization preparing for a catastrophe we barely remember? The pyramids, in this light, become less monuments of death and more monuments of survival. When we compare these records across cultures, a pattern emerges. Over and over, the pyramids are tied to knowledge, energy, and endurance. They are depicted as more than tombs, as instruments of preservation and power. If these diverse voices, separated by centuries and geography, all pointed to functions beyond funerary rites, can we afford to ignore them? Or must we consider the possibility that what the ancients recorded was not fantasy, but evidence of truths hidden in plain sight? The deeper we dig into these accounts, the more unsettling the conclusion becomes. The tomb theory may not be the ancient explanation at all, but a modern one. Our ancestors, whether Greek visitors, Arab chroniclers, or Egyptian scribes, often hinted at something far more extraordinary. If we trust their words even partially, then the pyramids were not memorials to kings, but machines of civilization, designed to preserve, protect, and perhaps even generate power. And if that is the case, then the real question is not who they were built for, but what they were built to do. The Great Pyramid has often been described as one of the greatest engineering marvels in human history, and with good reason. Even when stripped of myths and legends, the sheer precision and scale of its construction remain unmatched, leaving modern architects and engineers scratching their heads. Imagine, for a moment, standing at the base of this structure more than 4,500 years after it was supposedly built. The stones rise above you in perfect lines, a mountain of geometry locked together with such accuracy that even today, in an age of lasers and digital design, we would struggle to replicate it on the same colossal scale. How did the ancient Egyptians, equipped only with copper chisels, stone hammers, ropes, and manpower, create something so perfect? And perhaps more importantly, why? To grasp the enormity of the puzzle, we must first consider the sheer scale of the pyramid. It is composed of roughly 3 million stone blocks, ranging from 2 tons on average to nearly 80 tons for some of the largest. Many of these blocks were quarried miles away and transported across the Nile, then hauled up ramps, or so we are told, and fitted into place. The structure rises to a height of nearly 500 feet, covering a base of 13 acres, with each side originally measuring about 756 feet in length. Yet what truly astonishes is not just the size, but the precision. The Great Pyramid is aligned to true north with astonishing accuracy, within 3/60ths of a degree. Even modern compasses would struggle to achieve such precision without advanced surveying equipment. To put this into perspective, if the pyramid sides were extended outward for miles, the error would amount to only a few inches. How could a civilization more than 4 millennia ago achieve such astronomical alignment without telescopes, GPS, or even the magnetic compass, which was not invented until thousands of years later in China? The base of the pyramid adds another layer of mystery. Despite its immense size, the base is level within less than an inch across the entire 13-acre surface. This feat is mind-boggling, even by modern standards, where construction projects routinely require heavy machinery, laser levels, and advanced computer modeling to achieve such flatness. Yet the builders of Giza managed it with tools supposedly no more advanced than plumb lines and siding rods. To achieve this, they would have needed surveying techniques and mathematical knowledge far beyond what we credit to the ancient world. Then there is the question of the joints between the stones. Many blocks fit together so tightly that even today, a razor blade cannot be inserted between them. Some joints are less than 0.5 millimeter thick, held together with a mysterious mortar whose chemical composition has never been fully replicated. What purpose did such precision serve? If the pyramid were merely a tomb, why insist on tolerances that rival modern machine work? Unless, of course, the builders were not constructing a monument to the dead but something that required such accuracy for functional reasons. The internal architecture raises yet more questions. The Grand Gallery, a passage nearly 150 feet long and over 28 feet high, is constructed with corbelled ceilings that rise in precise increments, each stone carefully placed to distribute weight. The chamber resonates when sound is made inside it, producing vibrations that researchers suggest may not be accidental. Was this gallery designed as part of an energy system, perhaps to amplify or channel vibrations? Mainstream archaeologists dismiss this idea, but they cannot deny the engineering mastery behind its creation. Another striking feature is the use of granite. While the outer casing stones of the pyramid were originally smooth white limestone, Much of the internal structure, including the king's chamber and the sarcophagus within it, was made from granite blocks quarried from Aswan, nearly 600 miles to the south. These granite blocks, some weighing up to 70 tons, had to be transported down the Nile, hauled into place, and positioned with hairline precision. Why go to such extreme effort to incorporate granite into specific chambers? Granite is rich in quartz, a material known today for its piezoelectric properties, the ability to generate an electrical charge under pressure or vibration. Could the choice of granite have been deliberate, suggesting a deeper understanding of the stone's energetic qualities? Even the missing elements of the pyramid provoke speculation. The structure once gleamed with polished white limestone casing stones, which reflected sunlight so intensely that it could be seen from miles away. Ancient texts suggest it shone like a star, earning it names such as Eket, meaning glorious light. If the pyramid were intended as a simple tomb, why make it visible from across the desert, a beacon of power? Could this reflective surface have served another purpose, perhaps linked to solar energy or electromagnetic resonance? And let us not forget the absent capstone, the pyramid iron that once crowned the monument. No one knows what it was made of, though some suggest it may have been gilded in gold or covered with an electrically conductive alloy. Without it, the pyramid feels incomplete, as though the final piece of a machine has been removed. Was this capstone a symbolic marker, or was it a functional part of a system designed to capture and transmit energy? Modern engineers who study the Great Pyramid often remark that its construction resembles not a tomb but a machine, an intricate system of geometry, resonance, and precision far beyond necessity if the goal was merely to bury a king. The obsessive alignment to cardinal directions, the use of specific materials, the flawless joints, and the resonance of chambers all point toward a deeper, functional design. To dismiss these as coincidences is to overlook the possibility that the pyramid's builders knew something we have forgotten. And so we arrive at the unavoidable question: how? How did a Bronze Age culture achieve feats of engineering that challenge even our modern capabilities? Were they the beneficiaries of knowledge passed down from an earlier, lost civilization? Did they possess techniques of surveying, stone cutting, and construction that have since vanished? Or were they guided by something, or someone, outside of our conventional historical narrative? The Great Pyramid defies logic not because it is mysterious, but because it is too perfect. It resists the explanations we try to impose on it. Tomb, temple, monument. None of these labels fully capture what the evidence suggests. Instead, the pyramid stands like a riddle carved in stone, daring us to ask whether we truly understand the capabilities of our ancestors. And if we do not, then perhaps the Great Pyramid is not only an engineering marvel but a message from the past, a monument meant to remind us of a science and purpose long forgotten. Step inside the Great Pyramid of Giza, and one is struck not only by its immense silence but also by what is not there. Unlike the richly decorated tombs of pharaohs buried in the Valley of the Kings, the Great Pyramid's walls are bare, smooth, and unadorned. There are no elaborate paintings of gods guiding the king into the afterlife, no spells etched in hieroglyphs to protect him on his journey, no long inscriptions recording his deeds or lineage. Instead, the inner chambers are stark, precise corridors of limestone and granite that feel strangely clinical, almost mechanical. If this structure truly served as the eternal resting place of Pharaoh Khufu, then why does it lack the very elements that defined every other royal tomb in Egypt? To grasp the weight of this absence, we must compare. In the Valley of the Kings, tombs like that of Seti I or Ramses VI explode with color and narrative. The walls are alive with stories, the pharaoh's soul sailing with Ra, the protective goddess nut arching across the ceiling, rows of spells from the Book of the Dead. These inscriptions were more than decoration. They were essential, functioning as guides and magical safeguards to ensure the king's safe passage into the afterlife. Without them, the pharaoh risked spiritual peril. Yet in the Great Pyramid, the so-called tomb of Khufu, there is nothing. No prayers, no symbols, no invocations. Just stone. Mainstream Egyptologists often explain this away by suggesting that the pyramid once held inscriptions that were lost, destroyed, or never completed. But this argument falters when examined closely. The chambers of the Great Pyramid are cut from hard granite, notoriously difficult to carve. If they had been inscribed, traces would remain, even if weathering or looting had taken place. Instead, the surfaces are uniformly blank. Was it truly an oversight, or was it deliberate? If deliberate, then what does that say about the structure's actual purpose? The silence of the pyramid is matched by the silence of Khufu himself. Unlike later kings, who proudly plastered their names across temples, statues, and steely, Khufu left almost no record. In fact, the only direct evidence linking him to the Great Pyramid is a small cartouche discovered in a hidden chamber above the King's Chamber in the 19th century by Colonel Howard Vyse. Even this inscription has been controversial, with some researchers claiming it may have been forged to bolster Vyse's career. If Khufu truly commissioned the most extraordinary monument in human history, why is his name so absent from it? Why is there no grand dedication, no inscription proclaiming his glory? Contrast this with other pyramids that do contain inscriptions, such as those of the 5th and 6th dynasty, where the so-called pyramid texts appear. These are dense collections of religious spells, carved into the walls of smaller pyramids belonging to pharaohs like Unas. Their purpose was explicit: to help the king ascend to the heavens and become one with the gods. Yet again, the Great Pyramid, the largest and most sophisticated of them all, contains none. If Khufu's pyramid was truly meant as a tomb, why would it lack the very spells believed to ensure his afterlife? Was the Great Pyramid so fundamentally different in purpose that such texts were unnecessary or irrelevant? Some argue that the absence of hieroglyphs is not a flaw but a clue. The stark, undecorated chambers suggest that the pyramid was not built as a symbolic space for ritual but as a functional structure, more akin to a machine than a mausoleum. Its builders may have had no need for prayers carved in stone, because its purpose was not religious in the conventional sense but technological. To decorate its walls would be like carving images inside the housing of a generator or a resonating chamber. It would serve no function and perhaps even interfere with its design. This interpretation gains weight when we consider the way the pyramid interacts with sound. Explorers and researchers who have tested acoustics inside the King's Chamber report that the granite walls seem to amplify certain frequencies, producing powerful vibrations. Musicians and scientists alike have noted that tones sung or played within resonate with uncanny force, as though the chamber was tuned like a musical instrument. Was this an accident, or was the absence of inscriptions intentional to preserve the smooth surfaces necessary for such resonance? There is also a symbolic element to consider. In many cultures, silence itself is a form of reverence. Could the pyramid's blankness reflect an attempt to embody cosmic order or universal purity? If so, it differs radically from every other Egyptian tomb, reinforcing the idea that it was not truly part of the same funerary tradition. Instead, it seems to belong to an entirely different category of structure, one whose builders prioritize geometry, precision, and resonance over ritual iconography. Skeptics argue that we should not read too much into the absence of decoration, that the pyramid's purpose as a tomb is supported by its form alone. But this reasoning ignores the striking contrast between the Great Pyramid and all other confirmed tombs of pharaohs. Why would Khufu, supposedly the most powerful king of the Old Kingdom, neglect to inscribe even his own name on his eternal resting place? Why would he build a structure so fundamentally different from those of his predecessors and successors? The lack of hieroglyphs is not a minor detail. It is a glaring anomaly that undermines the entire tomb theory. It leaves us with two possibilities. Either Khufu was radically unconventional, building the greatest tomb in history yet stripping it of every funerary element, or the pyramid was never a tomb at all. If the second possibility is true, then we must confront the uncomfortable conclusion that the Great Pyramid was designed for something entirely different, something practical, powerful, and purposeful. In the end, the silence of the Great Pyramid speaks louder than inscriptions ever could. Its blank walls challenge us to see beyond the narrative of tombs and funerary rituals, to question whether we are standing not in a royal mausoleum but inside the shell of a machine whose function we have yet to fully grasp. A monument without words may, in fact, be telling us more than one filled with hieroglyphs, if only we are willing to listen to what that silence implies. Step deeper into the Great Pyramid, and you arrive at one of its most baffling and majestic features, the Grand Gallery. A vast, sloping passage nearly 150 feet long and over 28 feet high, it stretches upward in eerie silence, its walls rising in perfectly stepped layers of polished stone. The chamber seems out of place, almost alien in its precision. Unlike the cramped corridors of other pyramids, the Grand Gallery feels monumental, designed not for ritual decoration or comfort, but for something that required both scale and accuracy. To walk its length is to feel as though you are inside a carefully engineered mechanism, one whose purpose has yet to be fully decoded. The architecture itself defies simple explanation. The gallery's corbelled walls step inward at regular intervals, creating a tall, narrow space that funnels upward toward the king's chamber. The floor is smooth and straight, but along its sides run curious grooves and slots, cut with uncanny precision. Egyptologists describe them as functional for construction. perhaps supports for massive wooden beams used in a pulley system. But others see something different. To those who study resonance, acoustics, and vibration, the Grand Gallery looks less like a ramp for hauling stones and more like a chamber designed to channel energy. Acoustic experiments carried out inside the gallery reveal startling phenomena. Certain frequencies resonate powerfully, as though the stone walls themselves amplify and sustain sound. A simple hum, a clap, or even footsteps can send vibrations rolling up the chamber, echoing in strange ways. Some researchers suggest this was intentional, that the gallery was tuned like a giant instrument. Could it have been designed to amplify sound waves, creating resonance that spread through the pyramid's granite and limestone structure? If so, then the pyramid may have operated on principles of vibration and harmonic energy long before modern science rediscovered them. The connection between sound and power is not as far-fetched as it seems. In physics, resonance occurs when a system vibrates at a particular frequency with greater amplitude than at others. Bridges collapse when wind induces resonance. Wine glasses shatter when singers hit the right pitch. In quartz and other crystalline materials, resonance can generate measurable electrical charges, the very principle behind modern radio transmitters, watches, and microchips. The Grand Gallery, with its granite and quartz content, may have functioned in a similar way, designed to resonate at specific frequencies that generated usable energy. The slots and grooves along the gallery walls deepen the mystery. Some theories propose they once supported large slabs or devices that interacted with the resonance. Author Christopher Dunn, who popularized the pyramid power plant theory, suggests they could have held massive stone or wooden resonators that vibrated with sound energy, producing a cascading effect. In this view, the Grand Gallery acted like the throat of a giant instrument, focusing vibrations upward toward the king's chamber, where granite blocks concentrated and perhaps transformed that energy into something else. Skeptics, of course, dismiss such ideas as fantasy, preferring to see the gallery as nothing more than an oversized passageway. Yet their explanations often feel incomplete. Why would a tomb require such an enormous, finely constructed space with features that serve no obvious funerary function? No mummies, no sarcophagi, no hieroglyphs line its walls. Instead, it is a bare, resonant chamber, constructed with precision far exceeding what was necessary for a simple passage. If the pyramid was only a tomb, then the Grand Gallery stands as an inexplicable anomaly. Consider, too, the pyramid's relationship with sound in Egyptian culture. The ancients placed extraordinary importance on words, chants, and vibration. The act of speaking a name, of uttering a spell, was believed to hold real power. Temples were designed with acoustics in mind, amplifying the chants of priests and the sound of ritual instruments. Could the Grand Gallery represent the ultimate extension of this knowledge? A vast acoustic chamber designed not for ceremony but for harnessing sound as a force of nature? Some legends add to the intrigue. Accounts from the 19th and early 20th centuries describe explorers who sang or played instruments inside the pyramid, only to feel the walls themselves vibrate. Modern experiments with ultrasound and electromagnetic waves have shown unusual anomalies in how the pyramid interacts with energy, reinforcing the idea that its architecture may have been designed for more than human passage. Even if we set aside the most radical theories, the Grand Gallery remains extraordinary. Its sheer precision, scale, and acoustics cannot be explained away as mere decoration or excess. Every stone seems to have been placed with intent, every angle calculated to achieve something beyond simple utility. Whether it was to move massive counterweights, to channel sound, or to resonate with the earth itself, the gallery's design suggests knowledge of physics far beyond what we attribute to a Bronze Age civilization. And so we are left with the central riddle. What was the Grand Gallery for? A ramp for hauling blocks seems too mundane for such careful construction. A ceremonial passage seems too empty, too cold. A machine component, an acoustic or energetic system, may sound speculative, but it aligns with what the stones themselves whisper through their silence and their resonance. Perhaps the answer lies in seeing the pyramid not as a static monument but as a dynamic system. The Grand Gallery may have been one part of a larger mechanism, designed to harness natural forces, sound, water, pressure, vibration, and transform them into usable energy. If true, then the bare walls of the gallery are not evidence of absence but evidence of purpose, stripped of decoration to preserve the precision required for its function. In the end, the Grand Gallery defies categorization. It is too precise for accident, too empty for ritual, and too resonant for silence. It stands as one of the strongest clues that the Great Pyramid was never a tomb but something far more complex, perhaps even a machine designed to tap into the fundamental forces of the earth itself. And as we descend into the deeper layers of the pyramid, the enigma only deepens. For beneath the mighty structure lies a hidden chamber that adds yet another piece to this ancient puzzle, the mysterious subterranean chamber. Beneath the immense weight of the Great Pyramid lies one of its strangest and most overlooked features, the subterranean chamber. To reach it, you must ascend a long, narrow passageway that slopes downward deep into the bedrock, far below ground level. Unlike the polished precision of the upper chambers, this hidden room feels raw, unfinished, and unsettling. Its walls are rough-hewn, as though the builders had begun to carve but never completed their work. At the center of the chamber lies a mysterious pit, cut sharply into the floor. Some describe it as a shaft, others see it as a symbolic womb of the earth. But to those who believe the pyramid was more than a tomb, the subterranean chamber is not an accident or an unfinished project. It may hold the key to the pyramid's true function. When early explorers entered the subterranean chamber, they were struck by its crude appearance. The ceiling is uneven, the walls jagged, and the pit in the floor oddly deep and narrow, as though designed to channel something downward. Egyptologists have long struggled to explain it. Some say the chamber was an early attempt to construct a burial chamber that was abandoned in favor of the king's chamber above. Others argue it was meant as a symbolic underworld, representing the pharaoh's journey through the darkness of death before rising again. But these explanations fail to address one glaring question. Why would the builders of the most precise and perfect structure on Earth leave such an important chamber unfinished? The chamber's very location raises suspicion. It sits carved into the natural bedrock, beneath millions of tons of stone. This is not a place designed for grandeur or ceremony. It is hidden, difficult to reach, and deliberately buried. To get there requires descending through a steep, narrow passage that feels more like a utility shaft than a royal corridor. If the pyramid was built solely as a tomb, why carve such an awkward and unfinished room so deep underground? The very act of tunneling into the bedrock would have required massive effort and planning. Such an undertaking suggests purpose. Some researchers propose that the subterranean chamber served as the lowest part of a complex hydraulic system. Water from the nearby Nile, or from natural aquifers beneath the plateau, may have been channeled into this chamber. If true, the rough walls make more sense. They were not meant to impress but to serve as a reservoir or pressure chamber. The pit, in this interpretation, acted like a valve or well, directing water flow or pressure upward through the pyramid's inner passages. When combined with the resonant properties of the Grand Gallery and the King's Chamber, this suggests the pyramid may have functioned as an energy generator, converting the natural forces of water, sound, and vibration into power. Support for this idea comes from modern scientific studies of the Giza Plateau. Geologists have confirmed the existence of underground water channels beneath the pyramid. Even today, moisture seeps through the limestone. The ancients may have understood these natural features and incorporated them into the pyramid's design. In this light, the subterranean chamber may not be unfinished at all. It may have been carved exactly as intended, a raw cavity designed to interact with the Earth's natural systems. The chamber also evokes ancient myths of the underworld. In Egyptian cosmology, the journey to the afterlife often began beneath the earth, passing through trials and darkness before emerging into the light. Could the chamber have served as both a symbolic and functional space, representing the womb of creation while also harnessing natural forces? The pit at its center could symbolize the primordial waters, the abyss from which life first emerged. If so, the builders may have been encoding both myth and science into the same design. Accounts from explorers add layers to the mystery. In the 19th century, some reported strange air currents within the descending passage, as though the pyramid breathed. Others described a sense of pressure, heaviness, and even dizziness upon entering the subterranean chamber. Modern investigators with sensitive equipment have noted unusual electromagnetic readings in the area, leading to speculation that the chamber interacts with forces still poorly understood. Could the pit have been part of an energy circuit, a point where forces were drawn from the earth and funneled upward into the pyramid's core? Skeptics dismiss these ideas, pointing out that no clear evidence of a hydraulic or energetic system has been found. Yet they cannot explain why the chamber exists at all. If the pyramid was meant to house a pharaoh's body, why bury him in an unfinished hole beneath the ground? If it was symbolic, why spend such enormous effort tunneling deep into solid rock for a space no one was meant to see? The very presence of the subterranean chamber resists simple categorization. Even its roughness may hold meaning. While the king's chamber is polished and precise, designed for resonance and power, the subterranean chamber is primal, raw, and earthy. It may represent the duality of creation, the chaotic womb below and the ordered heavens above. In this sense, the pyramid becomes a bridge between two worlds, the earth and the sky, chaos and order, matter and energy. The subterranean chamber, far from being a mistake, may have been the starting point of the entire system. Standing inside it, one cannot help but feel uneasy. The silence is heavy, the air stagnant, the pit yawning like a dark mouth. There are no inscriptions, no decorations, nothing to suggest human presence or ritual. It feels less like a room and more like a component, part of a machine whose other parts lie above. Whether it was a reservoir, a symbolic womb, or an energy intake, the subterranean chamber forces us to confront a possibility most Egyptologists avoid, that the pyramid was not a tomb at all, but an engine, one whose foundation began in the depths of the earth itself. From this hidden chamber beneath the pyramid, we move upward again, to the so-called Queen's Chamber. Unlike the subterranean cavity, the Queen's Chamber is finely cut, symmetrical, and filled with mysteries of its own. Its unusual shafts and enigmatic design will take us even closer to understanding whether the pyramid's true function was funerary, symbolic, or technological. Deep within the heart of the Great Pyramid lies one of its most enigmatic spaces, the so-called Queen's Chamber. Unlike the raw, unfinished subterranean chamber, this room feels deliberate, balanced, and strangely purposeful. It sits at the very core of the pyramid, perfectly aligned along its east-west axis, as though positioned with mathematical intent. The chamber itself is modest in size, about 18 feet by 17 feet, with a pointed corbelled roof rising to 20 feet, but what it lacks in grandeur, it more than makes up for in mystery. For despite its name, there is no evidence that a queen was ever buried there. In fact, there is no sarcophagus, no inscriptions, no funerary art. Instead, the Queen's Chamber holds architectural puzzles that defy simple explanation and suggest that it was designed for something far more complex than housing a royal body. At first glance, the chamber's proportions stand out. The walls are smooth, the ceiling sharply angled, and the entire room is centered with geometric precision. Early explorers expected to find treasures or burial remains, yet the chamber was empty. Egyptologists labeled it the Queen's Chamber as a matter of convention, believing it was too small to house a king. But this name is misleading. No queens are associated with the Great Pyramid, and no queens' tombs have been discovered within its core. The designation is little more than guesswork, obscuring the chamber's true function. The real mystery begins with the two narrow shafts that extend from the north and south walls of the Queen's Chamber. Measuring only about 8 inches square, these so-called air shafts run diagonally upward for more than 200 feet before stopping short of the pyramid's surface. For centuries, no one knew they existed, until 1872, when British engineer Wayman Dixon discovered them by accident. Probing into the wall, he uncovered hidden openings that led to these tiny tunnels, perfectly cut through stone with astonishing precision. But here is the question: why would anyone carve such narrow passages, too small for a human to crawl through, too long to serve as mere ventilation, and oriented with such accuracy toward the sky? Egyptologists argue that the shafts had symbolic purpose, aligning with stars associated with ancient Egyptian religion. The southern shaft, they suggest, pointed towards Sirius, the star linked with the goddess Isis. The northern shaft may have targeted the circumpolar stars, symbols of eternity and the king's eternal soul. According to this interpretation, the shafts allowed the pharaoh's spirit to ascend to the heavens. Yet this theory has problems. First, the shafts of the Queen's Chamber do not extend fully to the outside of the pyramid. They stop short, sealed by stone blocks, meaning they could never actually function as passageways to the stars. If they were intended for the soul's escape, why would the builders seal them? This brings us to the most tantalizing discovery of all. In the early 1990s, German engineer Rudolf Gantenbrink sent a small robotic camera, nicknamed U-Port-2, into the southern shaft of the Queen's Chamber. After crawling 200 feet upward, the robot encountered a limestone block fitted with 2 copper handles embedded in it. The block looked like a tiny sealed door. Behind it, no one knew what lay. Was it a dead end? A symbolic barrier? Or a gateway to a hidden chamber? The discovery set the world ablaze with speculation. Later robotic missions probed further, discovering similar features in both the northern and southern shafts. The presence of copper fittings, an unusual material in Egyptian architecture, led some researchers to suspect a mechanical or energetic function. Copper is an excellent conductor of electricity, raising the possibility that these shafts were not spiritual passageways at all but components in a larger system. In the power plant theory, they may have functioned as waveguides or resonant conduits, channeling energy between chambers or even outside the pyramid itself. Adding to the intrigue are the objects discovered in the shafts by Dixon in 1872. A small bronze hook, a granite sphere, and a piece of cedar wood. Egyptologists dismissed these as simple tools or symbolic items left behind. But to alternative researchers, they look suspiciously like components of a mechanism. The hook may have been part of a device, the sphere a resonator, and the cedar wood an insulating material. These artifacts, now known as the Dixon relics, vanished into private collections for over a century before resurfacing in the British Museum. Their function remains unknown. The Queen's Chamber itself has unusual features beyond the shafts. At its eastern wall, a niche rises like a tall recess, almost like an altar or housing for something once installed there. Some suggest it held a statue of the Queen, though no evidence supports this. Others believe it may have been designed to house a device, a resonator, a crystal, or some other unknown instrument. Its placement in the chamber, directly aligned with the pyramid's central axis, suggests intentionality. When considered together, the shafts, the copper fittings, the niche, and the chamber's precise geometry, the Queen's Chamber begins to look less like a burial room and more like a functional node in a larger system. If the subterranean chamber acted as a reservoir or intake for natural forces, and the Grand Gallery amplified resonance, then the Queen's Chamber may have served as a control or conversion chamber, regulating energy as it passed upward toward the King's Chamber. Of course, skeptics reject this, clinging to the funerary interpretation. Yet they are left with contradictions: a queen's tomb with no queen, air shafts that do not reach the air, and a symbolic chamber with mechanical-looking components. The mainstream view fails to resolve these anomalies, leaving the Queen's Chamber as one of the greatest puzzles in Egyptology. Standing inside it, one feels a strange sense of balance, as though the chamber hums with hidden order. Its proportions and alignment whisper of design beyond ritual, of purpose beyond symbolism. And its sealed shafts suggest that secrets remain locked within, waiting for the right tools, or perhaps the right minds, to reveal them. From here, the mystery deepens as we ascend to the most famous and enigmatic room of all, the King's Chamber. Constructed from massive blocks of granite, fitted with impossible precision, and resonating like a giant instrument, the King's Chamber may represent the very heart of the pyramid's hidden purpose. But before we enter it, we must understand the theories that link sound, resonance, and stone, a scientific foundation that may finally unlock the pyramid's true function. At the very core of the Great Pyramid, concealed behind a series of ascending passages and architectural marvels, lies the most iconic and mysterious chamber of all, the so-called King's Chamber. Unlike the raw cavern of the subterranean chamber or the geometric elegance of the Queen's Chamber, this room exudes a strange sense of power, precision, and permanence. Constructed entirely of massive granite blocks, each weighing between 25 and 80 tons, the chamber feels less like a burial room and more like the engine block of some ancient machine. Its dimensions are striking: 34 feet long, 17 feet wide, and 19 feet high, with walls composed of flawlessly joined granite slabs transported from Aswan, over 500 miles away. Even today, the logistics of quarrying, transporting, and installing such colossal stones remain staggering. But it is not just their size that baffles us, it is the purpose. If this room was truly intended to serve as Pharaoh Khufu's final resting place, why design it with such complexity, precision, and resonance? Why build a chamber of vibrating granite rather than decorate it with the sacred texts and images found in every other royal tomb? At the center of the King's Chamber lies its most famous feature, the granite coffer, often referred to as a sarcophagus. Unlike traditional Egyptian sarcophagi, however, this one is undecorated, uninscribed, and oddly too large to have been maneuvered into the chamber through its narrow passages. This has led many to conclude that it was placed there during construction, suggesting that the chamber was designed around it. But if this was truly a coffin, why leave it bare? No hieroglyphs, no prayers, no markings of ownership, just smooth, resonant granite. Some researchers have noted that when struck, the coffer rings like a bell, producing clear tones that suggest it may have been designed to resonate rather than to contain a body. Above the King's Chamber lies another architectural puzzle, the so-called relieving chambers. Stacked one on top of the other, 5 small spaces separated by massive granite beams were supposedly designed to reduce the weight of the pyramid pressing down on the chamber. This explanation makes sense structurally, but once again, questions remain. Why use massive granite beams weighing up to 70 tons each when simpler methods would suffice? And why is the space within these relieving chambers so carefully engineered, with flat and angled ceilings forming a kind of layered system? Some alternative researchers suggest that these chambers were not simply for weight distribution but served as acoustic resonators, amplifying vibrations within the chamber below. Indeed, resonance seems to be the defining feature of the king's chamber. Experiments carried out inside the room reveal that it responds powerfully to specific sound frequencies. Humming, chanting, or playing instruments can set the granite blocks vibrating, filling the space with harmonic overtones. Musicians who have performed inside describe it as standing inside a giant instrument. Sound waves bounce, merge, and amplify in ways that feel unnatural, as though the room were designed to capture and manipulate vibrational energy. This acoustic phenomenon aligns uncannily with modern science. Granite, which contains a high concentration of quartz crystals, exhibits piezoelectric properties, meaning it can convert mechanical stress, such as vibration, into electrical energy. If the king's chamber was designed to resonate with sound, then its very walls could have been generating subtle electrical currents. The coffer, acting like a resonant cavity, may have played a role in amplifying these vibrations. In this light, the chamber appears less like a tomb and more like a power chamber, part of a system that converted natural forces into usable energy. Skeptics argue that such interpretations stretch the evidence too far. They maintain that the king's chamber was simply a burial chamber, the coffer a sarcophagus, and the granite beams above a practical solution to architectural stress. Yet these explanations leave gaping holes. Why no inscriptions? Why transport such massive granite blocks across impossible distances when limestone would suffice for a tomb? Why design a chamber that hums with resonance, behaving more like a musical instrument than a funerary hall? Alternative theorists like Christopher Dunn, author of the Giza power plant, propose that the king's chamber functioned as the central power core of the pyramid. In his model, the pyramid was a machine that harnessed Earth's natural energy. The subterranean chamber acted as a hydraulic pump, channeling water pressure upward. The Grand Gallery served as a resonance hall, amplifying vibrations. The Queen's chamber regulated frequencies through its shafts and copper fittings. And finally, the King's chamber, constructed of resonant granite, was the conversion chamber where vibrational energy was transformed into usable power, possibly even microwaves or electrical currents. This theory gains intrigue when we consider the copper fittings in the Queen's chamber shafts and the crystalline properties of the granite here. Together, they suggest a system of resonance and conduction. In modern terms, it resembles a giant piezoelectric generator, using vibration, pressure, and resonance to produce energy. Could it be that the ancient Egyptians, or perhaps an even older lost civilization, understood principles of energy we are only rediscovering today? Even beyond science, the king's chamber carries a symbolic weight. In Egyptian cosmology, granite was considered sacred, associated with eternity and indestructibility. By building the heart of the pyramid from this material, the builders may have been encoding a message. This was not a place of death but a place of transformation. Whether that transformation was spiritual, technological, or both remains a matter of debate. To step into the king's chamber is to feel a profound sense of presence. The air is heavy, the silence charged, the granite blocks towering around you like immovable guardians. Every surface seems alive with potential, as though waiting for a frequency, a vibration, to awaken it. Unlike any other tomb in Egypt, this room resists being seen as a grave. It feels instead like the beating heart of a structure designed to interact with forces far greater than human ritual. From here, the mystery only intensifies. For if the king's chamber is the core of the machine, then what role did the pyramid as a whole play in harnessing natural energy? Was it built to generate power, to transmit energy, or perhaps to serve as a gateway between worlds? To answer these questions, we must step back from the chambers themselves and examine the pyramid in its totality, its geometry, its astronomical alignments, and its potential as a giant resonance system connected to the Earth itself. If we step back from the individual chambers and consider the Great Pyramid in its entirety, a far grander and more provocative picture begins to emerge. This was not merely a collection of rooms, subterranean chamber, queen's chamber, king's chamber, stacked at random. It was a unified system, each component playing a role within a larger design. And when we analyze that design, we find that it is not only geometric but harmonic, as though the pyramid was built to function like a colossal resonant machine, harmonizing with the Earth itself. The first clue lies in the pyramid's dimensions. Standing originally at 481 feet tall and with a base of 756 feet on each side, the Great Pyramid is aligned to true north with astonishing accuracy, within a fraction of a degree. Such precision would be remarkable even with modern instruments, yet the builders achieved it over 4,500 years ago, according to orthodox dating. This alignment is not merely aesthetic. It suggests a conscious attempt to synchronize the pyramid with Earth's axis, integrating it into the planet's natural cycles. A structure aligned this precisely is not just a monument. It is a machine calibrated to the cosmos. The proportions of the pyramid encode even deeper mysteries. The ratio of its height to the perimeter of its base approximates 2 pi, linking the structure directly to the geometry of a circle. In other words, the pyramid encodes both linear and circular measurement systems, uniting Earth-based geometry with cosmic mathematics. Within its proportions, researchers have found astonishing constants: pi, the golden ratio, phi, and even approximations of the speed of light. Whether intentional or coincidental, these relationships suggest the builders understood mathematics far beyond what mainstream history credits them with. But more importantly, they hint that the pyramid was designed as a resonant structure, one that could interact with the fundamental frequencies of nature. Resonance is key to this theory. Every physical object vibrates at a natural frequency, from a guitar string to a wine glass. The Earth itself has resonances, known as Schumann resonances, which oscillate around 7.83 Hz. Some researchers propose that the Great Pyramid was tuned to resonate with these frequencies, acting like a colossal antenna that amplified Earth's natural vibrations. If the subterranean chamber was the intake, the Grand Gallery the amplifier, and the King's Chamber the conversion chamber, then the pyramid as a whole was a giant resonant system designed to harness and perhaps transmit this energy. The arrangement of the pyramid's chambers reinforces this interpretation. Each one appears to correspond to a stage in resonance. The subterranean chamber, carved into bedrock, may have interacted with subterranean water flows, creating low-frequency vibrations. The Grand Gallery, with its stepped walls, acted as a massive resonator, amplifying sound and vibration upward. The Queen's Chamber, with its shafts and niche, may have fine-tuned the frequencies, while the King's Chamber, with its granite blocks and coffer, converted these vibrations into usable energy. Seen as a system, the pyramid behaves not like a tomb but like a machine. But resonance here may not have been limited to sound. Electromagnetic experiments in recent years have revealed that the pyramid interacts with energy in surprising ways. Studies by physicists at ITMO University in Russia suggested that the Great Pyramid can concentrate electromagnetic energy in its chambers and at its base under certain conditions. While mainstream scientists caution against drawing too much from these models, they nonetheless demonstrate that the pyramid's shape and structure are capable of channeling energy in ways that are far from coincidental. Could the builders have known this? Did they design the pyramid's geometry not for burial but for energy manipulation? The harmonics extend even further when we consider the pyramid's relationship to the Earth. The latitude of the Great Pyramid, 9,792,458 degrees north, matches almost exactly the speed of light in meters per second, 299,792,458 meters per second. While mainstream academics dismiss this as coincidence, the precision is uncanny. Was this a deliberate encoding of cosmic constants into architecture? If so, it suggests that the builders were not only aware of Earth's geometry but also of universal physics. Such knowledge would imply access to a scientific tradition long lost to history. Geometry and harmonics also converge in the pyramid's alignments with the stars. The so-called air shafts of the King's and Queen's chambers are oriented with remarkable accuracy toward Orion's belt, Sirius, and the circumpolar stars. These alignments link the pyramid to celestial cycles, suggesting it was intended to resonate not just with Earth but with the cosmos itself. In this view, the pyramid was a kind of bridge, a resonant gateway uniting Earth and sky, matter and energy, mortal and divine. From a practical standpoint, resonance and harmonics could explain the pyramid's purpose as a power plant. Vibrations from subterranean water flows may have been amplified and converted into electromagnetic energy, transmitted through the pyramid's geometry, and perhaps even broadcast outward via the capstone, long since lost. In this sense, the pyramid would not generate energy from nothing but act as a transformer, capturing and focusing natural forces already present in the Earth. Skeptics argue that such theories are speculative, unsupported by physical evidence of wires, circuits, or machines. But this objection assumes that ancient technology must resemble modern technology. What if their methods were different, based not on combustion engines and metal wires but on resonance, acoustics, and stone? The absence of familiar tools does not rule out advanced function. After all, modern wireless charging, resonant circuits, and even quantum technologies rely on principles invisible to the eye. The Great Pyramid may represent an ancient mastery of such principles, expressed not in silicon and steel but in stone and geometry. Symbolically, this interpretation transforms the pyramid into something far more profound. It becomes not a tomb of death but a monument of life, designed to harness the heartbeat of the planet itself. Its silence, its geometry, its alignment, all point not to ritual but to resonance. To step inside is to step into a machine that was once alive, humming with frequencies that bound Earth to sky, humanity to cosmos. And if the Great Pyramid truly was a resonant machine, then we must ask the most unsettling question of all: who built it, and what knowledge did they possess that has since been lost? Was it truly the work of Khufu and his architects, or was it the legacy of a forgotten civilization that understood energy in ways we are only beginning to rediscover? As we pursue this line of thought, we find ourselves confronting not just architecture but anomalies, traces of technology hidden in plain sight, waiting to be connected into a larger story. For the next step in our journey takes us beyond geometry and into the realm of artifacts and discoveries that point directly to an advanced, perhaps forbidden, science at work within the stones of Giza. The deeper we dig into the Great Pyramid and the surrounding monuments of Giza, the more we encounter a recurring theme: precision. Not just ordinary craftsmanship, but levels of precision that appear shockingly out of place in an era supposedly defined by copper chisels, stone hammers, and ropes. The evidence of advanced technology is not hidden. It stares us in the face, carved into granite, measured in perfect angles, and aligned with a mastery that modern engineers struggle to replicate. To deny it, one must either dismiss these feats as coincidence or admit that ancient builders possessed tools and knowledge far beyond what we credit them with. Let us begin with the most striking example: the cutting of granite. Granite is one of the hardest stones on Earth, ranking around 6 to 7 on the Mohs scale of hardness. Copper tools, which ancient Egyptians supposedly used, are only about 3 on this scale. In other words, cutting granite with copper is like trying to slice through steel with a wooden knife. It simply doesn't make sense. And yet, all throughout the Great Pyramid, the Valley Temple, and nearby structures, we find massive blocks of granite not only cut but polished to a mirror-like finish, with surfaces so flat that they defy explanation. The granite coffer inside the King's Chamber is a prime example. Researchers have measured its interior and found that it is cut with tolerances of within a fraction of a millimeter. The corners are perfectly square, the sides parallel, and the surface smooth as glass. What's more, boreholes discovered in granite blocks near Giza reveal spiral tool marks consistent not with hand chiseling but with mechanical drilling. British engineer Sir William Flinders Petrie, one of the earliest archaeologists to apply rigorous measurements to Egyptian monuments, was astounded by what he found in the 1880s. He documented drill holes that suggested the use of tubular drills operating with tremendous force and speed, something far beyond the capabilities of copper and manpower. Petrie himself concluded that the ancients must have used tools tipped with diamond or another ultra-hard material, combined with a mechanical system capable of exerting pressure far greater than any primitive method. Christopher Dunn, in his groundbreaking work The Giza Power Plant, took these observations further, proposing that precision machining techniques were clearly at play. Dunn, an engineer with decades of experience in manufacturing, analyzed tool marks and block geometry and declared that they bore the hallmarks of high-speed machinery, perhaps ultrasonic drilling or advanced lathes. His conclusion was not casual speculation. It was an engineer's assessment based on patterns he recognized from his own field. If true, it suggests that whoever built these monuments was not experimenting but applying mature, industrial-level technology. Then there is the question of block placement. The Great Pyramid contains an estimated 2.3 million blocks, some weighing up to 80 tons. Many of these blocks are fitted so tightly that a razor blade cannot pass between them. No mortar was used, yet the joints are nearly perfect. Modern engineers using cranes, lasers, and diamond-tipped saws would find such precision daunting. How, then, did the ancient Egyptians, allegedly working with sledges and ropes, achieve it on such a colossal scale? Equally mysterious are the megalithic blocks found in the Valley Temple and the so-called Osirian at Abydos. Some of these blocks weigh hundreds of tons, far exceeding the lifting capacity of modern cranes in difficult terrain. The placement of these stones suggests not only transportation over vast distances, but precise positioning that would require advanced machinery or techniques lost to history. Even more startling are the geometric anomalies encoded into the Great Pyramid itself. The casing stones, long since stripped away, were originally polished limestone, cut to such precision that they formed an outer surface accurate to within a fraction of an inch across a base of over 13 acres. The slope angle of the pyramid sides, 51 degrees 51, is exact, producing a structure that rises at a ratio nearly identical to that of pi when compared to its base. Such mathematical perfection suggests not only an advanced understanding of geometry but tools capable of measuring and implementing it on a massive scale. Evidence of machining is not confined to the Great Pyramid. All across Egypt, artifacts demonstrate an inexplicable mastery of stoneworking. The famous schist disc discovered at Saqqara is a fragile, bowl-like object carved from a single piece of schist, a stone prone to splitting. Its design includes thin, curved blades and a central hub, almost resembling a mechanical component such as a propeller or flywheel. The object's fragility and symmetry make it nearly impossible to carve with primitive tools. It is as if it was manufactured, not sculpted. Likewise, the unfinished obelisk in Aswan reveals even more enigmas. Carved directly into bedrock, this massive stone, had it been completed, would have weighed around 1,200 tons. Tool marks at the site show uniform scooping patterns that appear to have been made by some kind of mechanical cutting device rather than by handheld tools. The scale of the project, coupled with the evidence of rapid material removal, indicates a level of industrial efficiency unthinkable in the Bronze Age. Skeptics often argue that we underestimate the ingenuity of ancient laborists. They point to experiments showing that copper tools with sand as an abrasive can cut stone, and that thousands of workers could move heavy blocks with sledges and lubricated tracks. But these experiments fall far short of explaining the scope and precision of what we see in Egypt. Moving one block with a team of hundreds is one thing. Moving millions of them, aligning them with cosmic accuracy, and machining granite with submillimeter tolerances is another matter entirely. The gap between demonstration and reality remains vast. If we accept that advanced technology was at play, the implications are staggering. It would mean that an ancient civilization, whether Egyptian or predating them, possessed industrial or even post-industrial capabilities. They had machines that could cut, polish, and shape granite with ease. They had engineering knowledge that allowed them to lift and position megaliths that challenge even our cranes. And they had a system of measurement and geometry that rivaled, if not exceeded, our own. What happened to this technology? Was it lost in some cataclysm, leaving later Egyptians to inherit the monuments without understanding their full purpose? This is a tantalizing possibility. The pharaohs may have claimed ownership of the pyramids, inscribing their names on them long after their construction, but the real builders may have lived in a forgotten age, wiped from memory by flood, fire, or global upheaval. This is where the idea of forbidden archaeology emerges. Evidence that challenges the mainstream timeline is often dismissed or ignored, not because it lacks merit but because it threatens to overturn centuries of established history. If the pyramids are not simply tombs, if they embody machining and engineering that should not exist in 2500 BCE, then our entire understanding of the past must be rewritten. The precision of the pyramids and their associated artifacts does not sit quietly within the official narrative. It demands explanation, and in demanding it, it forces us to look beyond the conventional. Could it be that the Great Pyramid was not merely a symbol of Pharaoh's power but a literal power plant, an industrial masterpiece designed to harness natural energy? The evidence of advanced technology is the missing piece that makes this theory not only plausible but compelling. As we turn to the next stage of our exploration, the focus shifts from physical precision to the forces that may have powered this machine. For if the builders had the means to cut, shape, and position stone with surgical accuracy, what source of energy fueled their world? Was it something far simpler yet far more profound than we can imagine? A hidden force of nature waiting to be tapped, flowing beneath the surface of the earth itself? Beneath the sands of Giza, hidden below the colossal limestone and granite blocks of the Great Pyramid, lies one of the most overlooked but perhaps most important clues to the pyramid's true function: water. While mainstream archaeologists dismiss the idea as fringe speculation, an increasing number of independent researchers, engineers, and geologists argue that the pyramid may have been deliberately designed to interact with the natural water table and underground rivers of the Nile. In this theory, water was not simply a resource for workers or a symbolic element in religious rituals. It was the very lifeblood of the pyramid's power system. The ancient Egyptians themselves revered water as the primordial source of life. In their mythology, the universe began with the chaotic waters of Nun, from which creation emerged. For them, water was not simply material but spiritual, the carrier of energy and transformation. If the pyramid was indeed a machine, then harnessing water would have been both practical and symbolic, a way of merging natural forces with cosmic purpose. At Giza, the evidence for subterranean water systems is compelling. The plateau itself sits above a complex aquifer, a network of underground streams and chambers that channel Nile water beneath the pyramids. In fact, the subterranean chamber of the Great Pyramid, the lowest chamber carved directly into the bedrock, bears striking signs of interaction with water. Its rough, unfinished surfaces, strange niches, and descending passageways suggest a hydraulic function rather than a funerary one. Some researchers propose that this chamber was intentionally designed to fill with water, acting as a pressure pump that set the pyramid's resonance system into motion. Christopher Dunn's Giza power plant hypothesis emphasizes this connection. According to Dunn, water from the Nile was drawn into the pyramid's subterranean system, where it created a natural pressure flow. As the water moved through the limestone bedrock, it produced vibrations, low-frequency seismic waves. These vibrations, when funneled upward into the carefully designed passages of the pyramid, became the driver of resonance within the Grand Gallery and the King's Chamber. In this model, water was the trigger, the natural engine fueling a system of vibration, resonance, and ultimately energy conversion. Modern science lends weight to this idea. Flowing water generates piezoelectric effects when it interacts with certain types of rock, particularly quartz-bearing granite. The King's Chamber, constructed of granite filled with quartz crystals, could have acted as a receiver for this vibrational energy. As water pulsed beneath the pyramid, the pressure waves would cause the granite to vibrate, producing electrical charges through the piezoelectric effect. In essence, the pyramid may have been a massive energy transducer, converting the Earth's natural water flows into usable energy. But there is more. Evidence of water erosion around the Sphinx and lower levels of the Giza Plateau suggests that the area experienced significant and prolonged exposure to water in the distant past. Geological studies, most famously advanced by Dr. Robert Shark, indicate that the weathering patterns on the Sphinx could only have been caused by rainfall thousands of years before Egypt's official dynastic history. If water was indeed abundant on the plateau in that remote epoch, then the pyramid's design would make even more sense. It would have been perfectly situated to harness an abundant natural resource in ways that later Egyptians no longer understood. Acoustic research adds yet another layer to this water connection. Experiments in the subterranean chamber have revealed that the chamber resonates strongly when subjected to sound waves. When combined with the natural pulsing of groundwater beneath it, the entire structure may have functioned as a giant hydraulic resonance system. Think of it as a colossal pump organ, water flow creating pressure, pressure generating vibrations, and vibrations being amplified through chambers designed like resonant cavities. There are also curious architectural details that support this interpretation. The descending passage into the subterranean chamber is sloped at a precise angle, as if designed to channel water into the depths. The chamber itself, with its uneven floor and strange niches, could have been a turbulence chamber, where water pressure built before being released upward through the pyramid's internal system. If this was merely a symbolic burial chamber, why would it be located so deep in the bedrock, unfinished, damp, and entirely inaccessible for funerary rituals? The answer may be that it was never meant for the dead but for water, the living current of the machine. Alternative theorists also point to similarities between the pyramid system and modern hydroelectric or geothermal plants. Just as hydroelectric dams channel the force of water to spin turbines and generate electricity, the Great Pyramid may have used hydraulic pressure to generate resonance and energy within its granite core. The difference is that instead of spinning turbines, it relied on the natural vibrational properties of stone and geometry. Skeptics, of course, argue that no evidence of pumps, pipes, or engineered water systems has been found inside the pyramid. But this criticism assumes that ancient technology would mirror ours, made of metal and machinery. What if their technology was based on stone architecture, geometry, and natural forces rather than mechanical components? The pyramid itself was the machine, the geometry replacing the need for gears, the chambers replacing the need for turbines. Interestingly, accounts from early explorers lend some weight to the hydraulic hypothesis. Arab historian al-Masudi, writing in the 10th century, described legends of the pyramid being connected to the Nile by hidden canals. Other early visitors reported strange dampness in lower passages, as if water once flowed through them. While these accounts are not definitive proof, they suggest that local traditions long remembered a link between the pyramid and water. If the pyramid truly harnessed the energy of water, then its function transcends anything we currently understand about ancient civilizations. It would mean that the builders tapped into renewable, sustainable energy thousands of years before the modern age. They may have been able to power devices, transmit energy wirelessly, or even use it for healing and spiritual practices. After all, vibration and frequency, generated through water resonance, are at the heart of both physics and metaphysics. The implications stretch even further. If the Great Pyramid was a hydraulic power plant, it may not have been unique. Other megalithic sites around the world, Machu Picchu, Pumapunku, even Stonehenge, are situated near water sources, underground aquifers, or fault lines. Could it be that ancient civilizations across the globe shared a common understanding of Earth's energy systems? If so, the pyramids of Giza may represent the pinnacle of this lost science, a grand experiment in tapping the living currents beneath the Earth. As we reflect on this possibility, the pieces begin to fit together, the subterranean chamber as the water pump, the Grand Gallery as the resonant amplifier, the Queen's Chamber as the frequency regulator, and the King's Chamber as the energy converter. Water was not just symbolic but essential, the hidden engine powering the machine. And yet, this raises an even more dramatic question. If the pyramid was indeed powered by water and resonance, what was the energy used for? Was it transmitted wirelessly, like Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower? Was it used to power machinery we have long since forgotten? Or was it not technological in the way we imagine, but spiritual, a way of amplifying consciousness itself? To explore that possibility, we must look not only at the earth beneath the pyramid but the sky above it. For the builders did not align their masterpiece randomly. They anchored it to the stars, suggesting that this machine was not only connected to terrestrial forces but also to cosmic ones. When one stands before the Great Pyramid at Giza, the sheer size and precision of the structure can overwhelm the senses. But if we shift our gaze upward, we begin to see an even deeper layer of the mystery, one that links stone to stars, earth to sky, matter to cosmos. The pyramid was not placed randomly upon the desert plateau. Its geometry, alignments, and orientation were meticulously chosen to mirror celestial patterns. It is as if the Great Pyramid was a stargate of stone, a bridge uniting the planet with the heavens, designed not just for power, but for connection to the cosmos itself. The first and most obvious celestial alignment is the orientation of the pyramid sides. Each side faces one of the cardinal directions with astonishing precision, aligned to true north within 3/60ths of a degree. Modern surveyors have admitted that such accuracy would be difficult to achieve even with GPS technology. Yet the builders, without satellites, achieved perfection. This suggests more than architectural prowess. It implies a cosmological purpose. By aligning the pyramid so precisely with Earth's axis, the builders transformed the monument into a mirror of the planet's relationship with the stars. Then there are the so-called air shafts. Mainstream Egyptologists call them ventilation shafts, but their orientation reveals otherwise. From the King's Chamber, one shaft points directly to the constellation of Orion's belt, specifically, the star Alnitak, while the opposite shaft aligns with the star Sirius. From the Queen's Chamber, one shaft points toward Orion again, while the other points toward the circumpolar stars, the imperishables that never set and were considered by the ancient Egyptians to be the eternal home of the gods. These shafts are far too narrow and precisely angled to serve as ventilation. Instead, they seem deliberately aligned to key celestial bodies. Orion was associated with Osiris, the god of resurrection and power. Sirius was linked to Isis, the goddess of magic and rebirth. The circumpolar stars symbolized eternity. In other words, the pyramid shafts created a symbolic, and perhaps functional, connection between the pharaoh or initiate within and the gods in the heavens. Could these alignments have been more than symbolic? Could they have served as literal channels of energy, harmonizing the structure with cosmic frequencies? The pyramid's overall layout reinforces this celestial link. The three pyramids of Giza together form a pattern that mirrors Orion's belt. Scholars such as Robert Bauval have argued that this was intentional, part of what he called the Orion correlation theory. According to this theory, the Giza pyramids were designed as a terrestrial map of Orion's belt, cementing the connection between Earth and sky. Even the Nile River, flowing near the pyramids, aligned symbolically with the Milky Way, creating a cosmic mirror on Earth's surface. If this was mere symbolism, it was executed on a scale unparalleled in human history. But what if it was more? What if the Great Pyramid was tuned not only to Earth's vibrations, through water and resonance, but also to cosmic frequencies through its stellar alignments? In that case, it may have functioned as an interdimensional gateway, harmonizing terrestrial energy with celestial energy. In modern terms, we might call it a transmitter, or even a stargate. The symbolism of Orion is particularly important here. For the ancient Egyptians, Osiris was not just a god but the embodiment of eternal life. The pharaoh, upon death, was said to join Osiris in Orion's belt, becoming a star among the gods. The pyramid, with its shafts pointing directly to Orion, may have been constructed as a literal vehicle for this transformation. From a metaphysical standpoint, the structure was not just a tomb but a resurrection machine, a device for projecting consciousness into the stars. But the alignments also suggest something more practical. Modern researchers into archaeoastronomy have noted that the pyramid's geometry encodes the precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of Earth's axis that takes about 26,000 years to complete. This cycle is one of the great cosmic clocks, marking the rise and fall of ages. By encoding precession into stone, the builders ensured that the pyramid would serve as a timeless calendar, linking human history to cosmic cycles. If true, this transforms the pyramid into not only a machine of power but also a clock of the heavens, tracking the ages of humanity across millennia. Could the pyramid have been designed to receive energy from the stars themselves? Some alternative researchers believe so. They suggest that cosmic radiation, starlight, and even subtle forms of energy unknown to modern science could have been captured and focused by the pyramid's geometry. In this model, the shafts were not mere channels for symbolism but conduits for energy, aligning the pyramid with specific stellar frequencies. Combined with the Earth's natural vibrations harnessed by water, the pyramid could have acted as a node in a vast network, an Earth-sky resonator bridging two realms. There is also the question of the missing capstone, or pyramid ion. Ancient accounts describe it as possibly covered in electrum, a gold-silver alloy with highly conductive properties. If true, the capstone may have functioned as a conductor, focusing energy upward into the heavens or downward into the pyramid's core. The entire structure, with its limestone casing reflecting light, may have glowed under the sun like a beacon, both a visual and energetic connection between Earth and the stars. Critics argue that the Orion correlation and other star alignments are coincidental, or the product of selective interpretation. But the sheer number of alignments, combined with the pyramid's cardinal orientation, suggest otherwise. This was not random. The builders encoded celestial knowledge into stone with a precision that speaks of intent, not accident. And the Egyptians were not alone in this practice. Across the globe, megalithic sites such as Teotihuacan in Mexico, Angkor Wat in Cambodia, and Stonehenge in England all show striking alignments with celestial bodies. It is as if ancient civilizations everywhere were trying to connect Earth to the cosmos through massive structures. If we accept this possibility, then the Great Pyramid becomes something far more than a tomb. It becomes a resonant engine of both earth and sky, tuned to water and stars, vibrating with terrestrial and cosmic frequencies alike. It is both a power plant and a stargate, a device for energy and for consciousness. In this sense, the pyramid embodies the ultimate union of science and spirituality, an architecture of resonance linking the human world to the divine. This dual function, power and passage, energy and eternity, forces us to rethink everything we know about ancient Egypt. Was the pyramid truly built by Khufu as a tomb, or was he merely the inheritor of a much older legacy? Did the builders possess knowledge of cosmic mechanics, star cycles, and energy systems that modern science is only beginning to rediscover? As we ask these questions, the mystery deepens. For if the pyramid was aligned not only with Earth's energy but with cosmic alignments, then perhaps it was not built solely for this world. Perhaps it was designed to serve as a beacon, a receiver, or even a gateway for intelligences beyond Earth. And this brings us to one of the most controversial yet irresistible questions of all. Did the pyramid's builders have contact with beings from the stars? Few questions ignite more debate, fascination, and controversy than the one at the heart of the Great Pyramid mystery. Who built it? Was it truly the work of Khufu and his Bronze Age laboris, armed with copper chisels, ropes, and sheer determination? Or was it constructed by a civilization long forgotten, perhaps predating Egypt itself, an advanced human culture erased by catastrophe? Or could it have been something even more extraordinary? Contact with beings from beyond our world, ancient visitors from the stars? This question divides researchers, yet it is central to unlocking the pyramid's ultimate purpose. The orthodox view is clear. Mainstream Egyptologists assert that the Great Pyramid was built around 2500 BCE during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu. They argue that a massive workforce of tens of thousands of laboris, skilled artisans, conscripts, and seasonal workers cut limestone blocks, dragged them on sledges, and positioned them into place over the course of about 2 decades. Supporting this claim are quarry marks discovered inside the relieving chambers above the king's chamber, which bear Khufu's name. To academics, this is definitive. The pyramid is a tomb, and Khufu was its builder. But critics argue that this explanation is not only incomplete but deeply flawed. The quarry marks themselves are controversial. Some researchers claim they may have been forged in the 19th century by early archaeologists eager to confirm their theories. More importantly, no inscriptions, hieroglyphs, or records within the pyramid itself explicitly state that it was built by Khufu. Unlike later tombs in the Valley of the Kings, which are adorned with elaborate hieroglyphs and funerary texts, the Great Pyramid is utterly devoid of decoration. It is as if its builders never intended it to be associated with any pharaoh at all. Then there is the issue of engineering. The pyramid's precision, the near-perfect alignment to true north, the astonishingly accurate dimensions, the machining of granite blocks, the harmonic geometry, seems almost impossible to achieve with the tools and techniques available in the 3rd millennium BCE. Copper chisels cannot carve granite with surgical precision. Ropes and wooden sledges cannot easily transport 80-ton blocks across desert sands, let alone lift them into position with sub-millimeter accuracy. The sheer logistics of quarrying, transporting, and assembling 3 million blocks in just 20 years defies belief. For many, the orthodox explanation does not add up. This is where two alternative schools of thought emerge: the theory of lost civilizations and the theory of ancient aliens. Both challenge the mainstream timeline, though they differ in their ultimate conclusions. The lost civilization hypothesis suggests that the pyramids are remnants of a forgotten epoch of human history, a time when advanced cultures flourished long before the rise of dynastic Egypt. Proponents like Graham Hancock, author of Fingerprints of the Gods, argue that around the end of the last ice age, roughly 12,000 years ago, an advanced society existed with knowledge of astronomy, geometry, and perhaps even energy systems. This civilization, they claim, was destroyed in a global cataclysm, leaving only scattered survivors who passed fragments of their knowledge to later cultures like the Egyptians. In this view, the Great Pyramid was not the achievement of Khufu's engineers but a legacy inherited from a forgotten world. Evidence supporting this theory includes the geological weathering of the Sphinx, which geologist Robert Shark argues shows signs of water erosion dating back thousands of years before Egypt's official history. If true, this would place the origins of the Giza monuments not in 2500 BCE but in a far earlier age when heavy rainfall last occurred in the Sahara. The advanced knowledge encoded in the pyramid, the mathematical constants, the stellar alignments, the precessional cycles, also points to a scientific tradition far older than dynastic Egypt. The lost civilization theory suggests that we are living in historical amnesia, blind to an entire chapter of humanity's story. The ancient alien hypothesis takes the mystery one step further. Popularized by Erich von Daniken's Chariots of the Gods and the long-running television series Ancient Aliens, this theory proposes that extraterrestrial visitors came to Earth in the distant past, imparting their knowledge to early humans. According to this view, the Great Pyramid may not have been human invention at all, but the product of alien technology, either built directly by visitors or constructed by humans under their guidance. The precision machining of granite, the impossible logistics of moving multi-ton stones, and the sophisticated astronomical alignments are cited as evidence of knowledge beyond human capability at the time. Skeptics mock this theory as sensationalist, but it remains compelling to millions because it offers a simple explanation. The reason the pyramids seem impossible is because they were not built with primitive tools at all. They were built with advanced technology, possibly involving anti-gravity, sound levitation, or energy systems unknown to us today. Legends across the world, of gods descending from the heavens, of sky beings who taught humanity, feed into this narrative. In Egypt, the gods were said to have ruled in the time before the pharaohs, an epoch called the Zeptepi, or the first time. Was this myth actually a memory of alien contact? Between these two theories, lost civilizations and ancient aliens, there is also a middle ground. Some researchers propose that an advanced human civilization existed long ago, and that it may have had contact with extraterrestrials who shared knowledge. In this view, the pyramids are the product of a hybrid legacy, human ingenuity guided or accelerated by cosmic teachers. Whether those beings were physical aliens, interdimensional entities, or manifestations of higher consciousness remains open to interpretation. Critics of both theories argue that attributing the pyramids to aliens or lost civilizations robs the Egyptians of their genius. Yet this criticism misses the point. To suggest that Khufu could not have built the Great Pyramid is not to insult Egypt, but to honor the possibility that human history is deeper, richer, and more complex than we have been taught. If anything, it elevates Egypt as the inheritor of a sacred legacy, chosen to guard and preserve knowledge from an age-long past. If we accept the lost civilization theory, then the pyramid becomes a time capsule, a surviving fragment of an advanced human culture that was nearly erased. If we accept the ancient alien theory, then the pyramid becomes a beacon of contact, proof that humanity is not, and has never been, alone in the universe. Either way, the implications are staggering. The truth may be hidden in plain sight, encoded in the stones themselves. The question of who built the Great Pyramid is not just about Egypt, but about us, about whether humanity's story began in darkness, slowly climbing toward the light of civilization, or whether it began with light, only to fall into amnesia before rising again. Was the Great Pyramid the pinnacle of a forgotten past, or the gift of beings who came from the stars? As we search for answers, we are led to the next stage of the mystery. If the pyramid was truly a power plant, whether built by advanced humans or alien visitors, what evidence do we have that it actually functioned? Was it ever switched on? And if so, what traces of its energy system remain today? To answer that, we must turn to the physical residues, the subtle anomalies, and the hidden scars left within the pyramid itself. Deep inside the Great Pyramid, past the long descending passages and the echoing chambers of stone, lie clues that suggest the structure was more than an inert monument. If this colossus of limestone and granite was indeed a machine, an ancient power plant, then the question must be asked, was it ever switched on? Did it hum with energy in a forgotten age, pulsing with a force now lost to time? Scattered evidence within its walls, often dismissed by orthodox archaeology, hints at exactly that: traces of activation, scars of use, the silent whispers of a machine that once lived. One of the most startling pieces of evidence comes from the so-called burn marks. In the Queen's Chamber and along parts of the Grand Gallery, explorers have documented darkened, scorched ceilings and walls. These blackened streaks look very much like the result of intense heat or even electrical arcing. Traditional explanations claim they are from ancient torch soot, but this argument fails on closer inspection. Torches burn unevenly and leave patches of residue, while the discolorations inside the pyramid appear almost uniform, as though the stone itself had been exposed to radiant energy or plasma discharge. In other words, the burn marks may not be from fire, but from electricity. Adding to this mystery is the curious residue found in the Queen's Chamber. In the 1990s, researchers observed a strange crystalline substance within the chamber's walls and floor. Tests suggested the presence of unidentified salts. What were these deposits doing inside a supposed tomb? Chris Dunn, the engineer who developed the power plant theory, proposed that they may be chemical residues left over from reactions involving water or acids used within the pyramid's internal system. If so, then the Queen's Chamber may not have been ceremonial at all. It may have been part of the pyramid's chemical reactor, a crucial element in generating power. Electromagnetic anomalies also strengthen the case. In modern times, researchers have measured unusual energy fields inside the pyramid. Instruments have picked up spikes in electromagnetic activity, particularly in the King's Chamber. Some explorers reported compasses spinning erratically, while others noted unexplained interference with electronic devices. In 2018, a team of physicists studying the pyramid discovered that its geometry naturally channels electromagnetic waves, concentrating them into the internal chambers and beneath the base. Their findings, published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal, confirmed what alternative researchers had long suspected. The pyramid is not only an architectural wonder but a resonant cavity capable of amplifying energy. Then there is the question of vibration. Visitors to the King's Chamber often remark on its acoustic properties. A simple hum, chant, or musical note resonates powerfully within the chamber, reverberating as if the entire room were an amplifier. Some describe the sensation as physical. Standing within the chamber, one can feel vibrations coursing through the body. This is not an accident. The dimensions of the chamber align with principles of harmonic resonance. When combined with the granite walls, rich in quartz crystals, known for their piezoelectric properties, the effect could have amplified sound into electrical or energetic phenomena. The King's Chamber, then, may have been more than a burial space. It may have been the reactor core of the pyramid. But the most tantalizing evidence of activation lies in the Grand Gallery. This vast ascending corridor, lined with mysterious notches and cutouts along its walls, seems to have served no practical function for a tomb. Egyptologists shrug, suggesting it was simply part of the construction process. Yet when viewed through the lens of the power plant theory, the gallery transforms into something else entirely, a housing chamber for machinery. Chris Dunn proposed that the notches once held resonating devices, possibly rods or beams, that vibrated in harmony with the Earth's natural frequencies. The gallery's steep incline would have allowed energy or gases to rise upward, channeling into the King's Chamber above. The scorched markings along the gallery may be remnants of this process, evidence of heat and energy discharge when the system was active. Even more mysterious are the so-called copper fittings discovered in the Queen's chamber shafts. In the 1990s, a robotic camera sent into these shafts discovered small copper elements embedded into a limestone door deep within the passage. Their purpose remains unknown. Some suggest they were symbolic. Others propose they were electrical in nature, part of a conductive circuit. When considered with the theory that water flowed beneath the pyramid and gases may have been generated within its chambers, the copper elements could have functioned like electrodes, completing an energetic system. The water connection is another vital clue. Evidence suggests that the pyramid was built directly above a network of underground aquifers. Some researchers propose that water from the Nile once flowed beneath the structure, generating vibrations as it moved. These vibrations could have been amplified through the pyramid's geometry, turning the entire structure into a giant oscillator. If water flowed in and gases or energy reactions occurred within, then the pyramid may have been alive, humming with resonance, channeling Earth's energy, and possibly transmitting it outward. Support for this idea comes from accounts of strange lights described by ancient writers. The Roman historian Pliny the Elder wrote of lights atop the pyramids. Arab historians in the Middle Ages described glowing effects around Giza at night. Were these simply myths, or could they have been observations of a faint luminescence, perhaps electrical discharges from a once active pyramid system? If the capstone was indeed plated with electrum, as some records suggest, then it may have served as a conductor, focusing energy into the sky. The pyramid would have glowed like a beacon, a literal light of the world. Skeptics counter that these anomalies can all be explained by natural or mundane causes. Burn marks, they argue, could be soot. Salts in the chambers may have seeped in through groundwater. Electromagnetic readings could be caused by modern interference. Yet taken together, the anomalies paint a different picture. They suggest a pattern consistent with a machine that was once functional. The pyramid may not have been switched on continuously, like a modern power station, but perhaps activated at specific times, for specific purposes. One provocative theory suggests that activation may have been linked to celestial events. If the pyramid was aligned with Orion and Sirius, perhaps energy was generated or amplified during certain star risings or cosmic cycles. In this model, the pyramid was not only a power plant but also a cosmic device, syncing Earth's vibrations with celestial energy. When switched on, it may have pulsed with power, whether electrical, vibrational, or spiritual, creating an otherworldly experience for those within and a beacon visible to those afar. If the Great Pyramid was activated in the distant past, then it may explain why later Egyptians viewed it with awe and reverence. To them, it was not a simple monument but a sacred machine, a gift from the gods, a legacy of the first time. Over generations, as the knowledge of its operation was lost, it became mythologized. The pharaohs who built smaller pyramids in later dynasties were perhaps imitating a device they no longer understood, building tombs in the shape of something once divine. The scars of activation remain: the scorch marks, the salt residues, the electromagnetic anomalies, the acoustic resonance, the mysterious fittings. Together, they whisper that the Great Pyramid was not just built to stand silent but to function, to generate, to transmit. If true, then we are looking not at the ruin of a tomb but at the fossil of a machine that once bridged earth, sky, and energy in ways we are only beginning to rediscover. And this leads to the next great question. If it was switched on, what exactly did it do? Did it generate electricity, broadcast power, heal the body, or open gateways to the stars? To answer that, we must turn to the many competing theories of what kind of energy the pyramid might have produced, and how that energy could have been used. If the Great Pyramid of Giza was indeed more than a symbolic monument, if it was a machine designed to harness, amplify, or generate energy, then the next great question emerges: what kind of energy did it produce, and for what purpose? Over the last century, researchers, engineers, and alternative historians have proposed a range of theories. Some suggest it generated electricity, others believe it broadcast wireless power across the Nile Valley, while still others propose it was tuned to frequencies capable of healing the body and mind. Each theory, though controversial, is rooted in fascinating evidence that points to the possibility of a forgotten science, one that may have blended technology and spirituality into a single system. The first and most popular idea is that the pyramid generated electricity. According to this theory, the Great Pyramid functioned as a kind of ancient power plant. Its internal chambers, shafts, and passageways were designed to facilitate chemical reactions and vibrational processes that produced a sustained energy output. In Chris Dunn's model, water flowed beneath the pyramid, vibrating at natural frequencies. This vibration, combined with gases or chemicals introduced into the Queen's chamber, created hydrogen gas, which rose through the structure and filled the King's chamber. There, the granite, rich in quartz crystals, resonated with Earth's vibrations, amplifying piezoelectric effects. The result, Dunn argued, was the generation of microwave energy, which could then be transmitted upward through the so-called air shafts and possibly focused by the missing capstone. If true, this would mean the pyramid was essentially a giant hydrogen maser, an ancient version of laser technology but using microwaves. The purpose? Possibly to transmit energy wirelessly. And here the theory intersects with the work of Nikola Tesla, who in the early 20th century experimented with wireless power transmission through his Wardenclyffe Tower in New York. Tesla believed the Earth itself could conduct electricity if vibrated at the right frequencies. Interestingly, he also studied the pyramids and believed they held secrets of energy transmission. Was Tesla rediscovering something the ancient Egyptians, or those before them, had already known? The idea of wireless power transmission leads to the second major theory, that the pyramid was not merely a generator but also a transmitter, capable of broadcasting energy across great distances. The Giza Plateau itself may have been part of a larger energy grid, with obelisks, temples, and smaller pyramids acting as receivers or nodes. Electrum, the gold-silver alloy said to have coated the capstone, is an excellent conductor. If the pyramid once had such a capstone, it could have directed and focused energy into the atmosphere. In this model, the pyramid was less about powering light bulbs or machines, as some speculative reconstructions have shown, and more about providing a ubiquitous, wireless energy field that could be tapped for various uses, lighting, heating, or even propulsion. Skeptics scoff at the idea, asking, where are the ancient light bulbs? Yet curious artifacts exist. In the Temple of Hathor at Dendra, reliefs depict what some interpret as giant bulbs with serpentine filaments, connected to what appears to be a power source. Egyptologists dismiss these as symbolic carvings of lotus flowers and snakes, but alternative researchers argue they may represent ancient electrical technology. If the Great Pyramid generated and transmitted energy, then such devices could have been designed to receive and utilize it. Another intriguing theory suggests that the pyramid was not primarily about electricity at all, but about healing frequencies. The acoustic properties of the pyramid are undeniable. In the King's chamber, chanting or humming produces resonances that reverberate with immense power. These frequencies can affect brainwaves, alter states of consciousness, and even induce feelings of euphoria. Some researchers propose that the pyramid was used to harness these vibrational effects for spiritual or healing purposes. In this view, the pyramid was a giant resonance chamber, designed to amplify sound and vibration to align the human body with cosmic frequencies. Modern science has begun to confirm that certain sound frequencies can stimulate healing. Ultrasound is used in medicine to break down kidney stones, while sound therapy is explored for stress reduction and emotional balance. Ancient cultures worldwide use drums, chants, and harmonic singing in rituals for health and spiritual awakening. The Great Pyramid may represent the pinnacle of this knowledge, constructed not as a tomb but as a massive instrument for harmonizing body, mind, and spirit with the energy of earth and sky. This healing frequency theory aligns closely with the concept of the pyramid as a consciousness-altering device. Ancient Egyptian texts often describe the pharaoh's journey into the afterlife as one of ascension, transformation, and union with the gods. If the pyramid was tuned to specific frequencies, it could have acted as a literal resurrection machine, assisting initiates or rulers in shifting consciousness, experiencing altered states, and perhaps even projecting their awareness into the stars. This would explain the shafts pointing to Orion and Sirius, the pathways of the soul. Another line of thought proposes that the pyramid may have functioned as part of a geophysical energy grid. The Earth produces natural electromagnetic and telluric currents, and ancient sites often appear to be built on nodes of this global network. If the pyramid amplified these currents, it could have provided a stabilizing or energizing effect not only locally but across regions. Some researchers suggest that obelisks may have served as antennae, tapping into the energy field produced by the pyramid. Others propose that this system could have been used for agriculture, weather modification, or even planetary harmonization. While these claims are speculative, they highlight the sheer range of possibilities if the pyramid was indeed an active energy device. It's also possible that the pyramid's energy output was multifunctional. Modern technology often serves multiple purposes. A single satellite provides communication, navigation, and weather monitoring. Similarly, The Great Pyramid may have generated energy that could be used for practical applications like lighting or agriculture, while also serving spiritual purposes such as healing and initiation. The ancients may not have separated technology and spirituality as we do. For them, energy, consciousness, and divinity may have been aspects of a single unified science. Critics point out that there is no direct evidence of electrical wires, machines, or tools powered by such energy in ancient Egypt. Yet this assumes that technology must look like ours to exist. What if ancient energy systems left different signatures? What if their devices were built from organic materials or operated in ways that would not survive millennia? Alternatively, what if the pyramid was abandoned long before the dynastic Egyptians inherited it, leaving no trace of the original culture's technology? Theories about the pyramid's energy output challenge us to rethink what technology actually is. Was it electricity as we know it? Wireless transmission like Tesla envisioned? Vibrational healing frequencies? Or something beyond our categories altogether? An integration of physics and metaphysics that we cannot yet grasp? If the Great Pyramid was indeed a machine, then it represents a form of technology lost to time, one that may have surpassed our own in elegance and scope. A technology that was not destructive but harmonizing, not polluting but resonant, not separate from spirituality but deeply intertwined with it. The pyramid becomes not just a marvel of stone but a vision of what human ingenuity, or perhaps cosmic guidance, can achieve. And if such a machine once existed, we are left with a profound question. What happened to it? Why was it abandoned, deactivated, and left to crumble into mystery? To answer this, we must turn to history itself, to the ancient cataclysms and cultural shifts that may have buried the pyramid's true function in myth. The Great Pyramid of Giza, if truly designed as a machine, whether for power, resonance, healing, or even interstellar communication, forces us to confront a haunting mystery. Why did it stop? If it was once activated, alive with energy, pulsing with resonance, then why today does it stand silent, a fossil of stone rather than a living engine? Something happened, something so powerful, so disruptive, that the pyramid was deactivated and left as a monument to a forgotten age. Was it a conscious choice, a deliberate shutdown? Or was it the result of catastrophe, cosmic disaster, or even human sabotage? The first theory is that the pyramid fell victim to cataclysmic natural events. Around 12,000 years ago, Earth underwent massive upheavals at the end of the last ice age. Sudden floods, rising sea levels, earthquakes, and perhaps even cosmic impacts reshaped the planet. Geologists studying the Younger Dryas period point to evidence of a comet strike or multiple fragments of a cosmic body hitting North America and other regions, triggering widespread extinctions and climate chaos. If the Great Pyramid or its precursor was active at this time, such an event could have destabilized the global environment, disrupting water tables, shifting tectonic plates, and damaging the delicate balance of its energy system. A machine so finely tuned to Earth's resonance may have been rendered inoperable by sudden planetary trauma. Support for this idea comes from legends across the world of a great flood or cosmic fire. The Egyptians themselves spoke of a time before dynasties called Zep Tepi, the first time, when the gods ruled on Earth. They also hinted at cataclysms that brought that golden age to an end. If the pyramid was a relic of that earlier epoch, then its silence may not have been a choice, but the inevitable result of nature's fury. The second possibility is that the pyramid was deliberately deactivated by its builders or inheritors. If the machine was incredibly powerful, capable of generating immense energy fields or altering consciousness, it may have been deemed too dangerous to leave running after its primary purpose was fulfilled. Imagine a nuclear reactor left unattended. Eventually, it would be shut down, sealed, and abandoned. The Great Pyramid, in this view, may have been powered down either to prevent misuse or because the society that built it no longer had the means to maintain it. This theory gains weight when we consider the missing capstone. Was it simply stripped away by opportunists seeking gold and electrum? Or was it deliberately removed to disable the machine? Without the capstone, the pyramid's energetic circuit would have been incomplete, ensuring that it could never again function as intended. To later generations, this deactivated machine would have seemed nothing more than a giant tomb, its true function already forgotten. A third theory suggests human intervention of a more destructive kind, that the pyramid was sabotaged or weaponized. If it truly was a generator of power, rival factions or invading cultures may have sought to disable it, either to prevent its use or to claim control over it. Historical accounts from the Arab period describe attempts to break into the pyramid using explosives and fire. Earlier still, some believe that wars of conquest may have damaged its delicate internal systems. Was the Great Pyramid merely abandoned, or was it intentionally destroyed because its power threatened those who did not understand it, or worse, those who sought to control it? Another possibility lies in the realm of cosmic cycles and celestial timing. If the pyramid was aligned to Orion, Sirius, and other stars, perhaps it could only function during specific epochs, when the heavens aligned with its shafts and geometry. Due to the precession of the equinoxes, these stellar alignments shift over thousands of years. What if the pyramid was built to resonate during a particular cosmic window, an age when its alignments were perfect? Once that window closed, the machine may have naturally fallen silent, its purpose fulfilled. This would mean that the pyramid is not permanently inactive, but merely dormant, awaiting the return of the right cosmic configuration. Could it be reactivated in the future when the stars return to their ancient places? The silence of the pyramid may also be tied to the decline of the civilization, or civilizations, that built or maintained it. If it was constructed by a lost advanced culture, then their sudden disappearance may have left the pyramid without caretakers. If it was built with alien assistance, perhaps their withdrawal from Earth left humanity unable to continue its operation. In both cases, the pyramid's silence is a symptom of amnesia, knowledge lost, technology abandoned, memory erased. Later Egyptians, awed by the giant structures, may have retrofitted their mythology onto them, turning power plants into tombs and machines into symbols. Physical evidence of sudden disruption exists inside the pyramid itself. The king's chamber shows cracks in its granite beams, as if immense pressure or vibration once stressed the stone beyond its limits. These fractures do not appear to be from simple settling or erosion. They look like the scars of energetic overload, as though the chamber once endured forces it was not meant to contain. Could this have been the result of an accident, an ancient meltdown when the pyramid system was pushed beyond its capacity? If so, the pyramid silence may be less a mystery than a warning. Legends recorded by Arab historians also speak of treasures and strange devices once hidden within the pyramid, later looted or destroyed. Some accounts even describe inscriptions that suggested the pyramids contained knowledge of the stars and machines from a time before the flood. If such devices existed, they may have been removed long ago, dismantling the pyramid's function and leaving only its shell. The silence of the pyramid is perhaps its greatest enigma. It is not enough to say it was a tomb, because the design, the precision, and the anomalies all suggest otherwise. Yet it is also not enough to say it is a machine, because today it no longer works. The truth may lie in between. It was once both, a tomb for knowledge, and a machine that died with its creators. And yet, the possibility remains that the pyramid is not truly dead but sleeping. Some researchers speculate that its systems could, in theory, be reactivated with the right understanding and technology. The cracks, residues, and burn marks may be remnants of its last operation, but its geometry and alignment remain intact. Could it be that the pyramid still holds the potential to awaken, should humanity, or others, once again learn its secrets? If so, then the silence is temporary, a pause in a cycle stretching across millennia. And this leads us directly to the next question. What if it could be reactivated today? What would happen if modern science attempted to switch the pyramid back on? And what would the consequences be for humanity and the planet itself? If the Great Pyramid of Giza once functioned as a power plant, a resonance device, or even a cosmic transmitter, the silence we see today may not be permanent. The structure still stands. Its geometry remains intact. Its alignment to the stars is still precise. Its chambers still hum with resonance when sound is introduced. Which raises an electrifying question. Could it be reactivated today? And if so, should it be? Modern science has begun to catch up with what alternative researchers have been suggesting for decades. The pyramid is more than a pile of stone. In 2018, physicists at ITMO University in Russia published a peer-reviewed study showing that the pyramid's shape can focus electromagnetic energy into its chambers and beneath its base. In other words, the Great Pyramid has natural resonance properties that modern engineers can measure. If it can still do this now, thousands of years after its supposed deactivation, then it may not be a question of whether it can function again, but whether we dare to unlock it. One approach to reactivation would involve water. Evidence suggests the pyramid was built atop subterranean aquifers that could have provided flowing water beneath the structure. If these aquifers could be reconnected, or simulated with modern engineering, the natural vibrations of moving water might once again feed the pyramid's resonance system. Some researchers propose drilling or redirecting Nile tributaries, while others argue that even artificially pumped water could stimulate the same vibrational effects. The base of the pyramid, designed with channels and cavities, may still hold the blueprint for such a system. Another approach would involve reconstructing the missing capstone. Ancient accounts claim that the Great Pyramid once gleamed, capped with a pyramid ion made of electrum, an alloy of gold and silver. Both metals are excellent conductors, and such a cap would have completed the pyramid circuit, focusing energy upward. Without it, the machine is incomplete. Could we replicate this today? The technology certainly exists. Engineers could construct a conductive capstone, fit it with modern monitoring devices, and measure the pyramid's response. But would doing so simply awaken a harmless resonance, or unleash energies we cannot control? Then there are the chemical theories. Chris Dunn's power plant model suggests that hydrogen gas may once have been generated in the Queen's chamber through chemical reactions involving hydrated salts and acids. If these reactions could be recreated, safely and in controlled experiments, it might fill the pyramid with a medium that amplifies resonance and generates microwaves. The King's chamber, acting as a resonant cavity, would then transform into an energetic heart. Laboratory tests could replicate aspects of this process on a small scale, but to attempt it within the actual pyramid could be dangerous. Beyond physical experiments, there are the acoustic and vibrational possibilities. The pyramid is a known resonance chamber. Sound introduced into the King's chamber reverberates powerfully, creating harmonics that affect both body and mind. Could reactivation simply mean using sound, chanting, instruments, or frequency generators to stimulate the pyramid's natural resonance? Researchers have already performed small experiments, using tuning forks and acoustic devices to measure the pyramid's response. Some reported unusual electromagnetic fluctuations and even feelings of altered consciousness among participants. If sound alone can wake up the pyramid, perhaps its reactivation is not about machines at all, but about frequency, ritual, and human intention. This raises an unsettling possibility. What if the pyramid can be reactivated not by engineers but by initiates, people trained in ancient techniques of sound and consciousness? Ancient Egyptian rituals often involved chants, drums, and harmonic intonations. Priests may have once used these methods to switch on the pyramid in ways that science cannot yet understand. If so, then reactivation might not require technology but a rediscovery of sacred knowledge. But here lies the danger. What if reactivating the pyramid releases energy beyond our comprehension? The cracks in the King's chamber beams suggest that something catastrophic once occurred, as though the structure endured pressures it could not contain. If reactivated improperly, could the pyramid overload again, unleashing destructive forces? Could electromagnetic surges damage the environment, disrupt modern technology, or even affect the human mind on a massive scale? Some researchers warn that the pyramid may have functioned as more than a generator. It may have been a planetary device, tuned to Earth itself. Awakening it could trigger unknown consequences. Speculation about reactivation grows even darker when we consider the possibility of weaponization. If the pyramid once broadcast energy, then in theory, it could be used not only for healing but also for destruction. Electromagnetic pulses could disable modern electronics. Resonant vibrations could destabilize structures or even geological fault lines. If such power exists within the pyramid, reactivating it could draw the attention of governments and militaries eager to exploit it. The Great Pyramid could become less a site of wonder and more a battleground for control. On the other hand, some researchers argue that reactivation could be humanity's salvation. If the pyramid generated wireless power, it could provide clean energy for the entire planet, free from fossil fuels and nuclear risks. If it amplified healing frequencies, it could revolutionize medicine, offering cures through resonance instead of chemicals. If it was designed to harmonize Earth's energy grid, reactivation might even stabilize our climate and environment. In this light, the Great Pyramid could be the key to a new golden age. Yet we must not forget the symbolic and spiritual dimension. Many traditions hold that the pyramid was a place of initiation, where consciousness could be elevated, where the soul could be prepared for its journey to the stars. To reactivate, it may not be about powering devices at all. It may be about reawakening humanity itself. Perhaps the pyramid's true function is not technological but evolutionary, to raise our awareness, to attune us to the cosmos, to prepare us for contact with higher intelligences. And so we arrive at a crossroads. On one path, the pyramid is a machine waiting to be switched back on, a reactor that could light cities or topple civilizations. On the other path, it is a sacred device of consciousness, waiting not for wires and circuits but for humanity to reach a higher state of understanding. The choice of how, and whether, to reactivate it may define not only the future of archaeology but the future of civilization itself. But before we ask whether we should awaken it, we must understand whether anyone in the past already tried. Did ancient cultures after the pyramid's original builders attempt to reactivate it? And if so, what did they discover or unleash? To explore this, we must look into the legends, the medieval accounts, and the secret societies who believed the pyramids still held hidden power. Throughout history, the Great Pyramid has not been seen merely as a tomb or a monument. Across centuries, whispers persisted that it was more than stone, that it contained knowledge, energy, and power. Again and again, different cultures, rulers, and secretive groups attempted to probe its mysteries. Some wanted treasure, some sought wisdom, and others may have hoped to awaken a force long dormant. These attempts, recorded in chronicles, folklore, and secret texts, form a timeline of humanity's obsession with reactivating the pyramid. One of the earliest detailed accounts comes from the Arab historians of the medieval era. The 9th century Caliph al-Ma'mun, driven by curiosity and a hunger for the secrets of the ancients, ordered his men to tunnel into the pyramid. According to Arab chroniclers, his team expected to find unimaginable riches and perhaps even hidden chambers containing ancient machines. They succeeded in breaking through to the Grand Gallery and the King's Chamber, but instead of gold, they found emptiness. Yet some versions of the story claim that strange artifacts and inscriptions were discovered, later removed and hidden. Could al-Ma'mun's expedition have encountered remnants of a mechanism, misunderstood as rubble or discarded as unimportant? Some legends even suggest that glowing objects or unusual metallic fragments were taken, quickly hushed up to prevent unrest among the people. Other Arab accounts go further, describing the pyramids as repositories of lost technology from before the Great Flood. The historian al-Makrizi wrote that the pyramids stored instruments of iron and weapons that would not rust, glass that would bend without breaking, and talismans that could summon forces of the heavens. Such claims may sound mythical, but they raise the possibility that al-Ma'mun's team, or others who followed, attempted to reactivate devices left behind inside the pyramid. If so, the pyramid may have been partially disturbed, its silence preserved, but its secrets scattered. During the Crusades, when European knights entered the Middle East, rumors of the pyramid's power spread into Europe. Some Templar legends suggest that the order sought forbidden knowledge hidden in Egypt, linking the pyramid with their later reputation as keepers of secret wisdom. Though little direct evidence survives, the idea that the pyramid was a vault of advanced science persisted in esoteric circles, eventually fueling Renaissance speculation about its geometry and cosmic alignments. In this way, attempts to reactivate the pyramid shifted from physical excavation to intellectual exploration, as scholars tried to decode its mathematical secrets. The Renaissance and Enlightenment eras brought a new wave of fascination. Explorers, mathematicians, and mystics flocked to Egypt, convinced the pyramid encoded universal truths. Sir Isaac Newton, obsessed with sacred geometry, studied accounts of the pyramid's dimensions, convinced it concealed the measure of the earth and the secrets of time itself. Though Newton never set foot in Egypt, his research suggests he believed the pyramid was more than symbolic. It was functional, perhaps even a kind of cosmic clock waiting to be restarted. Was this a subtle attempt at reactivation through knowledge rather than force? By reconstructing the pyramid's mathematics, Newton and his successors may have hoped to unlock whatever ancient science had once powered it. In the 18th and 19th centuries, European explorers gained access to Egypt under Napoleon. During his campaign, Napoleon personally entered the king's chamber and later emerged visibly shaken, refusing to speak of what he had experienced. Some say he saw a vision of his destiny. Others claim he encountered something far stranger, a lingering energy or resonance left within the chamber. Could Napoleon have inadvertently triggered a partial reactivation of the pyramid's energy field? His silence only deepened the mystery, ensuring that secret societies in Europe, from the Freemasons to the Rosicrucians, would connect the pyramid to hidden powers waiting to be unlocked. By the Victorian era, speculation about the pyramid reached fever pitch. Writers such as Piazzi Smith argued that its measurements encoded prophecies of future events, suggesting the pyramid was not only a relic but an ongoing device still communicating across time. Amateur explorers attempted crude experiments with sound, light, and magnetism inside the chambers. Reports circulated of unusual effects, compasses spinning wildly, people experiencing dizziness, strange lights appearing in photographs. These may have been the first modern hints that the pyramid could still respond to human presence, that something inside it was not entirely dormant. The 20th century brought a more scientific approach, yet the fascination with reactivation persisted. Nikola Tesla, the genius inventor, studied the Great Pyramid extensively. He believed its proportions mirrored his own designs for wireless power transmission. Tesla claimed the pyramid was built as a resonant structure capable of harnessing Earth's energy and broadcasting it across great distances. Though he never attempted experiments inside the pyramid, his research was, in essence, an attempt to reverse engineer and reactivate its function through modern technology. His Wardenclyffe Tower in New York may have been Tesla's way of rebuilding the pyramid's lost system, an echo of an ancient machine reimagined for a new age. More recently, in the 20th and 21st centuries, small-scale paranormal and scientific experiments inside the pyramid have produced tantalizing results. Teams of researchers have reported spikes in electromagnetic energy inside the king's chamber. Visitors have described feelings of euphoria, altered states of consciousness, or visions during meditation. Some experiments with sound frequencies inside the chamber have revealed powerful standing waves, as if the pyramid still responds to certain tones. Could these be accidental brushes with partial reactivation? If so, modern science may be far closer than we realize to rediscovering what the ancients once knew. Beyond science, secret societies and esoteric groups continue to claim knowledge of the pyramid's true function. From Masonic lodges to New Age movements, many have performed rituals within or near the structure, believing it to be a gateway to cosmic energy. These are spiritual attempts at reactivation, using intention, sound, and symbolism rather than machines. While mainstream archaeology dismisses such practices, those who participate often report profound results, as though the pyramid still hums with latent power, waiting for the right conditions. Taken together, the historical record reveals a pattern. Again and again, humans have tried to tap into the Great Pyramid, whether through brute force, scientific measurement, or spiritual ritual. And though no attempt has fully succeeded, the persistence of these efforts suggests that something deep within us recognizes the pyramid's potential. It is not just a relic, it is an engine waiting to be understood. But if the pyramid has resisted reactivation for millennia, perhaps the question is not how to wake it, but whether it wants to be awakened. Could there be built-in safeguards, designed by its creators to prevent misuse? If so, then humanity may not yet be ready. And yet, as technology advances and curiosity grows, we inch ever closer to crossing that line. The next attempt at reactivation may not come from treasure hunters or mystics but from laboratories, governments, or corporations. What happens then? To answer that, we must turn to the present and ask, what is modern science really discovering about the pyramid today? Are we closer than ever to solving its mystery, and possibly bringing it back to life? Modern science has always wrestled with the Great Pyramid. For decades, mainstream Egyptology insisted it was nothing more than a monumental tomb, a symbol of royal power frozen in stone. But as technology advanced, new tools, ranging from ground-penetrating radar to advanced physics simulations, have revealed anomalies that the tomb theory cannot explain. These findings don't just deepen the mystery, they hint that the pyramid still possesses measurable properties of energy, resonance, and geometry that suggest a forgotten function. In other words, while archaeologists continue to look backward, modern scientists may be peering forward, toward the reactivation of an ancient machine. One of the most groundbreaking discoveries came in 2017, when a team of researchers from Japan and France used muon tomography, a particle detection method similar to an X-ray but using cosmic rays instead. They expected to confirm what Egyptologists already believed, that the pyramid's interior was fully mapped. Instead, they found something extraordinary, a massive, unexplored void above the Grand Gallery, stretching nearly 30 meters long. Officially, it was called the Big Void. Unofficially, it reignited speculation. Was this empty space simply an accidental feature of construction, or could it have been part of the pyramid's energy system? Some theorists suggest it may have housed machinery, resonance chambers, or fluids that once activated the pyramid. If so, the pyramid is not fully dead but only partially understood. In 2018, another revelation shocked the scientific world. A team at ITMO University in Russia ran electromagnetic simulations of the Great Pyramid. Their results showed that the pyramid shape naturally focuses electromagnetic energy into specific areas, particularly the king's chamber and beneath the base. The geometry of the pyramid acts as a resonator for certain wavelengths, amplifying them in ways similar to modern antennae or waveguides. Mainstream publications downplayed the implications, but the truth is clear. This 4,500-year-old structure still manipulates energy. If its builders knew this, then the tomb theory collapses entirely. Instead, the pyramid looks like a sophisticated machine that modern physics is only beginning to understand. These findings dovetail with earlier studies of the pyramid's acoustic properties. In the 1960s, researchers noted that sounds produced inside the king's chamber were amplified to unusual degrees, creating powerful standing waves. Later experiments showed that the granite beams above the chamber acted like tuning forks, vibrating in response to certain frequencies. This means the chamber is not an accident of architecture. It is a precision-designed resonance cavity. If reactivated with sound, vibration, or other energy inputs, it might still function today. Some visiting researchers have even reported altered states of consciousness inside the chamber, as if the resonance directly affects human biology. The geological evidence also points to a machine-like design. Beneath the pyramid lies a system of natural limestone aquifers. Flowing water in such channels creates piezoelectric effects, electrical charges generated by stress in crystalline stone. Granite, used extensively in the pyramid's inner chambers, contains high levels of quartz, a material known for its piezoelectric properties. This means the pyramid could have harnessed Earth's natural energy flows, amplifying them through resonance. Modern engineers have confirmed that moving water beneath structures can indeed generate usable energy. Was the pyramid designed to tap into this ancient, renewable system? Another field of study comes from material science. In the 1990s, a team analyzing the pyramid's casing stones discovered that many were not purely natural limestone but an early form of synthetic geopolymer concrete. This man-made stone had superior durability and conductivity. If the pyramid's outer casing once gleamed with highly polished limestone and granite, it may have functioned like a massive energy shell, channeling forces inward and upward. Though most of the casing stones were stripped in antiquity, their remnants suggest an advanced understanding of both materials engineering and energy transmission, far beyond what conventional Egyptology allows. Even modern medical studies have hinted at the pyramid's unusual effects. In small-scale experiments, scientists placed organic material, seeds, or water inside pyramid-shaped structures. Some claimed that seeds germinated faster, water retained unusual molecular structures, and even food spoiled more slowly. Though controversial, these tests suggest that pyramid geometry may influence biological systems. If true on a small scale, imagine the potential of the Great Pyramid, with its immense size and perfect alignment to cardinal directions. Could it once have influenced not only energy but also life itself? Mainstream Egyptologists dismiss these anomalies as coincidences or overinterpretations. Yet the evidence keeps growing. Compasses sometimes malfunction inside the pyramid. Sensitive instruments detect electromagnetic spikes. Visitors describe sensations of euphoria, dizziness, or inspiration. Cameras capture strange orbs of light within chambers. While skeptics chalk these up to psychological effects, scientists are increasingly open to the idea that the pyramid's design interacts with natural forces in ways still unexplained. Even NASA scientists have shown curiosity. Some researchers involved with planetary studies noted that the pyramid's proportions mirror mathematical constants found in orbital mechanics. The ratio of its height to its base perimeter approximates the relationship between the radius of Earth and the distance to the poles. This suggests the pyramid encodes planetary scale information, an architectural fingerprint of Earth itself. If the pyramid contains such precise data, could it be a kind of geophysical machine, built to stabilize or regulate Earth's natural energies? Meanwhile, private researchers have tried to take the next step, experimenting with reactivation. Independent teams have conducted tests using lasers, sound waves, and electromagnetic generators inside or near the pyramid. Reports are scarce and often suppressed, but whispers suggest strange results: sudden power fluctuations, instrument failures, and even health effects on participants. Some conspiracists claim that governments have already classified pyramid research, fearing its implications for energy, defense, or global control. If the pyramid really is a dormant machine, whoever reactivates it first may gain unimaginable influence. But the key question remains: what exactly is the pyramid designed to do? Modern science reveals it can focus energy, resonate sound, interact with water, and encode planetary data. Yet the final purpose, whether it is to generate power, heal, communicate with the stars, or even control Earth's environment, remains elusive. Perhaps it was built to serve multiple functions, blending technology and spirituality in ways that modern categories cannot capture. As each new discovery emerges, the pattern grows clearer. The Great Pyramid is not a static monument. It is dynamic. It responds. It interacts with the world around it. And though dormant for thousands of years, it may still be capable of reactivation, if we dare to try. have created a worldwide network to stabilize and amplify these natural forces. Each node, whether a pyramid, stone circle, or temple, would act like a capacitor, storing and releasing energy, creating a resonance that linked the entire planet. Another possibility is planetary harmonization. Earth is not a stable system. It quakes, it shifts, it storms. But what if the ancients sought to balance it? By positioning resonant structures at fault lines, intersections, and nodes of geomagnetic activity, they may have been able to calm earthquakes, regulate climate patterns, or synchronize human consciousness with natural cycles. This is why so many ancient monuments appear tied not only to energy but also to astronomy. They connected heaven and earth, cosmic rhythm, and planetary balance. Modern researchers have begun to rediscover these possibilities. Studies of the Giza Plateau show subtle electromagnetic anomalies, with localized fields stronger than the surrounding desert. Similar anomalies have been measured at Stonehenge, at the Nazca Lines, and at ancient temple sites in South America. These hotspots may not be random. They suggest intentional placement, with monuments designed to enhance or tap into these fields. The Great Pyramid, as the largest and most precise of them all, may have served as the primary amplifier, its massive scale allowing it to broadcast power across the globe. This brings us to the idea of acoustic and vibrational grids. The Great Pyramid's chambers resonate at specific frequencies. Stonehenge amplifies low-frequency sound waves. The temples of Angkor are designed with resonant stone corridors. Even the Mayan pyramids produce strange chirping echoes when clapped near. Could these acoustic features have been part of a unified system? If sound was used as a form of energy or communication, then megaliths worldwide may have acted like nodes in a planetary symphony, vibrating in harmony to maintain balance. Skeptics argue that no ancient civilization could have coordinated such a global system. Yet recent discoveries challenge this view. Ancient maps, like the Piri Race Chart, depict coastlines of Antarctica long before they were visible under ice. Legends of lost civilizations, Atlantis, Mu, Lemuria, speak of global cultures with advanced knowledge. If such a civilization once existed, then perhaps it seeded the construction of this planetary grid, with the Great Pyramid as its crown jewel. When that civilization fell, the grid fractured, leaving only scattered monuments and fragmented memories. Even in modern times, hints of this ancient grid appear. Nikola Tesla envisioned a worldwide wireless energy system, using towers to transmit power through Earth's natural frequencies. His Wardenclyffe Tower bore a striking resemblance in principle to what the Great Pyramid may once have achieved. Tesla himself studied the pyramid intensely, convinced it contained the key to limitless energy. Was Tesla unknowingly trying to rebuild the ancient grid with modern tools? If the Great Pyramid is indeed part of a planetary system, the implications are staggering. It would mean that the ancients not only understood Earth's energy fields but also actively engineered them. It would mean that monuments we see as isolated wonders are in fact fragments of a lost global science. And it would mean that reactivating the pyramid is not just about awakening one machine, but potentially rekindling a network that spans the entire Earth. But here lies the danger. If the grid was deliberately shut down, whether by its builders or by catastrophe, then reactivating a single node, especially the Great Pyramid, could destabilize the whole system. Imagine switching on a circuit when half its components are broken or missing. The results could be unpredictable, even catastrophic. On the other hand, if the grid was built to stabilize Earth, reawakening it might be the very key to restoring balance in our troubled world. Climate chaos, energy crises, even human discord, could all these be symptoms of a grid gone? Dark. The Great Pyramid, then, is more than just Egypt's treasure. It may be the master key to a planetary system, lying dormant yet still humming with potential. And this realization leads us to the next critical question. If such a global grid once existed, who built it? Was it truly the Egyptians? Or were they merely inheritors of a much older, much more advanced civilization? To answer that, we must turn to the forbidden histories, the tales of lost worlds, vanished continents, and civilizations erased from memory but preserved in stone. The question of who truly built the Great Pyramid of Giza haunts archaeology like a shadow. Mainstream Egyptology claims it was constructed around 4,500 years ago by Pharaoh Khufu, using massive labor forces and primitive copper tools. Yet this explanation, repeated endlessly in textbooks, fails to account for the staggering precision, scale, and complexity of the pyramid. The narrative insists the Egyptians alone, without advanced mathematics or machinery, stacked 3 million blocks, some weighing more than 70 tons, with accuracy so perfect that modern engineers still struggle to replicate it. But what if this story is incomplete? What if Khufu was not the builder, but the inheritor, claiming credit for a structure that belonged to a civilization long vanished? Ancient Egyptian records themselves hint at this. Priests of Heliopolis spoke of a time called Zep Tepi, the first time. This was the mythical golden age, when gods walked the earth, when knowledge came from the stars, and when the foundations of Egyptian civilization were laid. Zep Tepi was not described as metaphor but as history, passed down through sacred texts. If the Great Pyramid was built during this primordial era, then Khufu's name may have been carved later, not as architect but as usurper. Could the pyramid have been tens of thousands of years older than Egyptology allows? Geological evidence supports this possibility. The Sphinx, weathered heavily by water erosion, shows patterns suggesting it predates the desert climate of Egypt by thousands of years. If the Sphinx is older, why not the pyramids as well? Some geologists argue that the erosion marks date back 10,000 to 12,000 years, aligning with the end of the last ice age. This would place the pyramids in the same era as Plato's account of Atlantis, the lost civilization said to have vanished beneath the sea around 9,600 BCE. Could the builders of the Great Pyramid have been survivors of Atlantis, carrying their knowledge to Egypt as a beacon for future generations? The Atlantis theory is more than myth. Plato described it as an advanced society with mastery of architecture, engineering, and energy, destroyed by catastrophic floods and earthquakes. This matches the global upheavals of the Younger Dryas period, when a cosmic impact or sudden climate shift reshaped the planet. If Atlanteans fled, they may have seeded new civilizations in Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Americas. The precision engineering of the Great Pyramid could be the fingerprint of their science, a technology far beyond what dynastic Egyptians later possessed. But Atlantis is not the only candidate. Ancient Hindu texts describe Rama's empire and cities filled with flying machines called Vimanas. South American legends speak of Viracocha, the bearded god who brought civilization after a great flood. Native traditions around the world preserve memories of sky beings, culture bringers, and lost ages of wisdom. Could these stories all be fragments of one truth, that a global civilization once spanned the planet, building monuments as part of a unified system? If so, the Great Pyramid may have been their central masterpiece, aligned not only with the stars but with sites across the globe. Support for this comes from the mathematics of the pyramid. Its dimensions encode values such as pi, 3, 1416, phi, 1, 618, and even the speed of light, when measured in meters per second. How could Egyptians without advanced instruments know constants that modern science discovered only in the last few centuries? Unless they inherited the design from a people who already possessed such knowledge, people with a command of universal mathematics and cosmic laws. Some theorists go further, suggesting the builders were not human at all, but extraterrestrial visitors. The alignment of the three Giza pyramids with Orion's belt mirror star maps with uncanny precision. Ancient myths describe gods descending from the sky, teaching agriculture, astronomy, and architecture. Could the Great Pyramid have been constructed by, or with the guidance of, beings from beyond Earth? If so, then its purpose may have been far greater than human imagination allows, perhaps a beacon, a power station, or even a communication device to maintain contact with the stars. Secret traditions echo this possibility. Esoteric societies like the Freemasons, Rosicrucians, and Hermetic orders have long taught that the pyramid holds the mysteries of the ancients. They claim it is not merely a tomb but a library encoded in stone, a book of knowledge built by the sons of light, guardians of wisdom from an earlier epoch. In this view, the pyramid builders were not Khufu's Laboris, but initiates of a lost world, leaving behind a monument designed to outlast time itself. Even modern science struggles to explain the logistics of construction. How were blocks weighing dozens of tons lifted hundreds of feet without cranes or pulleys? How were shafts cut so straight and narrow that they align with stars invisible to the naked eye? How were casing stones polished to tolerances less than a millimeter? The mainstream answer, ramps and brute labor, does not withstand scrutiny. If a lost civilization with advanced technology existed, these feats become comprehensible. Hydraulic systems, sound levitation, or other forgotten sciences could have been used. Perhaps the pyramid itself is the surviving proof of that knowledge, a machine whose purpose remains hidden because its builders vanished. The implications are staggering. If the Great Pyramid was built not by Egyptians but by survivors of Atlantis, by star beings, or by a civilization erased from history, then everything we know about human origins must be rewritten. The timeline of civilization stretches back far further than textbooks admit. Human history is not a steady climb from primitive to advanced, but a cycle of rise, catastrophe, and rebirth. The pyramid is a fossil of that earlier age, a message left in stone that whispers, "We were here, we knew, and you can know again." But if the pyramid was built by a lost civilization, why? Was it a machine for power, a harmonizer of Earth's energy grid, a vault of knowledge, or all three? Could it be that the builders intended it as a gift to the future, a device that would outlast their own destruction and wait silently until we were ready to understand it? And if so, then the next step is clear. We must ask what message they left behind, hidden not only in the pyramid stones but in the very myths of humanity. The search for lost civilizations brings us to the heart of forbidden archaeology, the evidence of a global science erased from official history. From megalithic ruins submerged beneath the seas to temples that align with stars from 12,000 years ago, clues suggest a civilization advanced enough to build the Great Pyramid once thrived. To uncover the truth, we must follow those clues around the world, connecting fragments of a story that mainstream history refuses to tell. Beneath the waves of our oceans lie secrets that challenge everything we have been taught about the rise of civilization. Submerged ruins, megalithic structures, and forgotten cities whisper of a time when human history stretched far beyond the accepted timeline. These sites are often dismissed as natural formations or local myths, yet when examined closely, they reveal geometry, alignments, and construction methods strikingly similar to the Great Pyramid. Could it be that the oceans are hiding the missing chapters of humanity's story, and perhaps even the fingerprints of the same global builder culture responsible for Giza? The island of Yonaguni, off the coast of Japan, provides one of the most compelling cases. Discovered in the 1980s by a diver, the Yonaguni monument lies beneath 80 to 100 feet of water. Massive stone terraces, staircases, and platforms stretch for hundreds of feet, forming a structure that looks eerily like a stepped pyramid. Mainstream geologists argue it is a natural formation, the product of fractured sandstone. Yet divers and independent researchers note sharp right angles, symmetrical staircases, and carved reliefs that defy randomness. If Yonaguni is man-made, then it must date back at least 12,000 years, before the last Ice Age floods raised sea levels. This would place it in the same era as Plato's Atlantis and the water-weathered Sphinx. Moving westward, India's coastal waters hold another enigma, Dwarka, the legendary city of Lord Krishna. Ancient Sanskrit texts describe Dwarka as a golden city with grand palaces that sank beneath the waves after a great war. For centuries, it was dismissed as mythology. But in the early 2000s, marine archaeologists discovered ruins beneath the Gulf of Cambay, streets, walls, and artifacts buried under the seafloor. Carbon dating of materials retrieved suggests an age of 9,000 years or more, again pushing civilization back thousands of years before Mesopotamia or Egypt. If Dwarka is real, it demonstrates that advanced city-building cultures existed long before recorded history, and they too fell victim to cataclysm. Across the Atlantic, near the Bahamas, lies the mysterious Bimini Road. In 1968, divers found a long stretch of massive stone blocks laid out in a neat, linear formation beneath the shallow waters. Skeptics claim it is natural beach rock, yet the uniformity and arrangement resemble an ancient causeway or breakwater. Edgar Cayce, the famed sleeping prophet, predicted decades earlier that ruins of Atlantis would be found near Bimini around this time. Whether coincidence or prophecy, the discovery has fueled theories that the Bahamas once formed part of a vast lost civilization whose ruins are now submerged. South America also hides tantalizing clues. Off the coast of Cuba, sonar scans in 2001 revealed what appear to be megalithic structures, including pyramids, lying 2,000 feet below the surface. The site covers a large area with geometric patterns too regular to be explained away as random. If authentic, these ruins predate the rise of any known civilization and suggest that a massive city once existed in what is now deep ocean. Yet because the location is difficult to study and politically sensitive, research has been limited, leaving us with more questions than answers. What unites all these submerged ruins is their timing. Most appear to have sunk between 9,000 and 12,000 years ago, the very period when the last ice age ended and sea levels rose dramatically. Geologists confirm that during this time, oceans rose more than 300 feet, swallowing coastlines worldwide. If advanced societies existed along those coasts, their cities would now be underwater, explaining why so few monumental ruins survive on land. The Great Pyramid, by contrast, stands inland, above floodlines, almost as if it were deliberately placed to withstand the coming deluge. Was Giza meant to preserve knowledge when the seas erased everything else? Even more compelling are the architectural similarities. Step-like structures, massive stone blocks, and precise alignments appear again and again, whether in Yonaguni, Dwarka, or Giza. It is as though a shared blueprint guided their creation, pointing to either cultural diffusion across vast distances or the remnants of a single global civilization. If the Great Pyramid was part of an energy grid, could these submerged sites have been nodes now lost to the ocean? Their positions along ancient coastlines may have been crucial in balancing the system. Legends support this idea. Nearly every culture has flood myths: the Bible's story of Noah, Mesopotamia's tale of Utnapishtim, India's account of Manu, and Mesoamerican stories of world-ending floods. These myths are often dismissed as allegory, yet they may encode real memories of cataclysm, memories of civilizations drowned and knowledge scattered. The ruins beneath the sea could be the remnants of these forgotten worlds, their monuments speaking the same language as the Great Pyramid, a language of stone, geometry, and alignment with the cosmos. Modern technology is only beginning to uncover these sites. Sonar mapping, deep-sea submersibles, and remote sensing have revealed anomalies worldwide. Structures off the coasts of Malta, Greece, and Japan, as well as megaliths in Lake Titicaca, high in the Andes. Each discovery chips away at the orthodox timeline and strengthens the possibility of a lost global builder culture. Yet funding for such research is scarce, and mainstream institutions often dismiss or ignore the findings. Could it be that acknowledging these ruins would unravel the carefully maintained story of human history? The implications are staggering. If submerged ruins prove that advanced societies existed 10,000 or more years ago, then the Great Pyramid is not an anomaly but part of a broader tradition. It was not built in isolation but stands as one surviving monument of a culture that stretched across the globe, building with precision and purpose, only to be swallowed by catastrophe. The ocean, then, is not just water but an archive, hiding evidence that could rewrite history. And this leads to a deeper mystery. Were these civilizations destroyed by natural cataclysms, or was something else at play? Did they vanish by accident, or by design? If the Great Pyramid was a machine, part of a global system, could its failure or misuse have contributed to the downfall of those who built it? The drowned cities may not only mark the end of a civilization but also serve as warnings etched into the seabed. The Great Pyramid, still standing above ground, may hold the answers the oceans have concealed. Its survival could be intentional, a message preserved until humanity was ready to rediscover the truth. If so, then the submerged ruins are not isolated oddities. They are the missing puzzle pieces of a global civilization whose crowning achievement may still be humming silently in the sands of Giza. Since the dawn of time, humanity has gazed upward in wonder, charting the slow dance of the stars across the heavens. Yet in the ancient world, this fascination was not just poetry or myth, it was architecture, encoded in stone. The Great Pyramid of Giza, along with countless megalithic monuments scattered across the globe, was not merely built to touch the sky, but to mirror it. Their alignments, orientations, and proportions reflect a profound astronomical language, a hidden dialogue between Earth and the cosmos. Understanding this language is key to unlocking the true purpose of the pyramids and perhaps the lost technology that powered them. At first glance, the Great Pyramid seems like a massive geometric structure planted firmly on the desert sands. But its positioning reveals something extraordinary. Each of its four sides faces almost exactly true north, south, east, and west. The precision is staggering, deviating by only a fraction of a degree, more accurate than many modern buildings made with digital tools. How could builders with supposed primitive methods achieve such perfection? Mainstream scholars chalk it up to careful observation of the sun or stars, but the level of accuracy suggests instruments and knowledge we no longer possess. This orientation demonstrates not only advanced surveying but also a deep understanding that the pyramid was to serve as a bridge between Earth's geometry and the greater cosmic order. One of the most striking astronomical features is the alignment of the three main pyramids at Giza with the stars of Orion's belt. When viewed from above, the layout of the pyramids perfectly mirrors the three stars, Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka. This correlation is not rough or coincidental. It is precise, with the slight offset of the smallest pyramid reflecting Mintaka's fainter positioning in the night sky. Egyptologists argue this may have been symbolic, connecting the pharaohs with Osiris, the god of rebirth, who was associated with Orion. But could it have been more than symbolism? Perhaps the pyramids were designed as part of a celestial map, anchoring Earth's energy grid to the stars themselves. Supporting this idea are the pyramid star shafts, narrow tunnels extending from the king's and queen's chambers. These shafts are aligned not randomly but towards specific stars, Orion, Sirius, and others of immense importance in ancient mythologies. Such shafts could not have served any practical function for air circulation, as mainstream scholars once suggested. Instead, they were deliberate, precise conduits linking the chambers to the heavens. Some researchers propose these shafts channeled energy, perhaps starlight, resonance, or cosmic radiation, into the pyramid, allowing it to function as more than stone, as a celestial engine in communion with the cosmos. The Great Pyramid is not alone in this stellar obsession. Across the ocean in Mexico, the pyramids of Teotihuacan align with the same Orion constellation. The central avenue, known as the Avenue of the Dead, points toward the setting of the Pleiades, another star cluster worshipped globally. In Cambodia, Angkor Wat's temples mirror the constellation Draco, while the temples of Angkor Thom are arranged to align with solstices and equinoxes. The Nazca lines in Peru depict animals that correspond to constellations, visible only from the sky. Stonehenge, on the other hand, functions as a massive astronomical observatory, marking solstices with precision. When viewed collectively, these monuments form a pattern too deliberate to be mere chance. This raises the question, why did ancient builders go to such extraordinary lengths to align their monuments with the heavens? For them, the sky was not distant but integral, a cosmic clock that dictated the rhythm of life. But there is a deeper possibility. These alignments may have been necessary for the activation of energy systems. If the pyramids were power plants, then perhaps they required synchronization with celestial cycles, much like modern power grids must align with alternating currents. The heavens provided the master frequency, and the monuments were tuned to it. Mathematics strengthens this theory. The dimensions of the Great Pyramid encode astronomical values. Its height relates to the distance between Earth and the Sun, while its base perimeter reflects Earth's circumference. The ratio of its height to base length encodes pi and phi, constants that govern not only geometry but also orbital mechanics and the growth patterns of life. Was the pyramid a symbolic model of the cosmos, or was it literally designed to resonate with cosmic harmonics, channeling stellar energy into usable form? What is even more compelling is the global consistency. From Egypt to Mesoamerica to Asia, cultures separated by thousands of miles built structures that reflected the stars with uncanny similarity. How did civilizations supposedly without contact share the same celestial blueprints? Either ancient mariners carried knowledge across oceans, or a more profound connection existed, a lost global civilization with advanced astronomical science. Alternatively, some suggest guidance came from the very stars themselves, from beings who descended to teach humanity how to mirror the heavens on Earth. Consider also the role of precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis that shifts the position of the stars over millennia. The alignments of Giza's pyramids with Orion's belt, when calculated backward, suggest construction not in 2500 BCE but around 10,500 BCE, an era that coincides with the end of the Ice Age and the legends of Atlantis. Could it be that the pyramids were aligned to a celestial configuration marking the dawn of a lost civilization? If so, their builders were recording the heavens at a pivotal moment in Earth's history, encoding their own time capsule in stone. The ancients did not merely look at the stars, they built their lives, rituals, and monuments around them. The Great Pyramid may have been a cornerstone in a planetary system designed to harmonize Earth with the cosmos. Its alignments suggest it was not only an energy generator but also a receiver and transmitter, connecting Earth to a larger cosmic network. Perhaps it tuned into stellar frequencies, drawing down energy from Orion, Sirius, or even the galactic center. In this sense, the pyramid was not just a machine but a cosmic antenna, synchronizing human civilization with universal forces. Mainstream science, bound by skepticism, often dismisses such interpretations as romantic speculation. Yet the precision of the alignments cannot be ignored. The builders of the Great Pyramid, Teotihuacan, Angkor, and Stonehenge were astronomers, mathematicians, and engineers of a caliber we barely comprehend. They wove the heavens into the earth, leaving monuments that remain as both maps and machines. Their purpose may not have been tombs or temples but instruments designed to ensure the survival and advancement of humanity by locking us into cosmic cycles. If this is true, then modern humanity has lost touch with something essential. We build skyscrapers for profit, not resonance. We gaze at the stars through telescopes, but we no longer build in harmony with them. Perhaps the ancients were warning us, to thrive, we must live in alignment not only with the earth but with the greater cosmos. The Great Pyramid, in this light, becomes more than a mystery of stone. It becomes a message, a reminder that we are part of a universal order, and that true power lies in remembering our place among the stars. The question now becomes, if the pyramid was designed as a cosmic antenna, tuned to both Earth and the heavens, what exactly was it transmitting or receiving? Was it harvesting stellar energy, communicating with other worlds, or serving as a stabilizer for Earth's own frequencies? The answer may lie in the pyramid's hidden technologies, chambers, and resonance, secrets that modern exploration has only begun to uncover. From the moment one steps inside the Great Pyramid, it becomes clear that it is not merely a collection of stone chambers. Every corridor, every cavity, every massive granite block seems to resonate with purpose, as if the structure itself is a musical instrument. For decades, researchers have suspected that the pyramid was designed not just for burial or ritual, but as a machine that harnessed sound and vibration to channel energy. This is the realm of acoustic archaeology, a field that investigates how ancient structures manipulate frequencies. And in the case of the Great Pyramid, the results are staggering. The first clue lies in the King's Chamber. Constructed entirely of granite, a highly dense and resonant stone, the chamber behaves like a precision-tuned cavity. When certain frequencies are introduced, standing waves form, creating vibrations that echo powerfully throughout the space. Scientists have measured resonances that correspond to frequencies known to affect water, biological tissue, and even air molecules. Some researchers suggest that this was intentional. The chamber may have been designed to amplify energy, perhaps even to generate heat or electrical effects through resonance alone. Another remarkable feature is the Grand Gallery, a long ascending corridor with a corbelled ceiling. Its unique shape is not simply architectural, it creates a natural acoustic funnel. Sounds introduced at the bottom of the gallery can resonate and amplify as they travel upward, producing harmonic frequencies that interact with the King's Chamber above. Experiments with tuning forks, recorded tones, and even human chanting have revealed that specific frequencies generate measurable energy fluctuations within the chamber system. This has led some theorists to propose that the pyramid functioned as a sound-powered machine, where vibration and resonance were harnessed as a form of energy long before electricity as we know it existed. Even the Queen's Chamber is enigmatic. While smaller and less studded than the King's Chamber, it has a system of shafts and cavities that behave as resonance conduits. Some researchers suggest that water, once present in these spaces, could have interacted with vibrational frequencies to generate hydrogen gas, which might then be used to produce energy. This idea intersects with the work of alternative theorists like Chris Dunn, who argue that the pyramid's chambers were designed as part of an integrated energy system, where vibration, resonance, and chemical reactions worked in concert. Experimental archaeology has further illuminated these possibilities. Researchers have placed tuning forks, speakers, and harmonic generators within the chambers, measuring the resulting vibrations and energy effects. Some have reported unusual electromagnetic spikes, changes in local temperature, and even altered states of consciousness in human participants. While skeptics caution that anecdotal experiences cannot be quantified, the consistency of physical effects, resonant frequencies, amplified sound waves, and standing waves cannot be ignored. The Great Pyramid appears deliberately engineered to interact with physical phenomena in ways that modern science is only beginning to understand. The pyramid's exterior may have been part of this acoustic system as well. Originally covered in polished limestone casing stones, the pyramid could have reflected sound waves in precise ways, focusing energy inward or upward. Some theorists suggest that the shape of the pyramid itself, the slope angles, the mass, and the proportions, acts as a giant resonator, amplifying vibrations generated within and possibly transmitting them over long distances. In essence, the pyramid may have been a terrestrial speaker, designed to channel vibrational energy both vertically into the atmosphere and laterally across the desert. There is also evidence that the pyramid's acoustic properties were tied to ritual and consciousness. Ancient Egyptian texts describe priests chanting specific tones, using percussion instruments, or employing breath control within sacred spaces. Could these rituals have been functional, designed to activate the pyramid's energy system? Some researchers argue that sound alone may have been sufficient to stimulate electromagnetic or vibrational effects, effectively switching on the pyramid without machinery. This idea aligns with the broader hypothesis that the pyramids were machines of consciousness, capable of affecting both human physiology and the environment through vibrational resonance. Modern studies of pyramid-shaped structures have replicated some of these effects on a smaller scale. Experiments with scaled-down pyramids demonstrate that placing water, crystals, or biological materials inside can alter growth patterns, reduce spoilage, or even generate measurable electrical potentials. While these experiments do not conclusively prove that the Great Pyramid functioned as an energy machine, They suggest that ancient builders may have understood principles of resonance and energy manipulation that we are only beginning to rediscover. Acoustic resonance also raises the possibility that the pyramid was a communication device. Certain frequencies may have been used to transmit energy or information across distance, either through the air, the ground, or even the planet's natural electromagnetic fields. If the pyramid was part of a global grid, as some theorists suggest, its resonant frequencies could have been tuned to interact with other monuments, creating a network of sound-based energy transmission. This would explain why pyramids and megaliths worldwide share such precise alignments and proportions, as if each site were a node in a resonant network spanning the globe. The challenge lies in the fact that much of the pyramid's original function has been lost. Water channels, casing stones, and possibly even capstones are missing, meaning the system is incomplete. Yet even in its current state, the pyramid still responds to sound and vibration. Standing within the king's chamber, one can feel subtle reverberations in the stone. With amplified frequencies, researchers have recorded measurable oscillations, suggesting that the pyramid retains a latent, dormant capacity for acoustic energy. Finally, the broader implication of these acoustic properties is profound. If the Great Pyramid was designed to harness sound, vibration, and resonance, it was operating in a domain that bridges physics, biology, and consciousness. Ancient builders may have understood principles we now recognize in quantum mechanics and wave theory, long before the formal scientific language existed. The pyramid was not simply a tomb, it was a machine, an instrument, and a repository of applied science, using sound as a key to unlock energy, influence, and perhaps even altered states of awareness. The evidence is compelling. The Great Pyramid is a monument of sound, vibration, and resonance. From the King's Chamber to the Grand Gallery, from the missing capstone to the original polished casing, every feature seems designed to interact with waves and frequencies. Whether for energy production, ritual purposes, or planetary harmonization, the pyramid's acoustic architecture cannot be dismissed. It stands as a testament to a lost understanding of sound, a forgotten science waiting for humanity to rediscover. The Great Pyramid has long been viewed as a monument of stone, yet beneath its granite and limestone surfaces lies a tantalizing possibility: water. Recent studies and alternative theories suggest that the pyramid may not have been just a passive structure but an active energy machine, using water, chemical reactions, and advanced principles lost to modern civilization. If this is true, the Great Pyramid could represent the earliest known attempt at harnessing a form of chemical power, predating electricity and engines by millennia. One of the earliest hints comes from the pyramid's internal chambers and shafts, particularly the King's Chamber and the mysterious air shafts. Some theorists, most notably Christopher Dunn, suggest that the chambers may have been filled with water at certain times. Water has unique physical properties. It can store energy, act as a conductor, and even facilitate chemical reactions. In conjunction with the pyramid's granite and limestone, which contain high levels of quartz and other minerals, water could have interacted with resonance and vibration to produce electrical potentials. Essentially, the pyramid may have functioned as a giant hydraulic electric generator, using the natural flow and pressure of water to create energy. Supporting this idea is the discovery of ancient water channels beneath the pyramid. Archaeologists and engineers have found evidence of tunnels and cavities that could have directed groundwater into and out of specific areas. Some channels were lined with materials that suggest deliberate engineering, designed to withstand pressure and control flow. If these channels were used to move water through the chambers, they could have generated mechanical vibrations or pressure differentials, fundamental components of energy generation. Moreover, the pyramid sits on a natural aquifer, allowing easy access to subterranean water sources. The King's Chamber granite blocks themselves add another layer of possibility. Granite is piezoelectric, meaning it generates electrical charge under mechanical stress. When combined with flowing water, which can cause movement and pressure changes, the resulting effect could produce measurable electricity. In essence, the pyramid may have been designed to harness hydroelectric principles thousands of years before they were formally understood. Some researchers even speculate that the missing capstone, believed to have been a metal or polished stone, may have acted as a terminal for energy, allowing the pyramid to radiate or store power. Hydrogen may also have played a critical role. Water subjected to vibration, pressure, and specific chemical catalysts can release hydrogen gas. This gas, in turn, can serve as a fuel for energy generation. Some theorists posit that small-scale reactions inside the pyramid's chambers may have been intentionally designed to produce hydrogen, which could then be ignited or directed through a network of conduits to create controlled energy outputs. The combination of water, vibration, and piezoelectric minerals could thus form a self-contained chemical energy system, sophisticated enough to rival some modern devices. Historical texts and legends offer tantalizing hints. Ancient Egyptian writings describe sacred water channels and flowing life within temples and pyramids, often in symbolic or ritualistic terms. While traditionally interpreted as metaphor, these texts may actually preserve practical knowledge, cloaked in allegory to protect secrets from outsiders. Similarly, flood myths across the globe often emphasize water as a vehicle of both destruction and creation. Could it be that the builders of the Great Pyramid encoded their knowledge of water-based energy generation into sacred architecture, disguising science as myth? Experimental investigations into pyramid-shaped structures support the plausibility of water-based energy systems. Laboratory models have shown that flowing water, when combined with quartz and resonant cavities, can generate electrical currents. Some researchers have observed microvolt potentials in small-scale pyramids, while others have noted altered water properties, changes in pH, and even structural vibrations in response to fluid movement. Scaling these principles up to the size of the Great Pyramid could, in theory, produce energy levels capable of powering large-scale devices or machinery. The missing capstone or pyramid ion may have been crucial to this process. Many ancient texts and reliefs depict the pyramid topped with a metallic point, possibly gold or electrum. Metals like gold are excellent conductors, capable of channeling electrical energy efficiently. If the pyramid produced energy through vibration, water, and chemical reactions, the capstone could have acted as a collection point, focusing the pyramid's output and possibly transmitting it across the desert or even the planet. This may explain why the capstone vanished. It was the functional heart of the machine. Modern theorists like Joseph Davidovits propose that some of the pyramid stones are not naturally quarried but cast as synthetic geopolymer concrete, containing materials that could enhance conductivity, piezoelectric effects, and structural resonance. Combined with water, such engineered stone could form an ideal medium for energy generation. Even the precise internal dimensions of the chambers may have been tuned to optimize water flow, vibration, and chemical interactions. The more one examines the pyramid, the more it resembles a carefully designed laboratory in stone, rather than a simple tomb. Another intriguing clue lies in ancient Egyptian ritual practices. Priests were known to pour water into specific basins, chant, and perform synchronized actions that coincide with solstices or planetary alignments. While dismissed as purely ceremonial, these practices may have served a functional purpose, activating the pyramid's energy system through vibration, resonance, and the flow of liquids. Ritual may have been the key to safely controlling the forces within, a method for manipulating energy that combines science, spirituality, and intuition. Of course, skeptics argue that all of this is speculation, that no definitive proof exists of chemical energy generation in the pyramid. Yet the combination of water channels, piezoelectric minerals, resonant chambers, missing capstone, and symbolic texts creates a compelling case. Unlike a modern engine, the pyramid was designed with subtlety. Energy was not stored in batteries or wires but in stone, water, vibration, and precise alignment with natural forces. This may explain why the system is no longer active. The loss of water, capstone, and ritual knowledge left it dormant. The broader implications are profound. If the Great Pyramid once generated energy through water and chemical reactions, it would represent a technology far ahead of its time, lost for millennia and misunderstood by every generation since. It would also support the idea that pyramids worldwide were not isolated structures but part of a global energy network, where water, vibration, and resonance worked in harmony across continents. The combination of acoustic, chemical, and structural systems suggests a civilization with knowledge rivaling, or exceeding, modern engineering. In conclusion, the Great Pyramid may have been far more than a tomb. It could have been a sophisticated chemical energy generator, harnessing water, hydrogen, and piezoelectric principles to power a system whose full function is still hidden. Each channel, chamber, and stone block was deliberately engineered, forming a machine of monumental scale, whose secrets lie dormant beneath centuries of sand and myth. Rediscovering this knowledge could revolutionize our understanding of ancient technology and reveal a lost era when humanity manipulated energy with wisdom and precision. The Great Pyramid's outer shell has long been admired for its dazzling beauty, yet it may have served a purpose far beyond aesthetics. Originally, the pyramid was covered with polished white Tura limestone, fitted with near-perfect precision, creating a reflective surface that could gleam like a mirror under the Egyptian sun. Today, only a few casing stones remain at the base, but historical accounts describe a radiant structure visible from miles away, its brilliance likened to a beacon. While many assume this was purely ceremonial, alternative theories suggest that the casing was an integral part of the pyramid's energy system, an engineered layer designed to focus, amplify, and conduct power. The reflective quality of polished limestone is more than ornamental. Smooth, dense stone can concentrate light, heat, and even electromagnetic energy. Some theorists propose that the Great Pyramid functioned as a solar collector, its casing capturing the sun's energy during the day and storing it within the pyramid's interior. The casing's precise angles and orientation, aligned almost perfectly with true north, would maximize energy capture at specific times of year, such as solstices and equinoxes. This energy could then be focused into the inner chambers, interacting with the pyramid's resonance, vibration, and even water channels, creating a coordinated system of energy amplification. Beyond light, the casing stones may have had electrical properties. Limestone contains small amounts of conductive minerals, and when polished and joined seamlessly, it could create an environment conducive to electrical flow. Some researchers suggest that the casing acted as a conductor, channeling energy from the pyramid's exterior to its interior, or even projecting it outward in a controlled manner. Combined with the pyramid's shape, which naturally amplifies electromagnetic frequencies, the casing may have served as a tuning shell, optimizing the pyramid's energy output while protecting the internal chambers from dispersion or interference. The precision of the casing's construction is striking. Each stone was cut to fit with tolerances as fine as 1/50th of an inch. In a structure this large, even minor gaps would scatter energy and reduce efficiency. The ancient builders clearly understood the importance of seamless contact between stones, not only for stability but potentially for energy conduction. The uniformity of the outer surface could have enabled it to function as a giant, coherent material layer, allowing vibrations, sound waves, or electromagnetic currents to travel across it without disruption. In essence, the casing may have been the pyramid's external amplifier, translating internal activity into measurable external effects. Historical descriptions add to this mystery. Ancient writers spoke of the pyramid shining like gold under the sun, a reference likely to its reflective casing. This brilliance may have been more than symbolic. It could have functioned as a signal or energy transmitter. Some alternative theorists speculate that at night, with the addition of hydrogen or other chemicals inside the pyramid, energy released from the core could interact with the polished casing, creating light phenomena, visible as mysterious glows, sparks, or radiant energy beams. Could the pyramid have been designed as a visible and energetic landmark, a beacon for distant observers or even extraterrestrial contacts? The casing may also have played a role in the pyramid's acoustic resonance. Smooth, dense surfaces reflect sound more efficiently than rough or porous materials. Combined with the inner chambers and the Grand Gallery's funnel-shaped design, the outer shell could have contained and amplified resonant frequencies generated inside. This would create a powerful vibrational system, with energy flowing from the inner chambers, through water and stone, and outward via the polished exterior. In this scenario, the casing was not passive. It was an active participant in the pyramid's energy system, enhancing both sound and structural resonance. Experimental archaeology supports the potential functionality of polished surfaces. Researchers have observed that small pyramid models with smooth, reflective exteriors amplify sound and even light energy more effectively than rough or fractured surfaces. Scaling this principle up to the Great Pyramid, the casing's seamless stones could have acted as a coherent interface with natural forces, solar radiation, electromagnetic currents, or vibrational energy, allowing the pyramid to interact dynamically with its environment. In other words, the outer shell may have been as important as the inner chambers, completing a holistic system of energy management. The loss of most casing stones in antiquity, stripped for building materials during later dynasties, may have rendered the pyramid largely dormant. Without its polished exterior, the system could no longer focus or conduct energy efficiently. Modern observers are left with the skeleton of the machine, a structure whose true power is largely hidden. If the casing is restored or even theoretically reconstructed, simulations suggest the pyramid's energy output could dramatically increase, reinforcing theories that the builders intended a fully functioning machine, not merely a symbolic tomb. Interestingly, similar reflective or conductive materials appear in other ancient monuments. Step pyramids in Mesoamerica were often coated with stucco or stone that would shine under the sun. Angkor Wat's sandstone terraces glimmered in tropical light. Even in Europe, some megalithic structures were polished or arranged with reflective materials. This suggests a common understanding among ancient civilizations. Polished, smooth surfaces are not merely decorative, they enhance a structure's interaction with natural forces. In the case of the Great Pyramid, The casing may have been the most advanced example of this principle, functioning as both mirror and conductor, linking stone, sky, and energy in one cohesive system. The implications are staggering. The Great Pyramid, far from being a static monument, was likely an integrated energy device, with its outer shell serving as the final, crucial component. Its polished limestone could gather, focus, and transmit energy, amplify sound and vibration, and interact with the surrounding landscape, the sun, and perhaps even the planet itself. The pyramid was not just a machine hidden in stone. Its casing made it a visible, functional, and dynamic instrument, capable of interfacing with natural forces in ways modern science is only beginning to appreciate. In conclusion, the outer casing of the Great Pyramid was no mere ornament. It was an engineered layer of functionality, designed to work in harmony with the pyramid's chambers, water channels, resonance, and vibration. Without it, much of the system's potency would be lost. With it, the Great Pyramid could operate as a coherent, powerful energy apparatus, a machine of stone, light, and vibration. Its brilliance, once visible across the desert, was more than aesthetic. It was the signature of a technology centuries ahead of its time, a reminder that every stone, every angle, and every polished surface was meticulously calculated to fulfill a purpose far beyond human imagination. The Great Pyramid of Giza was never just a static monument. It was a dynamic machine intricately linked to the rhythms of the cosmos. Beyond its acoustic chambers, chemical systems, and polished casing, the pyramid appears to have been synchronized with the stars and the cycles of the sun and moon, functioning not only as an energy generator but as a cosmic calendar. Ancient civilizations were acutely aware of celestial patterns, using them to time agricultural events, religious rituals, and technological processes. The pyramid may have taken this understanding to a whole new level, harnessing cosmic cycles to optimize its power, regulate its internal systems, and perhaps even stabilize Earth's energy fields. One of the most striking features is the pyramid's stellar alignment. The so-called star shafts of the king's and queen's chambers point toward key stars such as Orion, Sirius, and Alpha Draconis. These stars were of immense symbolic and practical importance to the Egyptians, associated with gods like Osiris and Isis, and with the flooding of the Nile, which ensured fertile soil. Yet their alignment may also have had a practical function. By channeling energy from specific stellar positions at precise times, the pyramid could harness cosmic energy during seasonal transitions. In this sense, the pyramids were not merely symbolic, they were tuned instruments, operating in resonance with the heavens. The Great Pyramid also appears to track solstices and equinoxes. Its sides are aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal points, allowing sunlight to illuminate specific edges or corners during the winter and summer solstices. This precise orientation suggests the builders understood the movement of the sun across the sky and may have used these cycles to regulate internal processes. For example, sunlight entering the shafts or chambers could have activated chemical or acoustic reactions, producing energy only at particular times of the year. The seasonal cycle may have served as a natural timer, ensuring the pyramid operated in harmony with Earth's natural rhythms. Astronomical calculations indicate that the pyramid was aligned to a specific precessional period. Due to Earth's axial wobble, the stars gradually shift positions over millennia. When accounting for precession, the alignment with Orion's belt points not to 2500 BCE, but to around 10,500 BCE, a period that coincides with legends of Atlantis and the Zep Tepi, or first time. This suggests that the pyramid's design encodes knowledge of long-term cosmic cycles, allowing it to remain synchronized with the heavens over thousands of years. Such foresight implies a level of astronomical precision far beyond what mainstream archaeology credits to ancient Egyptians. The concept of seasonal energy cycles may also extend to the pyramid's internal mechanisms. If the chambers contained water, piezoelectric stones, or chemical systems, the seasonal variations in temperature, sunlight, and possibly even lunar gravitational pull could affect internal pressures, resonances, and energy outputs. Certain times of year, such as the summer solstice, could maximize energy generation, while other periods might act as maintenance cycles, stabilizing the internal systems. The pyramid may have been designed to cycle naturally, harnessing the universe's rhythms to function efficiently without human intervention. Evidence for seasonal synchronization is found elsewhere in the ancient world. The Mayan pyramid at El Castillo, for instance, produces the famous serpent of light effect on the equinoxes, when sunlight casts a shadow resembling a descending serpent. Stonehenge in England aligns precisely with sunrise at the solstices. Angkor Wat in Cambodia mirrors the equinox sunrises over its central towers. These examples suggest that civilizations across the globe understood the value of linking monumental structures to celestial cycles. The Great Pyramid fits seamlessly into this pattern, indicating it was not an isolated experiment but part of a global tradition of timekeeping and energy synchronization. The alignment with lunar cycles may also have been significant. The moon affects tides, water pressure, and even subtle electromagnetic properties of the Earth. If the pyramid used water channels, as some theorists suggest, lunar cycles could regulate flow or pressure, further enhancing the system's efficiency. Certain frequencies might resonate more strongly during specific lunar phases, allowing the pyramid to tune itself with natural rhythms. This integration of solar, stellar, and lunar cycles hints at a machine designed with a complete understanding of planetary mechanics. Moreover, the pyramid may have functioned as a cosmic battery, storing energy generated during peak periods and releasing it when celestial conditions were optimal. The interaction of seasonal sunlight, star alignments, and internal resonance could create a predictable energy cycle, ensuring that power was available when needed. If the pyramid was part of a global network of energy nodes, synchronizing its operation with the heavens would allow the entire system to function cohesively, maintaining balance across distant sites. The spiritual symbolism of these alignments cannot be ignored. Ancient Egyptians believed in cycles of death and rebirth, mirrored in the annual flooding of the Nile and the movement of the stars. By linking the pyramid to these cycles, the builders may have sought not only physical power but metaphysical stability, aligning human activity with the universe, harmonizing Earth's energy with celestial forces, and connecting past, present, and future in one monumental design. The design also incorporates pre-dawn star risings, such as the heliacal rising of Sirius, which mark the beginning of the Nile's inundation. These events were central to agriculture and religion, but in the context of the pyramid as a machine, they may have triggered energy processes timed with predictable celestial events. Imagine a system where star positions, sun angles, and water levels worked in concert. An ancient natural computer orchestrating energy, resonance, and environmental balance with astounding precision. In sum, the Great Pyramid's alignment with stars, sun, and moon suggests it was not a static structure but a living system, responsive to cosmic cycles. Its builders encoded knowledge of astronomy, seasonal change, and precession into the very geometry of the monument. By harmonizing with the rhythms of the heavens, the pyramid may have harvested energy, optimized its internal processes, and maintained resonance with other nodes of a global system. The ancient engineers effectively created a celestial-powered machine, one that bridges the gap between astronomy, physics, and ancient technology. The implications are profound. If the pyramid was designed to function in sync with celestial cycles, it demonstrates that ancient civilizations possessed an understanding of long-term astronomical mechanics, natural energy flows, and the interconnection of Earth with the cosmos. Seasonal and stellar alignment may have allowed the pyramid to operate efficiently over millennia, harnessing energies that modern science is only beginning to comprehend. In this sense, the Great Pyramid is not merely a monument, it is a cosmic instrument, a calendar, and an energy system in one, reminding us that the ancients lived not apart from the universe, but in rhythm with it. Modern science has long dismissed the idea that the Great Pyramid of Giza functioned as anything more than a tomb, but in recent decades, a growing number of researchers, engineers, and experimental archaeologists have begun to test alternative theories. These experiments suggest that the pyramid's geometry, materials, and internal systems may indeed have been designed to harness energy, generate resonance, and interact with natural forces. Rediscovering the principles behind pyramid power requires stepping outside conventional thinking and combining disciplines, physics, acoustics, chemistry, and astronomy, in ways mainstream academia rarely entertains. One of the earliest modern experiments involved testing the pyramid's acoustic properties. Researchers built scaled models and measured how sound waves behave inside chambers similar to those of the Great Pyramid. Using tuning forks, speakers, and harmonics, they found that certain frequencies produced strong standing waves in the King's Chamber, as well as in the Grand Gallery. These vibrations created measurable oscillations in surrounding stones, suggesting that the pyramid could amplify sound energy significantly. Some theorists propose that this resonance could have been used to manipulate water, air, or even electromagnetic fields within the structure, essentially turning the pyramid into a large-scale energy machine. The piezoelectric properties of granite have also been examined. When subjected to stress or vibration, quartz-rich granite produces tiny electrical charges. Experiments have demonstrated that even minor mechanical pressure within a pyramid-like structure can generate small currents. If the original Great Pyramid combined water, sound resonance, and piezoelectric materials, it could theoretically produce substantial amounts of energy. Christopher Dunn, a leading advocate of this theory, argues that the King's Chamber may have been designed as a power core, converting vibrational energy into usable electrical energy, potentially sufficient for unknown applications. Modern attempts to replicate pyramid energy have gone beyond theory. Small-scale pyramids built according to the same dimensions as Giza's structure have been used to test water behavior, plant growth, and electrical properties. Water placed inside pyramid models reportedly shows altered properties: slower evaporation, changes in pH, and even crystallization effects. Seeds stored under pyramid models have been reported to sprout faster or grow healthier than control samples, suggesting that the pyramid shape itself may influence energy patterns in matter. While skeptics caution that these effects are anecdotal and not yet fully understood, they hint at the possibility that the ancient builders understood a principle of energy concentration and environmental influence that modern science is only beginning to explore. Another key area of experimentation involves solar energy and chemical processes. Some researchers have attempted to replicate theories that the pyramid's chambers could have generated hydrogen from water. By vibrating water inside resonant chambers and exposing it to piezoelectric materials, small amounts of hydrogen can be produced. In a full-scale pyramid, this could theoretically generate usable energy. The missing capstone, some theorists argue, may have served as a terminal for conducting and focusing this energy, allowing it to interact with the surrounding environment or transmit energy across distances. Electromagnetic experiments have also produced intriguing results. Researchers have found unusual electromagnetic anomalies in the vicinity of pyramid models, particularly when combined with water and resonant frequencies. These effects suggest that the pyramid's geometry, its precise angles, dimensions, and internal cavities, could interact with natural electromagnetic fields in ways that concentrate or channel energy. While these findings are preliminary, they lend credence to the idea that the Great Pyramid was engineered with energy manipulation in mind, not simply as a ceremonial or funerary structure. The field of experimental archaeoengineering has extended beyond laboratory models. Some engineers have tried to recreate the pyramid's internal systems using water, vibration, and conductive materials, observing how these elements interact. They report that energy can be amplified, channeled, and stored within the system, supporting the hypothesis that the Great Pyramid functioned as a multi-component machine. Its combination of polished casing stones, internal chambers, shafts, and resonance-prone materials seems too complex to be accidental. In essence, modern experiments suggest that the ancients may have designed a functional energy system embedded in stone, optimized for both internal processes and external effects. The rediscovery of pyramid power is not only theoretical but also practical. Researchers are exploring whether pyramid-shaped structures could have real-world applications today, from renewable energy generation to water treatment and environmental harmonization. Even if the original purpose of the Great Pyramid remains elusive, modern experimentation demonstrates that its geometry is far from arbitrary. It is a blueprint for manipulating natural energy, with principles that can be tested, observed, and potentially replicated. Ancient texts and legends also support these findings. Egyptian hieroglyphs and sacred writings reference the flowing energy of the sun and hidden power within stone. While mainstream interpretations treat these as symbolic, they may be encoded instructions for operating a machine, one that harmonizes water, sound, light, and resonance. Rediscovering this knowledge could bridge the gap between mythology and applied science, revealing technologies that were suppressed, forgotten, or misunderstood over millennia. Critically, the global consistency of pyramid construction strengthens the case for a shared, sophisticated understanding of energy. From Egypt to Mesoamerica to Asia, pyramids share geometric ratios, alignments, and internal cavity designs. If these structures were designed to manipulate energy, their worldwide prevalence suggests a lost body of scientific knowledge that transcended culture and geography. Modern experiments that demonstrate energy amplification, resonance, and water interaction hint that ancient civilizations may have tapped into universal principles that are only now being rediscovered. In conclusion, modern experiments provide tantalizing evidence that the Great Pyramid was far more than a monumental tomb. Its design incorporates principles of resonance, vibration, piezoelectricity, chemical energy, and electromagnetic interaction. Laboratory models, full-scale reconstructions, and acoustic studies all indicate that the pyramid's geometry and internal systems could indeed manipulate energy, synchronize with celestial cycles, and perhaps even influence the environment. Rediscovering pyramid power is not just an academic pursuit, it is a journey into forbidden knowledge, challenging assumptions about ancient technology and suggesting that the ancients were engineers of a sophistication we have yet to fully comprehend. Across the globe, pyramids appear in strikingly similar forms, despite being separated by thousands of miles and cultures that, according to mainstream history, had no contact with one another. From the limestone pyramids of Egypt to the step structures of Mesoamerica, the stone edifices of China, and even the underwater ruins off the coasts of Japan and India, a pattern emerges that defies coincidence. Their dimensions, alignments, and internal designs suggest not isolated innovation but a shared blueprint, a global understanding of geometry, astronomy, and energy manipulation that has largely been forgotten. This raises a provocative question. Could these monuments have been part of a coordinated worldwide network, constructed to harness, transmit, or store energy across continents? The Egyptian pyramids at Giza remain the most famous, but their construction features, a precise orientation to the cardinal points, star-lined shafts, and meticulously cut stone, are echoed thousands of miles away. In Mexico, the pyramids of Teotihuacan mirror Egyptian designs, including step-like terraces, aligned causeways, and chambers that echo astronomical patterns. Some researchers note that the Avenue of the Dead aligns with the setting of the Pleiades, while the pyramids themselves correspond to Orion's belt, just as in Giza. Even the dimensions of Teotihuacan's Pyramid of the Sun show ratios remarkably similar to Egyptian standards, suggesting an understanding of universal constants. In South America, the Inca and pre-Inca civilizations built pyramids and temples with precise stone-cutting techniques and alignment to celestial events. Machu Picchu, for example, is oriented to solstices and contains structures that reflect Orion and the Milky Way. The geometric consistency across these sites implies more than coincidence. It points to a shared knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and energetic principles. Similarly, the Nazca lines, with their depiction of animals aligned to constellations, suggest a symbolic connection to the same cosmic forces referenced by pyramids elsewhere. Asia, too, provides compelling examples. In China, the pyramidal tombs of the ancient emperors were constructed with cardinal orientation, precise geometry, and internal chambers that bear a striking resemblance to Egyptian practices. In Cambodia, the massive temples of Angkor Wat and Angkor Thom demonstrate an understanding of both solar and lunar cycles, aligning their towers with celestial events. Even subtle features like corbelled galleries and water systems suggest that energy, resonance, or symbolic power may have been incorporated into the design. Underwater ruins add another layer of complexity. Sites like Yonaguni in Japan and Dwarka in India reveal massive stone constructions beneath the ocean, mirroring the geometric sophistication of pyramids above water. These structures date back thousands of years before conventional civilizations existed, suggesting that the knowledge required to build pyramids was not only ancient but also widespread. Their alignment with coastlines, celestial bodies, and each other hints at a global system of energy nodes, perhaps designed to survive floods and cataclysms while maintaining a planetary grid. One of the most intriguing aspects of this global network is the positional correlation of pyramids. Some researchers have noted that lines drawn between major pyramids often intersect at meaningful angles, corresponding to latitude lines, cardinal points, or astronomical alignments. For example, the Great Pyramid of Giza, Teotihuacan, and certain Mesoamerican pyramids appear to form a triangular network that may have enhanced energetic or symbolic connections across vast distances. This has led to the hypothesis that pyramids were not isolated monuments but nodes in a planetary energy system, interconnected through geometry, vibration, and perhaps even electromagnetic principles. Furthermore, the construction techniques share remarkable similarities. Megalithic blocks cut with precision, internal chambers tuned for resonance, water channels, and polished surfaces appear in multiple regions. Ancient builders seem to understand material properties like density, piezoelectricity, and resonance, applying this knowledge consistently across cultures separated by oceans and time. If these civilizations were truly isolated, such convergence would be almost impossible. The evidence suggests either lost intercontinental contact or a shared heritage of advanced knowledge, preserved in stone. Legends and myths reinforce this possibility. Stories of lost continents like Atlantis or the antediluvian world describe civilizations with advanced technology, global influence, and catastrophic destruction. Could these myths encode the memory of a network of energy-producing pyramids? The timing is suggestive. Many of these constructions date to the end of the last ice age, around 10,000 to 12,000 years ago, coinciding with massive floods and rising sea levels. Submerged ruins, paired with surviving pyramids, may represent the remnants of a planetary system, partially destroyed but still discernible in stone. The notion of a worldwide pyramid network also ties into astronomical alignment. Many pyramids appear designed to correspond with specific stellar constellations, Orion, Pleiades, Draco, and the Milky Way, suggesting that the builders were not only concerned with terrestrial energy but with cosmic resonance. This dual alignment, both planetary and celestial, hints at a civilization that understood the interconnection of Earth and sky, leveraging both to create a system capable of energy generation, communication, or even environmental stabilization. Modern researchers attempting to map global pyramid positions have found surprising correlations. Lines connecting pyramids often match geodesic principles, implying that the builders understood Earth's curvature and large-scale geometry. These alignments, combined with acoustic and energetic properties discovered in individual pyramids, suggest that the monuments could have been part of a planetary grid, a sophisticated network whose purpose may have been both technological and spiritual. The implications of a global pyramid network are staggering. It challenges conventional timelines of human history, suggesting that advanced civilizations existed globally thousands of years before recorded history. It raises questions about how knowledge was transmitted across oceans, continents, and cultures. And it positions the Great Pyramid not as an isolated marvel but as one node in a vast, interconnected system, a machine designed to harmonize Earth's energies with celestial forces. In conclusion, pyramids worldwide share geometry, orientation, and internal features that suggest a lost worldwide network of advanced knowledge. From Egypt to Mesoamerica, Asia to submerged ruins in Japan and India, these structures are more than monuments. They are evidence of a civilization that understood energy, resonance, and the cosmos. The Great Pyramid of Giza may have been the central node, a beacon and hub in a planetary system designed to survive cataclysms, channel energy, and maintain harmony with the universe. Rediscovering this network could fundamentally rewrite our understanding of human history, technology, and the forgotten capabilities of ancient civilizations. The question of who built the pyramids has puzzled historians, archaeologists, and enthusiasts for centuries. Traditional narratives credit the Egyptians, Mayans, Chinese, and other civilizations with constructing these monumental structures using simple tools, human labor, and incremental knowledge. Yet, when the full scale, precision, and complexity of these constructions are considered, a different picture begins to emerge, one that suggests the builders were not ordinary humans operating with primitive methods, but members of an advanced, possibly global civilization whose technological capabilities far exceeded what history currently acknowledges. Understanding who these builders were requires examining evidence from archaeology, astronomy, engineering, and mythology, piecing together clues left in stone, star alignment, and oral traditions. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza exemplifies the mystery. Its enormous limestone and granite blocks, some weighing over 80 tons, were cut with such precision that modern laser tools struggle to match the tolerances. The internal chambers, star shafts, and corbelled ceilings demonstrate knowledge of geometry, acoustics, and resonance that seems far beyond the capability of a civilization supposedly reliant on copper tools. Labor alone cannot explain the level of sophistication. The knowledge required to design, align, and execute such structures suggests specialized engineers, scientists, and astronomers were at work. The question then becomes, were these individuals part of a society we have yet to fully recognize, or remnants of an even older civilization whose memory was preserved through myth and architecture? Global evidence supports the notion of a lost, advanced culture. In Mesoamerica, the pyramids of Teotihuacan, Chichén Itzá, and the pyramids of the Inca reveal similar precision, astronomical alignment, and knowledge of mathematics. Teotihuacan, in particular, shows an urban plan aligned with celestial events, including the Pleiades and Orion, mirroring the principles seen in Egypt. The internal chambers of Mesoamerican pyramids also suggest awareness of resonance, vibration, and energy concentration, pointing to a shared body of knowledge that transcended continents. The similarity between these structures raises an intriguing possibility. The builders may have belonged to a civilization with worldwide influence or shared knowledge networks, now lost to time. Ancient texts provide tantalizing hints. Egyptian hieroglyphs, Sumerian tablets, Mayan codices, and Hindu scriptures speak of ancient gods or teachers who imparted advanced knowledge to humanity. While often interpreted metaphorically or mythologically, these accounts consistently describe beings with skills in architecture, astronomy, and energy manipulation. Some theorists suggest that these descriptions may encode the truth of human history, a civilization so advanced that later societies remember them as gods, attributing their abilities to the divine because the technology was no longer understood. Could the builders of the pyramids have been the last remnants of this antediluvian civilization, preserving knowledge in stone, mathematics, and astronomical alignment? Archaeological evidence further supports this theory. Some megalithic sites, such as Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, predate the supposed rise of Egyptian civilization by thousands of years. Its massive stones, intricately carved and precisely arranged, indicate knowledge of structural engineering, celestial tracking, and symbolic encoding far in advance of mainstream timelines. This challenges the conventional narrative of linear technological progress and suggests that advanced knowledge existed long before recorded history, potentially passed down or scattered across different cultures as civilizations rose and fell. The pyramids may represent the zenith of this lost wisdom, preserved for future generations to discover. The global distribution of pyramids also raises questions about the mobility of knowledge. Ancient peoples supposedly lacked long-distance navigation technology, yet similar construction techniques, geometry, and astronomical alignments appear worldwide. How could isolated civilizations develop nearly identical monuments independently? One possibility is that the builders were part of an ancient network, sharing knowledge, teaching advanced techniques, or migrating across continents. The pyramid's consistent design elements, including precise angles, resonance chambers, water channels, and polished casing stones, suggest a standardized blueprint, perhaps maintained and replicated across generations and regions. There is also the consideration of lost technologies. Modern experiments reveal that the Great Pyramid may have been designed as an energy system, utilizing sound, water, and chemical reactions to generate power. Achieving this would require advanced understanding of physics, chemistry, and engineering, knowledge that seems incongruent with conventional views of ancient societies. If the builders possessed such abilities, they were operating at a technological level we only approach today, suggesting a civilization that existed before recorded history, capable of creating monuments that functioned as machines, energy devices, and cosmic instruments simultaneously. The myths surrounding lost civilizations may hold clues about the builders' origins. Plato's account of Atlantis describes a highly advanced society that fell into ruin due to catastrophe, leaving remnants of knowledge for future generations. Similarly, Hindu texts describe the Vimanas, flying machines powered by unknown energies, while Sumerian legends recount gods imparting sophisticated technological knowledge. These myths, often dismissed as fantasy, may encode fragments of real history, representing echoes of a civilization capable of constructing pyramids, global energy systems, and other sophisticated structures. Moreover, the builder's understanding of astronomy implies long-term observation and knowledge transmission. Alignments with stars, solstices, equinoxes, and precessional cycles indicate awareness of celestial mechanics spanning thousands of years. Such knowledge requires careful measurement, record-keeping, and teaching, skills consistent with an advanced, organized society. The builders were not just engineers. They were astronomers, mathematicians, and energy theorists, preserving knowledge in monuments intended to survive millennia. The question of identity remains tantalizingly open. Were these builders an advanced branch of humanity, a lost antediluvian civilization, or a society guided by enigmatic teachers whose knowledge we have yet to fully understand? Evidence suggests they were highly sophisticated, globally connected, and deeply attuned to cosmic and planetary forces. Their legacy, encoded in pyramids worldwide, points to a civilization whose technological, architectural, and astronomical mastery challenges everything we think we know about ancient history. In conclusion, the pyramids were likely the product of a civilization far beyond what conventional timelines acknowledge. The builders combined engineering, astronomy, acoustics, and possibly chemical energy systems to create monuments that functioned as machines, observatories, and energy conduits. Their global footprint, from Egypt to Mesoamerica, Asia to submerged ruins, suggests knowledge that transcended geography and time. Rediscovering the identity, methods, and wisdom of these builders is more than an academic exercise. It is an opportunity to reconnect with a lost chapter of human history, where knowledge, power, and cosmic understanding coexisted in ways we are only beginning to grasp. The notion that pyramids were merely monuments to pharaohs or ceremonial centers is increasingly challenged by a growing body of evidence suggesting that these structures may have functioned as energy conduits, harnessing the natural forces of the Earth itself. Across cultures and continents, pyramids are consistently aligned with cardinal directions, celestial bodies, and topographical features that suggest a sophisticated understanding of energy flow. From the Great Pyramid of Giza to the pyramids of Mesoamerica and the enigmatic underwater structures off Japan and India, There is mounting evidence that these edifices were deliberately sited and constructed to interact with geomagnetic, acoustic, and vibrational energies on a planetary scale. The concept of pyramids as energy conduits is rooted in their geometry. The pyramid shape is inherently stable, capable of concentrating forces toward a single point, whether that force is gravitational, acoustic, or electromagnetic. Experiments with modern pyramid models have demonstrated that their angular faces, internal cavities, and precise ratios can focus energy toward the apex, creating areas of high potential within and around the structure. In the case of the Great Pyramid, the King's Chamber, Grand Gallery, and air shafts appear to form a complex network of energy channels, directing vibrations, electromagnetic fields, and possibly even chemical reactions with precision. The apex of the pyramid, likely capped with a conductive material such as gold or electrum, may have served as the ultimate focal point, concentrating energy for both terrestrial and atmospheric transmission. Ley lines, or hypothesized energy pathways crisscrossing the Earth, are frequently cited in discussions of pyramid power. Many ancient monuments, including pyramids, megalithic temples, and stone circles, appear to align along these lines. While mainstream science remains skeptical of ley lines, experimental observations suggest that certain locations can exhibit unusual magnetic, electric, or acoustic properties. The placement of pyramids along such lines could have allowed them to tap into naturally occurring energy currents, magnifying the internal effects generated by water, resonance, or piezoelectric materials. In essence, the pyramid may have acted as a receiver, amplifier, and transmitter of the Earth's subtle energies. Acoustic energy is another critical factor. The internal chambers and galleries of the Great Pyramid exhibit resonance properties that concentrate sound waves at specific frequencies. Combined with piezoelectric granite blocks, flowing water, and air shafts, these vibrations could generate measurable electrical currents or stimulate chemical reactions. Modern experiments with pyramid models have shown that resonant frequencies can affect water behavior, seed germination, and even electromagnetic fields. Extrapolating these effects to the scale of the Great Pyramid, the structure could have channeled energy through the Earth and atmosphere, creating a localized network of vibrational and electromagnetic activity. The pyramid's relationship with geomagnetic forces is equally intriguing. Surveys of the Giza Plateau and other pyramid sites reveal subtle anomalies in magnetic fields near pyramid bases and internal chambers. Some researchers propose that the pyramid's massive stone construction interacts with Earth's geomagnetic field, potentially focusing and redirecting energy. The orientation of the Great Pyramid to true north is almost exact, which may allow it to function like a giant compass or directional energy transmitter, aligning its internal vibrations with the planet's magnetic currents. In this model, the pyramid is not static but a dynamic interface, converting and distributing energy in sync with Earth's natural rhythms. Water may have further enhanced the pyramid's capabilities as an energy conduit. Channels and basins, both within and beneath the structure, could have served as conduits for energy transfer, with water acting as a medium for hydraulic pressure, piezoelectric activation, and chemical reactions. Seasonal flooding, rainfall, and underground aquifers may have been deliberately incorporated into the pyramid's design, ensuring that its energy systems were synchronized with natural cycles. The combination of water, resonance, and geomagnetic alignment could have transformed the pyramid into a multi-layered energy processor, capable of generating, storing, and transmitting power with remarkable efficiency. The global network of pyramids suggests that this concept was not isolated. Many pyramids worldwide share similar proportions, orientations, and internal features, implying a shared knowledge of energy harnessing. In Mesoamerica, pyramids often have water systems, step designs, and internal chambers that echo the resonance and alignment principles seen in Egypt. Underwater pyramids in Japan and India further indicate that advanced knowledge of construction, energy manipulation, and celestial alignment existed across continents, predating modern civilizations. These patterns imply that pyramids may have formed a planetary grid, with each node interacting with others to stabilize energy, harmonize natural forces, and perhaps even influence climate or geological activity. Myths and legends offer further insight. Ancient texts describe pyramids and temples as sources of divine energy, often referring to them as living stones or machines of the gods. While traditionally interpreted metaphorically, these accounts may encode real knowledge about energy systems, natural forces, and cosmic interaction. Priestly rituals involving water, sound, and sunlight could have functioned as activation protocols, aligning the pyramid's internal and external energy flows to desired outcomes. In this sense, pyramids were not just passive monuments but interactive machines, responsive to human and environmental input alike. Modern experimental archaeology continues to explore these possibilities. Researchers have tested scaled pyramid models with water, electrical sensors, and sound generators, documenting unusual energy fluctuations. While results remain preliminary, they consistently demonstrate that the pyramid's shape, internal chambers, and material composition can influence environmental energy patterns. If scaled to full size, as with the Great Pyramid, these effects could be magnified exponentially, suggesting that ancient builders were capable of harnessing and directing Earth's natural forces on a monumental scale. In conclusion, the pyramids were likely much more than tombs or ceremonial structures. Their design, geometry, orientation, and placement suggest a deliberate effort to tap into the Earth's energy systems, combining acoustic resonance, piezoelectric effects, water channels, and geomagnetic alignment. As energy conduits, pyramids could have amplified natural forces, transmitted power across distances, and harmonized human activity with planetary and cosmic rhythms. The implications are profound. Pyramids were not merely symbols of human achievement but machines embedded in the Earth itself, part of a sophisticated energy network whose secrets are only now being explored. Rediscovering their function could revolutionize our understanding of ancient civilizations, energy manipulation, and humanity's relationship with the natural world. One of the most provocative and controversial theories about the Great Pyramid of Giza is that it was designed not merely as a tomb, temple, or monument, but as a machine capable of storing and transmitting energy. This idea challenges mainstream archaeology, which largely interprets pyramids as ceremonial structures, by proposing that the ancient builders possessed a sophisticated understanding of physics, materials, and energy manipulation far ahead of their time. While skeptics dismiss these claims as speculative, a growing body of evidence, from structural design to experimental research, suggests that the pyramids may have functioned as technological devices, capable of harnessing, concentrating, and distributing energy in ways that modern science is only beginning to explore. The notion that the Great Pyramid could store energy stems from its internal architecture and the materials used in its construction. The King's Chamber, built entirely of massive granite blocks, sits atop layers of limestone and surrounded by relieving chambers designed to bear immense weight. Granite contains quartz, a piezoelectric material, which generates an electric charge when subjected to mechanical stress. The Grand Gallery, with its precise corbelling and inclined design, may have functioned as a conduit for vibrational energy, directing it into the King's Chamber. Some theorists, such as Christopher Dunn, suggest that the pyramid could accumulate energy generated by vibrations, water flow, or other sources, storing it within the structure until it was needed. This stored energy could then theoretically be released in controlled bursts, much like a capacitor, making the pyramid a primitive but effective energy storage device. Transmission of energy is another aspect of this theory. The pyramid's air shafts, which extend from the king's and queen's chambers toward the heavens, have long puzzled researchers. Traditionally, these shafts are interpreted as ventilation or symbolic passages for the soul. However, alternative hypotheses propose that they served as channels for energy conduction, allowing electromagnetic, acoustic, or even chemical energy to move from the interior to the exterior. The shaft's precise alignment with specific stars, Orion for the King's Chamber and Sirius for the Queen's Chamber, suggests that the pyramid may have been tuned to cosmic energy sources, enabling it to interact with celestial forces to enhance, focus, or transmit power. Water may have been a key component in both energy storage and transmission. Evidence of subterranean channels, cisterns, and reservoirs under the Giza Plateau implies that the pyramid could have been flooded partially at times, with water acting as a conductor, hydraulic accumulator, and medium for chemical reactions. Some researchers propose that water interacting with the piezoelectric granite, combined with sound resonance in the chambers, could generate electrical currents or even hydrogen gas, which could then be stored or transmitted through the structure. In this model, the pyramid becomes a multifunctional energy device, capable of converting mechanical, chemical, and electromagnetic energy into usable power. Modern experiments lend some plausibility to these theories. Scaled pyramid models have demonstrated that specific shapes and angles can concentrate electromagnetic fields, alter water properties, and even influence plant growth. Researchers have observed that sound resonance within pyramid-shaped chambers can generate measurable oscillations in nearby objects, suggesting that vibration can be focused and amplified in a predictable manner. Extrapolated to the scale of the Great Pyramid, these phenomena imply that the structure could act as a power amplifier or transmitter, capable of influencing its immediate environment or even interacting with distant nodes if part of a larger network. The missing capstone, often described as metallic or gilded, may have been critical to energy transmission. Metals like gold or electrum are excellent conductors and could have served as a terminal, focusing the pyramid's accumulated energy and potentially allowing it to radiate outward. This feature could explain historical accounts of the pyramid shining like a beacon, not just from sunlight reflection, but possibly from energy emissions. If the capstone functioned as an energy transmitter, it would have completed a system in which energy was collected, stored, amplified, and broadcast, all through a combination of architecture, materials, and natural forces. The idea of pyramids as energy transmitters gains further weight when considering global pyramid networks. Similar pyramids in Mesoamerica, China, and even submerged structures off Japan and India suggest a worldwide system of energy nodes. Alignment studies indicate that major pyramids form geometric patterns and correspond to ley lines, planetary grid lines, or other hypothesized energy pathways. In this context, the Great Pyramid could have acted as a central hub, transmitting stored energy to other pyramids across the globe. Such a network implies not only advanced engineering but a sophisticated understanding of planetary energy dynamics. Critics argue that these theories lack direct evidence, pointing out that no definitive energy output has been measured in the pyramids. However, proponents contend that the system may no longer function due to missing components, such as the capstone, water, or ritual activation techniques. Ancient texts hint at ceremonial procedures involving water, sound, and sunlight, which could have been used to activate or regulate the pyramid's energy system. These procedures, now lost to time, may have been essential for safely controlling the storage and transmission of energy, explaining why the pyramids appear dormant today. Historical records, myths, and religious texts may also encode knowledge of energy manipulation. Egyptian inscriptions describe sacred flowing life and hidden power within temples and pyramids. Similar myths worldwide speak of gods or ancient teachers imparting advanced knowledge, often cloaked in allegory. Some researchers argue that these accounts are not purely symbolic but represent encoded instructions for operating energy systems, preserved in architecture, ritual, and myth for future generations. The implications of pyramids as energy storage and transmission devices are profound. If true, it would suggest that ancient civilizations possessed knowledge of physics, chemistry, electromagnetism, and planetary resonance far ahead of modern science. It would also imply that much of what we consider ancient symbolism may have a practical, technological basis, with pyramids serving as machines, energy nodes, and cosmic instruments all in one. The rediscovery of such capabilities could revolutionize our understanding of ancient engineering, human history, and the potential for sustainable energy solutions. In conclusion, while controversial, the theory that the Great Pyramid was designed to store and transmit energy integrates architectural precision, astronomical alignment, acoustic resonance, piezoelectric materials, water systems, and potentially lost capstone technology. The pyramid was not simply a static monument but a dynamic, interactive machine, part generator, part conductor, and part transmitter. Its purpose may have been to harness natural and cosmic forces, store energy for use, and communicate or distribute that energy across distances, possibly as part of a global network of pyramids. Rediscovering the secrets of energy storage and transmission encoded in these structures could reshape our understanding of the past, revealing a civilization whose technological sophistication rivals or exceeds our own. In addition to the geometric precision, alignment, and material composition of pyramids, there is compelling evidence that ancient rituals and ceremonial practices played a crucial role in activating their latent energy. Across civilizations, sacred structures were not simply built for observation or burial. They were designed as interactive machines, capable of responding to sound, light, water, and human intention. In Egypt, Mesoamerica, and Asia, rituals often incorporated chanting, drumming, movement, and the use of specific materials to align human activity with natural and cosmic forces. These ceremonial practices may have served as activation protocols, tuning the pyramid's energy systems to function at their peak, much like flipping a switch on a complex machine. In the Great Pyramid, the King's Chamber and the Grand Gallery provide ideal environments for acoustic resonance. The chamber's dimensions, angles, and stone composition amplify sound, creating standing waves at certain frequencies. Ancient priests or initiates may have used chanting, musical instruments, or specific vocal tones to stimulate these resonances. Research with modern pyramid replicas shows that even small sound waves can create vibrations in stone and water, suggesting that ritualized sound could trigger energy movement or amplification within the structure. In effect, the ceremonial act was not symbolic alone. It was a practical method to activate the pyramid's latent power. Water, which appears to have been present in channels and cisterns beneath and inside the pyramid, likely played a dual role. It could act as a medium for chemical or piezoelectric reactions, transmitting energy throughout the structure, while also enhancing sound resonance. Rituals involving the pouring, movement, or vibration of water may have been carefully timed with solar, lunar, or stellar cycles to maximize energy generation. Certain days of the year, such as solstices or the heliacal rising of Sirius, could have coincided with ceremonial activity, creating a harmonious synchronization between human action, cosmic energy, and pyramid architecture. Sacred geometry was also central to ritual activation. The pyramid itself embodies ratios and angles that correspond to mathematical constants such as pi and the golden ratio, both of which govern natural vibrations and energy resonance. Priests, architects, and initiates who understood these principles could harness rituals to fine-tune the pyramid's response to natural forces. For example, specific positions within the Grand Gallery or King's Chamber could focus sound, light, or electromagnetic energy precisely where it was needed, with ceremonial movements or chanting acting as the catalyst for system activation. Mesoamerican pyramids reveal similar patterns. In Teotihuacan and Chichen Itza, ceremonies involving music, human movement, and offerings were conducted in chambers aligned with the stars. These pyramids contain internal shafts, chambers, and step designs that resonate with sound, sunlight, and shadow. The Mayan serpent of light effect at equinoxes demonstrates how ritual observation of solar phenomena could align participants with both celestial and terrestrial energies. Such rituals may have acted as activation sequences, ensuring that energy flows within the pyramid corresponded with cosmic cycles, allowing the structure to operate efficiently and in harmony with natural forces. The symbolism of fire, light, and mirrors in ritual practice also suggests energy manipulation. Egyptian texts describe polished metals, reflective surfaces, and lamps being used in temples and pyramids. Reflective surfaces, combined with geometric precision, could concentrate sunlight or candlelight to specific chambers or stones, creating localized energy intensification. In this context, ceremonial acts were not just symbolic gestures, they may have served as tools to direct, focus, or enhance energy flows, amplifying the pyramid's natural capacities. Ancient myths support the interplay between ritual and technology. Stories of gods imparting secret knowledge, or priests performing sacred rites to awaken the stones, may encode practical instructions for energizing pyramid systems. The repeated emphasis on cycles, divine order, and harmony with the cosmos indicates that ritual was intimately tied to operational functionality. Rituals were likely designed with precise timing and method, integrating human activity into the pyramid's energy system to produce intended effects, whether acoustic, electromagnetic, or chemical. In addition, the human body itself may have been part of the activation system. Certain meditative or trance-like practices could alter the electromagnetic field around participants, potentially interacting with the pyramid structure. Shamans, priests, or initiates trained in controlling breath, posture, and vocal frequency may have enhanced or modulated energy within the chambers. In this way, the pyramid was not just a passive machine, it was interactive, with human consciousness and ceremonial practice playing an essential role in the activation process. Experimental archaeology provides further insights. Modern reconstructions and pyramid simulations show that sound frequencies matching specific vibrational modes can generate measurable energy effects, including water oscillation, resonance amplification, and minor electrical discharges. These findings suggest that ancient rituals were far more than symbolic. They could have directly activated energy systems, transforming the pyramid from a static monument into a dynamic instrument. The timing of rituals was also critical. Many pyramid-related ceremonies correspond to astronomical events, such as solstices, equinoxes, and heliacal star risings. These events would have altered light angles, resonance patterns, and environmental energy conditions, providing optimal conditions for activation. By synchronizing rituals with celestial cycles, ancient practitioners ensured that the pyramid operated in harmony with natural and cosmic forces, maximizing energy efficiency and output. Moreover, ceremonial objects, statues, crystals, metals, and pigments may have functioned as energy amplifiers or modulators. Gold, electrum, and certain stones conduct and focus energy, while pigments can influence light absorption and reflection. Combining these materials with sound, water, and human intention could create a multi-layered activation system, where ritual was not symbolic but integral to the functioning of the pyramid as an energy generator or conduit. In conclusion, rituals and ceremonial practices were likely essential components of pyramid energy systems, integrating human action, sound, water, light, and sacred geometry to activate latent power. The Great Pyramid and other ancient pyramids were not static monuments but dynamic structures, responsive to both cosmic cycles and human intention. Rituals provided the key to unlocking energy flows, transforming these structures into functioning machines capable of resonance, energy amplification, and possibly even transmission. Rediscovering the link between ceremony and pyramid function offers profound insight into how ancient civilizations combined spirituality, science, and engineering into a unified system of technology and mysticism, a fusion that modern science is only beginning to comprehend. The legacy of the pyramids extends far beyond their immediate function, whether as tombs, ceremonial centers, or energy machines. These monumental structures, with their precise geometry, astronomical alignment, and sophisticated internal design, influence subsequent civilizations in profound and often subtle ways. From architecture to mathematics, astronomy to engineering, the knowledge encoded in the pyramids appears to have served as a template for advanced technologies and cultural development, persisting across millennia even when the original builders and their civilization vanished from history. Understanding this legacy allows us to see the pyramids not as isolated marvels but as foundational nodes of human knowledge, whose impact resonates across time and geography. In Egypt itself, the knowledge embedded in pyramid construction influenced later architectural endeavors. Temples, obelisks, and even smaller tombs adopted precise orientations, ratios, and spatial arrangements echoing those of the Great Pyramid. The integration of astronomical alignments, water channels, and resonance chambers suggests that engineering, science, and spiritual symbolism were inseparable, and that subsequent builders continued to rely on inherited principles of energy, geometry, and cosmic order. Even after the pyramid building era waned, the conceptual framework it established, harmonizing human activity with natural and cosmic forces, remains central to Egyptian culture, informing religious rituals, city planning, and artistic design. Beyond Egypt, the influence of pyramid knowledge is evident across the ancient world. In Mesoamerica, civilizations such as the Maya and Aztecs constructed step pyramids that shared striking similarities with their Egyptian counterparts, despite being separated by thousands of miles and centuries. These pyramids incorporated astronomical alignments, internal chambers, and precise geometric ratios, echoing the principles seen at Giza. The Mayan practice of integrating celestial events into ritual cycles, from solstices to equinoxes, mirrors Egyptian practices, suggesting that knowledge of pyramid design, whether independently derived or transmitted, was replicated to serve both technological and ceremonial purposes. China offers another fascinating example. The pyramidal tombs of ancient Chinese emperors reflect not only geometric precision but also integration with geomagnetic and landscape considerations, resembling aspects of Egyptian pyramid siting. These structures often feature large terraces, internal chambers, and cardinal orientation, indicating a continuity of principles that transcends cultural boundaries. Whether through independent innovation or shared knowledge, the spread of these ideas points to a trans-civilizational awareness of architecture as a tool for harnessing natural forces, embedding energy and cosmic alignment into monumental structures. The technological knowledge embedded in the pyramids may also have influenced engineering, mathematics, and astronomy in later civilizations. Ratios such as the golden mean and pi, encoded in pyramid dimensions, reappear in Greek and Roman architecture, suggesting that the principles first employed in pyramid construction became foundational to later scientific and artistic achievements. Similarly, alignment with solstices, precessional cycles, and stellar positions indicates an understanding of celestial mechanics that informed calendars, navigation, and agricultural planning for millennia. The pyramids thus functioned as repositories of knowledge, preserving lessons in engineering, astronomy, and environmental synchronization for subsequent societies to adopt. Moreover, the pyramids may have inspired practical innovations that have since been lost or obscured. Experimental reconstructions indicate that pyramids can generate energy, amplify sound, and influence electromagnetic fields. If the original builders harnessed these properties, their knowledge of resonance, piezoelectricity, and water as an energy medium could have influenced later technological development, even if partially forgotten. Traces of these principles appear in ancient machinery, metallurgical techniques, and architectural innovations, hinting that pyramid technology may have formed the basis for lost or esoteric sciences. The influence of pyramids also extends into mythology and religious thought. Across cultures, pyramids are depicted as sacred mountains, gateways to the gods, or centers of cosmic power. These symbolic interpretations may encode practical knowledge of energy, astronomy, and human interaction with structures, preserved in myth when technological understanding was lost. In this way, pyramids served as both physical and cultural legacies, transmitting knowledge through stone and story alike. The persistence of these myths across continents and centuries suggests that their significance was recognized and adapted by successive civilizations, even when the underlying technology was no longer fully understood. Submerged pyramid sites, such as those off the coasts of Japan and India, further underscore the pyramid's influence. These structures predate many recognized civilizations and suggest that advanced knowledge of construction, geometry, and energy existed globally long before mainstream history acknowledges. Surviving pyramids, even if partially destroyed or buried, may have served as teaching tools or reference points for later civilizations, guiding architectural practice, urban planning, and ritual design. Their influence persists not only in monumental architecture but in the conceptual understanding of structures as active participants in environmental and cosmic systems. The pyramid's legacy also likely influenced the development of science and engineering in the ancient world. The mathematical precision required for their construction necessitated understanding ratios, measurement systems, and surveying techniques. These skills would have been applied to irrigation, urban planning, and the creation of other monumental projects, spreading advanced knowledge throughout societies. Astronomy, encoded in pyramid alignments, would inform calendars, navigation, and agriculture, demonstrating that pyramid technology was not an isolated achievement but a catalyst for civilization-wide advancement. In addition, the pyramid's symbolic power reinforced social and political structures. Their grandeur and alignment with cosmic forces conveyed authority, divine favor, and technological mastery, helping rulers consolidate power and establish cultural cohesion. By embedding energy and cosmic principles into architecture, the pyramids shaped the worldview of societies, reinforcing the notion that technology, spirituality, and governance were interconnected. Later civilizations continued to integrate monumental architecture with celestial and natural alignment, demonstrating the pervasive influence of pyramid knowledge in shaping human thought and culture. Finally, the legacy of the pyramids challenges modern assumptions about technological and cultural progression. Far from isolated achievements, pyramids represent the accumulation and transmission of sophisticated knowledge across generations and continents. Their influence on architecture, mathematics, astronomy, ritual practice, and energy manipulation suggests a continuity of understanding that survives even when the original civilization is lost. By studying pyramids and their global echoes, we gain insight into how ancient humans combined science, spirituality, and engineering to create structures that were not only monumental but functionally advanced, leaving a lasting imprint on the development of human civilization. In conclusion, the pyramid's legacy is multifaceted, influencing architecture, science, ritual practice, and cultural development for millennia. Their design principles, energy capabilities, and cosmic alignments informed subsequent civilizations, leaving an indelible mark on human history. Beyond their physical presence, pyramids serve as enduring symbols of lost knowledge, demonstrating that advanced understanding of geometry, astronomy, energy, and human interaction with structures existed long before recorded history. Rediscovering this legacy not only illuminates the ingenuity of ancient builders but also offers a bridge to forgotten technologies and insights, challenging modern civilization to reimagine the capabilities of our ancestors and the true potential of monumental architecture. In recent decades, modern science has increasingly turned its attention to ancient pyramids, not merely as archaeological or cultural artifacts, but as complex structures with potential technological significance. Researchers from diverse disciplines, including physics, engineering, acoustics, and material science, have conducted experiments to test theories about pyramids as energy generators, resonance amplifiers, and even environmental regulators. While mainstream academia remains cautious, mounting evidence suggests that the ancient builders may have incorporated principles of science and technology that are only now being rediscovered, challenging conventional assumptions about the capabilities of early civilizations. One area of modern investigation focuses on the acoustic properties of pyramids. Laboratory tests using scale models of the Great Pyramid and other pyramidal structures have demonstrated that specific frequencies resonate within internal chambers, producing standing waves that amplify sound. Experiments with tuning forks, speakers, and water-filled basins show that resonance can create oscillations in stone, air, and liquid, suggesting that the builders understood how to manipulate vibrational energy. Some theorists propose that these acoustic effects were harnessed to energize water, stimulate chemical reactions, or even generate small electrical currents through piezoelectric materials such as granite. These findings hint that pyramids were designed as active, responsive structures, capable of harnessing natural and human-induced vibrations to produce measurable effects. Piezoelectricity, the generation of electrical charge under mechanical stress, is another focus of modern research. Granite blocks within the King's Chamber and other areas contain quartz, which exhibits piezoelectric properties. When subjected to vibration or pressure, these stones can produce small electrical charges. Experiments with water, sound, and mechanical stimulation in pyramid-shaped models suggest that such a system could amplify and channel energy efficiently. While skeptics emphasize the small scale of measured effects, proponents argue that the sheer mass and precise construction of the Great Pyramid could magnify these phenomena significantly, turning it into a large-scale energy device. Electromagnetic studies have also yielded intriguing results. Researchers using sensitive magnetometers and other instruments have recorded unusual electromagnetic anomalies near pyramid structures, including fluctuating fields and unexpected currents. These effects are not fully understood, but they suggest that the pyramid's geometry, orientation, and materials may interact with Earth's natural electromagnetic environment. The alignment of the Great Pyramid to true north, along with its cardinally oriented shafts and chambers, could facilitate energy focusing or directional transmission, a principle echoed in similar pyramids across the globe. Hydraulic and chemical experiments provide further insight. Evidence of internal water channels, basins, and subterranean reservoirs suggests that water may have been a critical medium for energy manipulation. Modern experiments demonstrate that moving water within a resonant structure, especially in combination with piezoelectric materials, can produce electrical or chemical effects, including the generation of hydrogen gas. These experiments lend credence to theories that pyramids could convert natural forces into usable energy, supporting the controversial hypothesis that they functioned as multi-component machines rather than purely symbolic or funerary monuments. Archaeoacoustic research, which studies sound and vibration in historical structures, has shown that the design of pyramid chambers can intensify specific frequencies, creating resonant nodes that affect nearby materials and potentially even biological organisms. Water, stone, and air within these chambers respond differently depending on frequency, hinting that ancient builders may have deliberately calibrated their designs to harness these effects. Some researchers propose that rituals, chanting, or the movement of materials within the pyramid would have activated these energy systems, effectively turning ceremonial practices into functional components of a technological process. Global comparisons strengthen the case for advanced design principles. Pyramids in Mesoamerica, China, and underwater locations off Japan and India share similar proportions, alignment strategies, and internal features. Experiments with scaled models of these pyramids reveal that resonance and energy amplification principles appear to be universally applicable, regardless of cultural context. This raises the possibility that ancient builders across the globe shared knowledge of energy dynamics, structural resonance, and environmental manipulation, preserved in stone and geometry. Modern science has also begun exploring potential applications of pyramid principles today. Research into resonant energy systems, water treatment, and plant growth enhancement demonstrates that pyramid-shaped structures can influence environmental factors in measurable ways. Water stored under pyramid models exhibits slower evaporation, altered crystallization, and pH changes, while seeds placed beneath pyramids sometimes germinate faster or grow more vigorously. Although these effects are not fully understood, they suggest that the ancient builders may have possessed practical knowledge of energy harmonics, environmental optimization, and material interactions that has been lost over millennia. Additionally, computer simulations and 3D modeling allow researchers to test theoretical energy flows within pyramids, including sound, electromagnetic, and water-based energy. These simulations reveal that the internal layout of chambers, galleries, and shafts could facilitate directed energy transfer and amplification, supporting hypotheses that pyramids were designed as functional machines. When scaled to full size, these effects may have been substantial, capable of interacting with the environment in ways that ancient civilizations could observe, control, and utilize. Interdisciplinary research continues to uncover connections between pyramid geometry, cosmic alignment, and natural forces. Astronomical studies show that many pyramids are aligned with stars, solstices, and equinoxes, suggesting that celestial energy may have been integrated into their design. Combined with material properties, internal acoustics, and water systems, this indicates a sophisticated understanding of natural and cosmic energy dynamics. Researchers are beginning to recognize that pyramids were not merely monuments but complex systems that integrated science, technology, and spirituality into a single, functional architecture. In conclusion, Modern science is gradually validating theories that pyramids were far more than ceremonial or funerary structures. Through experimentation in acoustics, piezoelectricity, electromagnetism, and water chemistry, researchers are uncovering evidence that these ancient monuments were designed to harness, amplify, and transmit energy, integrating natural forces, human activity, and cosmic alignment. The Great Pyramid and its global counterparts emerge not just as architectural marvels but as machines of advanced engineering, demonstrating knowledge that challenges conventional assumptions about ancient civilizations. Rediscovering these principles offers the possibility of bridging ancient wisdom with modern science, revealing technologies that were once lost and may still have applications for energy, environmental management, and understanding the interplay between human and planetary systems. Despite the growing body of evidence and intriguing experiments surrounding pyramid technology, the idea that pyramids functioned as energy machines or power generators remains highly controversial. Mainstream archaeology and academia continue to view pyramids primarily as tombs, ceremonial centers, or symbols of political and religious authority. Skeptics argue that claims of energy generation, resonance amplification, or global pyramid networks are speculative, lacking direct empirical evidence. They caution against overinterpreting architectural precision, astronomical alignment, or material properties as proof of advanced technology. The debate surrounding pyramid power thus highlights the tension between conventional interpretations, alternative theories, and the emerging experimental evidence that challenges our understanding of ancient civilizations. Critics often point to the lack of historical documentation explicitly describing pyramids as energy devices. Ancient Egyptian texts, inscriptions, and hieroglyphs reference religious ceremonies, the afterlife, and divine kingship but do not provide instructions for energy generation or mechanical operation. Skeptics interpret experimental results as coincidental or as phenomena unrelated to intentional design. For example, piezoelectric effects observed in granite are measurable but minimal, and skeptics argue that ancient builders could not have utilized them effectively. Similarly, acoustic resonance in chambers could be a byproduct of architectural dimensions rather than a deliberate feature. In this view, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, which, critics maintain, remains largely absent or circumstantial. Another point of contention is the interpretation of astronomical alignments. While proponents of pyramid power emphasize the alignment of shafts, chambers, and pyramid bases with stars, solstices, and precessional cycles, skeptics argue that precise orientation can arise from cultural emphasis on cardinal points, ritualistic requirements, or aesthetic considerations. They caution that correlation does not necessarily imply causation. Just because a shaft points toward Orion does not mean it was intended to channel cosmic energy. Similarly, global alignments proposed in alternative theories are often criticized for selective sampling or confirmation bias, raising questions about methodological rigor. The question of construction techniques also fuels debate. Skeptics assert that the precision and scale of pyramid construction, while impressive, can be explained by traditional engineering methods available to ancient civilizations. Lever systems, ramps, human labor, and careful planning could account for massive stone placement, orientation, and internal chamber construction without invoking advanced or lost technologies. Proponents counter that certain features, such as the precision of granite joints, internal resonance chambers, and the combination of piezoelectric materials with water channels, are difficult to reconcile with these conventional methods alone. This disagreement underscores a fundamental tension, whether pyramids are solely architectural marvels or technological artifacts encoded with advanced knowledge. The debate extends to global pyramid networks. Skeptics argue that claims of worldwide alignment, energy grids, or ley line connections are highly speculative and often rely on selective or ambiguous data. Critics contend that the sheer number of pyramids worldwide and the vast distances between them make intentional coordination implausible. They emphasize that many pyramids differ significantly in construction techniques, purpose, and era, making claims of a unified energy system problematic. Proponents, however, maintain that the recurring geometric ratios, astronomical alignments, and structural features suggest a shared body of knowledge or lost technology, hinting at a sophisticated network that transcended geography and time. Experimental evidence is another source of contention. While small-scale models demonstrate interesting effects, resonance, water crystallization, electromagnetic anomalies, critics argue that these results do not scale linearly to full-size pyramids. Laboratory conditions cannot fully replicate environmental factors, material aging, or the absence of now-lost elements like capstones, water reservoirs, or ritual activation protocols. Skeptics warn against extrapolating from models to conclusions about energy generation, emphasizing that modern experiments are suggestive but not definitive. Mainstream archaeology also highlights cultural and religious context. Egyptian pyramids, in particular, were deeply tied to beliefs about the afterlife, divine kingship, and cosmic order. Skeptics suggest that much of what alternative theorists attribute to energy functions may instead reflect symbolic, spiritual, or social imperatives. The alignment with stars, water channels, and internal chambers could have facilitated ritual, demonstrated power, or represented metaphysical concepts rather than serving as functional machines. From this perspective, technological interpretations risk projecting modern concepts onto ancient practices. Despite skepticism, proponents of pyramid power argue that conventional frameworks fail to explain certain anomalies. For example, granite blocks weighing tens of tons were transported and positioned with extreme precision. Internal chambers appear designed to amplify sound and vibration, and global alignments of pyramids suggest a deliberate geometric system. While these features could be symbolic or ceremonial, their consistency across continents and cultures is striking. Proponents contend that dismissing these patterns risks overlooking a sophisticated understanding of energy, resonance, and planetary alignment that ancient civilizations may have possessed. Some researchers have sought to reconcile the two perspectives through interdisciplinary approaches. Combining archaeology, physics, material science, and archaeoacoustics allows for rigorous testing of hypotheses while respecting cultural context. Studies of pyramid acoustics, piezoelectric properties, and electromagnetic anomalies are ongoing, aiming to distinguish between coincidental effects and intentional design. Similarly, advanced computer modeling and 3D simulations provide insights into energy flows within pyramids, offering a scientific framework for evaluating controversial claims. These approaches suggest that while skepticism is warranted, the possibility of functional energy systems cannot be entirely dismissed. Public fascination with pyramid power further complicates the debate. Documentaries, books, and online content often present speculative theories alongside traditional archaeology, generating both intrigue and criticism. Skeptics argue that sensationalized media can distort evidence, while proponents emphasize that these discussions stimulate research, experimentation, and exploration of neglected anomalies. This dynamic highlights a broader tension in science: how to balance empirical rigor with curiosity-driven inquiry into phenomena that challenge conventional paradigms. In conclusion, debates over pyramid power remain highly polarized. Skeptics emphasize historical, cultural, and engineering explanations, cautioning against overinterpretation of coincidental or poorly understood phenomena. Proponents point to architectural precision, resonance properties, material science, and global alignment as evidence that pyramids may have functioned as energy machines, storage devices, or transmitters. While definitive proof remains elusive, interdisciplinary research continues to explore these possibilities, blending archaeology, physics, and experimental science. The controversy reflects not only a clash of evidence and interpretation but also a broader question: whether ancient civilizations possessed knowledge and technologies far beyond what modern science has recognized, leaving a legacy that challenges our understanding of human history, ingenuity, and the potential of monumental architecture. From the moment one gazes upon the Great Pyramid of Giza, a sense of awe and mystery takes hold. A structure so vast, precise, and perfectly aligned that it seems to defy explanation. For centuries, scholars, adventurers, and laypeople alike have grappled with the question: what was its true purpose? Was it merely a tomb for a long-dead pharaoh, a ceremonial temple, or something far more extraordinary? An advanced technological construct designed to harness and transmit energy, a repository of lost knowledge, or even a bridge between humanity and the cosmos? The evidence we have examined throughout this journey points to a reality that challenges the very foundations of what we know about human history. Pyramids, across continents and cultures, are not isolated marvels but part of a global phenomenon, representing the pinnacle of ancient ingenuity, foresight, and understanding of the natural world. The architectural genius of the pyramids alone is staggering. The Great Pyramid contains massive granite blocks, some weighing over 80 tons, positioned with tolerances so precise that modern laser equipment struggles to replicate them. Its internal chambers, air shafts, and the Grand Gallery suggest knowledge of acoustics, vibration, and structural engineering that exceeds what conventional narratives attribute to the era. These features indicate not only technical skill but also a profound understanding of natural forces, resonance, and energy flow. When we examine similar structures in Mesoamerica, China, and submerged sites across Asia, we see patterns that hint at a shared body of knowledge or global understanding, one that transcends geography and challenges the notion that ancient societies were isolated and technologically limited. Throughout this exploration, we have considered evidence that pyramids were more than monuments. They may have functioned as energy systems. Modern experiments reveal that their geometry, materials, and internal design can concentrate vibrations, interact with electromagnetic fields, and influence water behavior. Piezoelectric granite, water channels, and carefully aligned chambers suggest the ancient builders had an understanding of energy transfer and storage far beyond what was previously imagined. Air shafts aligned to specific stars imply interaction with cosmic forces, and ceremonial rituals likely acted as activation sequences, integrating human intention with structural energy. In essence, pyramids were dynamic, interactive machines, where architecture, ritual, and environmental forces converged into a unified system of immense power and sophistication. This interpretation forces us to reconsider the broader narrative of human history. The standard linear model, primitive humans gradually discovering tools, architecture, and science, may not fully capture the reality. Evidence of advanced construction techniques, global architectural parallels, and potential energy systems suggests that a lost civilization, or multiple cultures with advanced knowledge, existed long before recorded history. Myths, legends, and ancient texts, often dismissed as symbolic or fantastical, may encode practical instructions, technological principles, and astronomical observations that have been misunderstood for millennia. The pyramids stand as stone archives of forgotten wisdom, hinting at a level of sophistication that modern science is only beginning to rediscover. The legacy of these structures is profound. Their influence is evident not only in later architectural developments but also in the dissemination of mathematical, astronomical, and engineering knowledge across cultures. In Mesoamerica, Egypt, and China, pyramidal structures incorporated alignment, resonance, and energy principles, showing that the wisdom embedded in pyramid construction was preserved and adapted across time and space. This global pattern implies that ancient civilizations may have shared knowledge or that human ingenuity repeatedly discovered similar principles independently. Yet the level of precision and sophistication often surpasses what is conceivable without intentional design. Skeptics remind us to approach extraordinary claims with caution, and rightly so. Direct evidence of energy generation, storage, or transmission in pyramids remains elusive, and alternative explanations rooted in culture, religion, and funerary purpose are compelling. Yet, the anomalies, the precise alignment, the piezoelectric properties, the acoustic resonance, and the striking parallels across continents cannot be easily dismissed. They invite us to explore a more nuanced understanding of the past, one where technology, ritual, astronomy, and engineering coexisted in ways that defy conventional timelines. The pyramids also offer profound lessons for humanity today. They demonstrate that architectural design can be far more than aesthetic or functional. It can harmonize with natural forces, cosmic cycles, and human consciousness. They challenge us to reconsider our relationship with knowledge, technology, and the environment, suggesting that ancient civilizations understood concepts we are only beginning to explore. If the pyramids indeed harnessed energy, aligned with celestial phenomena, and integrated human ritual into their function, they reveal a holistic approach to science, spirituality, and environmental interaction, a model for sustainable wisdom that modern civilization has largely overlooked. Ultimately, the pyramids are a testament to the potential of human ingenuity. They compel us to question the limits of what ancient people could achieve and to reconsider what knowledge might have been lost through time. They blur the boundaries between science and spirituality, engineering and ritual, the terrestrial and the cosmic. Whether we view them as energy machines, repositories of knowledge, or monuments to human ambition, the pyramids redefine our understanding of history and inspire curiosity, awe, and a relentless pursuit of truth. As we step back and view these monumental structures, we are reminded that history is not fixed. It is a puzzle, pieced together from stones, myths, alignments, and anomalies. The pyramids invite us to look beyond conventional explanations, to explore the interface of science, mystery, and human potential. They remind us that what we consider impossible today may have been commonplace thousands of years ago, and that the story of human civilization is far more complex, wondrous, and enigmatic than we often realize. In conclusion, the pyramids teach us that humanity's past is rich with lost knowledge, advanced engineering, and profound understanding of the natural world. They challenge modern assumptions, provoke scientific inquiry, and ignite the imagination. Whether as energy systems, sacred machines, or symbolic monuments, pyramids remain the ultimate testament to human ambition and curiosity, a legacy that continues to inspire, mystify, and beckon us toward discovery. In studying them, we not only uncover the secrets of ancient civilizations but also glimpse the untapped potential of human ingenuity, creativity, and the enduring quest to harmonize with the cosmos.